pretty cool that they're able to convert the link into a course for this. I mean, the amount of work that has to go into that.
Well, I'm wondering because isn't like FIFA also doing stuff to the turf there for the World Cup?
Well, so they had monster trucks over the weekend, so there's been dirt there already.
Right. So they're good to go.
And then they'll probably, use some of that base, and then FIFA will probably come, Casey, and lay all new grass.
Okay.
Is my assumption.
At the box office this weekend, Super Mario Galaxy Movie 1, again, for the third time in a row, brought in $35 million. Project Hail Mary is second with $20.5 million. Then you have Lee Cronin's A Mummy open to a bit of a disappointing third place with $13.5 Zendaya and Robert Pattinson's A Drama took fourth, and then rounding out the top five was You, Me, and Tuscany. Eddie Murphy was honored with the Lifetime Achievement Award at an American Film Institute ceremony on Saturday night. He became emotional when he received the award, saying, seeing all my family, all my kids, my beautiful wife, and seeing all the different people that I work with, I'm just really filled up. This is a special moment, and I wish y'all could feel what I'm feeling. And the tribute featured praise from peers like Spike Lee, who said Murphy made us laugh and made our nation feel better. Chris Rock, who added, there's no us without you. Fellow comedians, including Dave Chappelle and Martin Lawrence, praised his influence and impact. Lawrence also joked that Eddie once declined a request for a picture. He said, but now I can get all the pictures I want since their kids married each other last year. And Mike Myers honored Murphy as well, calling him lovable, hilarious, joyous, vulnerable, and loyal. And he was doing this all while covered in green makeup, wearing ogre ears, as in Shrek. The event celebrated Eddie's decades-spanning career across stand-up, TV, and film, with iconic projects like Saturday Night Live and Shrek highlighted throughout the night. Murphy thanked the crowd for their support, saying, I love you, and called it a night that he'll remember forever and ever.
Did you watch that Netflix documentary on him?
No, and I probably should.
It's not going to provide you reams of insight, but it is really like a wonderful highlight reel.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That might be a good way to go back and go, man, I forgot about this. I mean, like Bowfinger is, God, I love that. It's an overlooked movie of his. It is so damn good.
And for him to play that character, he's playing the idiot.
Yeah, I love it. So congratulations to Eddie. Obviously, he's earned every bit of that. A judge has ordered Alec Baldwin to face a civil trial in October over the fatal 2021 Rust shooting, despite his manslaughter case being dismissed in 2024.
You're a filthy little pig.
There's a documentary about this now.
About the dirt shooting? I heard it was coming out.
Yeah, we were talking off air about this movie called Sky King, about the guy who kind of hijacked this plane to commit suicide over in Seattle.
Yeah, I wanted to watch it this weekend. I didn't get around to it.
It's pretty wild. So when that movie ended, it just kind of went on to the next documentary, and it was the Rust documentary, and I was just kind of catching bits and pieces of it. But like, man, it is just so effed up. Like almost so much so that I'm like, did somebody want somebody dead?
Well, there was all that stuff has been floated. You can put all sorts of conspiracies onto this, but the truth of the matter was there was the absolute violation of having live ammo on a set, and the person who was in charge of making sure that didn't get anywhere near the set fell down on the job, and then this is what happened.
Yeah,
so.
like the armorer, the person that they put in charge was like,
you had one job.
And also, like, I don't think they ever did that before.
Well, also, Case, they had gone off shooting. They had gone shooting off set in the valley with live rounds.
How about using a different gun?
Yeah.
I'm sure you got loads of guns.
Right.
Don't use the one you're using in the movie.
I mean, when they clamped down a set, it's my understanding, because I watched a lot of stuff after this went down, that like you can't be like a mile from the set without any ammo.
I mean, this day and age, look at this. We have like... You can get a gun that you don't even have to put like rounds in with, what are they called? Not squibs,
blanks.
but blanks. And you know, like
people have been killed with blanks.
Yeah,
as well,
I know.
you know?
But, like they can kind of create a gun, don't you think?
Well, this little gun you buy on TikTok would really fool it in a Western.
No, but something that has a little bit of a kickback to it that kind of shoots out a burst of smoke or something like that.
They're using things that are like CO2. That'll have a little bit of a recoil, and then they CGI, a flash.
I was watching. There's a movie called Train Dreams on Netflix. It was up for Oscars and stuff like that. And at one point, Joel Egerton's wife is shooting this rifle at whatever animal, and she shoots it. there's no kickback. And I was.
There's a few movies that have that. And I'm
I hate that.
I'm like, you can.
Come on, guys.
Act. You can pretend like there's a kick to it. Anyhow, the lawsuit brought by crew member Sergei Svetnoy claims emotional distress caused by alleged negligence on set. The judge ruled that a reasonable jury could find that Mr. Baldwin recklessly disregarded the probability of harm, allowing key claims like negligence and punitive damages to move forward. Baldwin has maintained that he did not know the gun was loaded and denies pulling the trigger, while the court rejected arguments that he wasn't responsible for safety.
Could he make a case that he's already being punished because he's browbeaten by Hilaria all the time?
Yeah.
It's Instagram official now. Joe Jonas and Tatiana Gabriella are dating.
Hey!
Joe posted a carousel of pics on Instagram with the caption that said, "If you're seeing this, it means my Puerto Rico YT vid is up now," which meant a new video was up on the Jonas Brothers YouTube channel. The pics included several of Jonas doing Puerto Rico, but one pic showed photo booth style pictures of Jonas with Gabriella, with the two getting cozy. She also shows up for a good portion of the 9-minute long video, reinforcing the idea that they are indeed together.
There's also a graphic photo of her giving him a handy by a dumpster.
No.
I thought, did that need to end up in there?
I must have been looking at a different site because I didn't see that one.
And why would you post that?
It'll be baby number 3 for Natalie Portman. The actor revealed in an interview with Harper's Bazaar that she is expecting her third child and first with boyfriend Tanguy Destable. I have no idea.
Hey, Tanguy, that's all right, sure.
Tanguy Destable.
But when you have Tanguy as your first name and Destable is your last, there's a lot going on there.
So she said, Tanguy and I are so very excited. It's spelled
Tanguy and I?
Tanguy.
That's how I would say it.
I'm sure it's probably not pronounced that way.
Tanguy?
Tanguy? Well, all right. So it could be tangy, right? Because GUI in like French is like Guy.
That's true.
Like
To be
Guy de
honest,
Fleur or Guy de Maupassant.
I prefer Tanguy.
Me too.
Or, it could be a tag like clavicular.
Yeah,
Tanguy.
Well, so growing up, I was an iced tea guy, and my next door neighbor was a Tang guy. They always had Tang in their fridge. So
Tang. I wasn't thinking Tang.
yeah.
But Tan guy. Anyhow, he said, I'm just very grateful. I know that it's such a privilege and a miracle, she said. The actor shares 2 kids, 14 and 9 years old, with ex-husband Benjamin Millipede.
Yeah, the guy has so many legs. It's unbelievable. You should hear him tap dance.
Tan guy and Millipede need to get together.
I'm glad she's everything's. The last I saw of her, Preston, she was jumping on a rope ladder hanging from a helicopter. Remember that bizarre perfume ad that she was on?
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right, so let me see. There's another baby story. Actor Justin Theroux is a new dad. He and his wife, Nicole Bryden Bloom, revealed on Instagram on Saturday they welcomed their first child together, a baby boy whose name remains private at this point.
It's Tanguy.
The couple have been married for just over a year, and this is their first child together. Before meeting Bloom, Theroux was married to Jennifer Aniston before the pair divorced after 7 years together. And Jen had quietly showed her support for Theroux and Bloom's happy news by liking their Instagram birth announcement.
That's nice.
Yes. Dylan Sprouse hasn't played action heroes on film. He was the kid in Big Daddy and Sweet Life and Zach and Cody. But he kind of was one in an incident in his own home. The actor tackled a home invader who tried to break into his Hollywood Hills estate.
It's pretty cool.
And held the suspect at gunpoint, restraining the burglar. Once police arrived, the harrowing ordeal happened at Sprouse's home shortly after midnight Friday, with his wife, model Barbara Palvin, calling 911 as Dylan held the would-be burglar at gunpoint. Sources say the actor was shaken up a bit, but neither he nor his wife were injured. So he came.
Good for him.
He came to the rescue.
Stepped up.
Yeah. Dancing with the Stars, Judge Carrie Ann Inaba was rushed to the hospital after an in-flight emergency.
Oh, man.
The Dancing with the Stars star had posted a video of her trip to the ER after falling ill on a plane. Alongside the clip, she wrote, "Yesterday was quite a day. I was on my way to New York for something I'm very passionate about, but had a small medical emergency on the plane. I very suddenly felt quite ill, and while it seemed like food poisoning, I also suddenly broke out into a cold sweat, got dizzy, and my arms went numb.
Well, we remember the flight we took down for spring training, and the guy had the cardiac situation on the plane. That was pretty wild. Have you ever been close to a point in flight, Preston, where you're like, oh no, this is going to go really bad?
Not that I can remember. How about you?
The closest I came was I talked about that trip on Aer Lingus, on coming back from Germany.
Like Lufthansa or something?
Lufthansa case. We were on an Air Canada flight, though, where I had like phase 6 plus.
It was coming.
And I'm like, oh, man, I got to get a handle on this.
Inaba has several autoimmune conditions that have impacted her health over the last few years, so falling ill like that was cause for concern and an ambulance trip. Though it was a scary ordeal, she was ultimately stable enough to be discharged from the hospital after IV fluids helped her recover.
This is why I think it'd be prudent to have, for these airlines, commercial airlines, have a smaller jet, a medical jet flying behind each.
I think so.
Yeah, just in case.
They already have a luggage plane.
Yeah, they already have a luggage plane.
Yeah. All right, Summer House. The stars, Amanda Batula and West Wilson, sparked a ton of buzz after being spotted loving each other up at a New York Yankees game on Friday night, with fans sharing clips of the pair laughing, holding hands, and smooching in the stands.
Oh, I love to see people smooch.
But the PDA didn't sit well with some of their co-stars, as KJ Dillard reacted bluntly with sickos. And he also wrote, I just threw up in my mouth.
I have no room for Dillard.
And also, thank God Kansas City claims me. While Batula's estranged husband, Kyle Cook, admitted was not prepared to see that, and then added, and that, and that. The romance.
Everyone's very clever.
Has also drawn attention to Batula's past friendship with Ciara Miller, who previously dated Wilson and sparked a viral photo of Miller, who was later photographed visibly upset outside of an Hermes store with the relationship when the relationship news broke.
This is like when you're at a party and you're trying to be part of a conversation you know nothing about. Like I have no idea who these jerk-offs are. I know the one couple that caused all the stuff to begin with.
All right, but my question here is this a show that's in... Like, is it on now, or is this already in the past?
So it filmed last summer.
Okay.
It's airing right now.
All right, do you guys want to watch this? Do we want to get in on this?
No.
I don't.
I
just because
I could give you guys updates. I get it for my friends every week.
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
If you could take the bullet for us on that, that'd be great.
The latest, we could start it right now. The latest is that during the episodes, there are scenes where like this guy is kind of like petting this girl, and we were talking about his friends. It was like
seducing.
It's kind of he was like rubbing her hair, and it was like it's not the kind of touching, caressing that you would do to a friend. And then there's a scene where they are in the bathroom, and they can film you if there's more than one person in the bathroom, and he comes out and is like covering his mic pack. You're welcome.
Marissa,
Thank you, Marissa.
I like that you use the term petting her. Good girl, give me kissy poo poo.
Rub my belly.
Addressing the moment.
Who's a good girl?
Miller revealing in a new Substack that she was meeting a pal for lunch, writing, and I'm like, I cannot be sitting at this lunch while I'm reading this statement.
You can't.
Adding that she felt that she would, quote, lose her mind.
So I wrote on my short stack, Preston, which is that comes out once a week on Pancakes. That I'm not going to watch this show.
I don't blame you. All right, the sons of Ice Cube and Chris Tucker reenacted an iconic scene from the classic 1995 comedy Friday for the LA Rams. O'Shea Jackson and Destin Tucker took over for their fathers in a promo clip for the Rams and the upcoming NFL draft. It's called Thursday. And it also stars Terry Crews, YG, Kevin Dotson, Jared Verse, Byron Young, and Big Boy, and focuses on L.A. About the clip, Rams Chief Marketing Officer Catherine Kailing Frederick said this project is a celebration of Los Angeles, the city we all call home, and its culture, creativity, and global influence, and said Friday is more than a movie. It's a cultural touchstone. By reimagining it through Thursday, tying it to the draft and connecting it to real fan experiences across the city, we're creating something that truly represents L.A. So we have a little clip of that, Case?
Yeah.
All right, here, this is it.
Man, this Thursday's gonna make our whole season. And you know this, man?
Don't sleep on Friday, though.
I haven't seen that movie in a long time.
I remember really enjoying it when I saw it. I think I just saw it once as well, Preston, but I remember all the characters, and it's wild to see the sons.
Yeah.
They could slip into
easily. Yeah, they have a really good back and forth between. We had O'Shea here in the studio one time, a super nice guy.
Good dude who was totally, and you and he were geeking out about Game of Thrones.
Yeah, we had a contest against each other, All right, speaking of Game of Thrones, actor Charles Dance, he played Tywin Lannister in Game of Thrones. Really cool, intimidating character. He's reportedly in talks to join The Batman Part 2, potentially taking another powerful role on. He would star alongside Robert Pattinson, who returns, of course, as Batman in the sequel directed by Matt Reeves. Though unconfirmed, it is rumored that Dance would play Charles Dent, the father of Harvey Dent, who would be played by Sebastian Stan, with Scarlett Johansson as Dent's wife. I'm liking this.
So all of this is very cool.
Yeah, the film is set to begin production in the spring and hit theaters in October of next year.
Oh, wow.
Remember, Dance was the villain in The Last Action Hero with the changeable eye.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
Yeah, the glass eye.
Let's see.
Now you remember.
Yeah, you've tied me in with Last Action Hero.
Marlon Wayans and Sean Wayans are calling on their fans to make sure that a sequel to White Chicks can come to life, but that all depends on how Scary Movie 6 performs at the box office. Speaking to Entertainment Weekly, Marlon made their stance clear, saying, I'll put it this way, we're game. We want to know if people will come out and laugh. Sean echoed the sentiment, explaining if this movie does well, a White Chicks 2 can happen. The playful energy continued as Anna Faris chimed in with a role for herself in the non-existent sequel, and Marlon said, I don't know, she's a little too expensive for us. We'll pay her less, is what Sean said. But Scary Movie 6 is going to be hitting theaters on June 5th.
Did you see that Terry Crews came out during Sabrina Carpenter's Coachella set and sang 1,000 Miles? Like he does
she does in the movie, yeah.
I didn't know that.
It happened over the weekend.
Yeah, he's a fan of the song, and that's a big part of the movie.
Can he sing?
Yeah.
No. You think so?
Like in a fun, comedic way.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. One more story. All right, I wasn't familiar with this. Steve, maybe you are. Fans of the classic animated movie Fern Gully?
Yeah.
Will either love this or hate this. A live-action adaptation of the 1992 classic Fern Gully, The Last Rainforest, is in the works. So live action. The original movie starred Robin Williams, Tim Curry, Samantha Mathis, and Christian Slater, and was set in an Australian rainforest populated by fairies, one of whom accidentally shrinks a logger to fairy size.
So they did the proper thing. They jumped right on it 40 years later.
Yeah.
And,
Smart.
Yeah.
Well, this 90s nostalgia is really hitting, though, right now.
Yeah. They team up to protect the rainforest from loggers and an evil pollution entity named Hexus. Writer, director, actor Mariel Heller will direct the film from a script that she wrote. So they're possibly going to do that.
Yeah, I remember those movies of that time. This is probably a little bit later. Was like All Dogs Go to Heaven, the Don Bluth animation studio. There was a whole bunch of stuff like this.
All right, one last story. LeBron James and his son Bronny James surprised fans by starring in a new promotional video that's actually for The Odyssey from director Christopher Nolan. In the clip, LeBron delivers a reflective voiceover saying, no legend worth watching took a straight and simple path, adding, nah, they chose challenges and changes every step of the way. And the moment turns personal when he looks to his son, noting, and him? He's on a journey all his own, continuing with obstacles only he can conquer, because in the end, this was never a myth, it's a legacy. So the unexpected collaboration adds to the anticipation surrounding the Odyssey, which follows the challenges faced by Father Odysseus, played by Matt Damon, as he sets out on an epic journey over a decade long to return to his wife, played by Anne Hathaway, and his son, Telemachus, who is played by Tom Holland.
But they've added the extra element that his journey is to perfect his three-pointer.
Oh,
yeah.
All right.
The movie and its star-studded cast is set to arrive in theaters this July 17th.
I'm trying to get a handle on this thing as I'm seeing all the advance. It's Christopher Nolan.
Yeah.
So, he's got that ability. It seems to be they're taking little historic flights of fancy, like making it like Excalibur almost. There's stuff in Excalibur that was obviously, a little bit more. But I can't wait to see it.
Yeah.
It looks really cool.
Yeah. I only know slightly the story of the Odyssey. I've never seen any real adaptations. I haven't read it. So
It's my favorite basketball book.
Is it?
Yeah.
No, it's not about basketball.
All I know is the person who wrote it. I don't personally know him because it was a long time ago. But I know the name of the book and the name of the author.
You had everybody there.
Couldn't tell you anything else about it other than Oh Brother, Where Art Thou was kind of like
Based on it.
Yeah.
All right, I'm ready for clips. How about y'all? FBI follows a fictitious group of agents investigating federal crimes across New York City. And here Chantel Van Santen shares how having lighter moments off screen helps the drama on screen.
Not to take away from the seriousness of what's happening or the story that's being represented, but maybe that's kind of the reprieve from it, is to stand on the side and eat the Cheetos while they're putting the right amount of blood on a body, to come back in and be serious about what you're doing, but to not have to live in that space all the time.
You should be medicated.
We need funky music underneath all of our kind of clips.
I got you.
I love that.
New episode of FBI airs tonight, 9 p.m. That's on CBS. All right, next clip. Kevin follows an animated cat whose owners break up and sets out on his own in Queens. Here, show creator Joe Wingert shares how this story was inspired by his actual breakup with Aubrey Plaza. We have funky music for this?
Sir.
All right, hit it.
We did used to date a long time ago, and we moved in together, and we adopted a cat named Kevin, and then we abruptly broke up. In the time that we were together, I don't know if you just for better or for worse, I always associate you with cats.
I don't think I want to see it.
I like that. I like the funky music underneath the clip.
Remember, it was one Black Listener party day where we had a whole bunch of. We had all sorts of transitions.
Those are transitions, yeah, but I like having that full funky band.
Yeah, we got that one, and we got
Yeah. We'll come up with some other ones, too. All episodes of Kevin are streaming today, and you can find that on Prime Video, by the way. All right, and there you go. Your entertainment report tied up in a nice little bow for you on this Monday morning. Glad you're on board, friend. A little bit cooler today. Not ideal for spring, but it's getting better as the week goes on. We do have joining us later today. By the time we get to MMRBQ, weather should be great. And Art Alexakis will be with Everclear performing live. And we'll talk to Art this morning. Always a great conversation.
Very cool.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we'll take a break, come back in a second, reset, and continue moving forward on this Monday morning. Stay with us, my friend. Ideas out there to you, and maybe get some participants in some contests and so on.
Try to lay in as much ahead of the show work as we can.
Yes.
We've had a whole bunch of time off. We're trying a whole bunch of new things. It can only turn into a disaster, but the kind that we enjoy.
Our kind of disaster, your kind of disaster.
Right.
So that's coming up. And that means MMRBQ is this weekend, this Saturday, as mentioned just a little while ago. So just a little reality check for you there. All right. One of our favorite things is when we, as a show, are trying to figure out exactly what might be a topic of conversation. One of us goes, I have a question I want to ask on the air.
Oh, okay.
And that usually means I'm not going to tell you guys what it is.
Right. We want to hear it.
I'm just going to save it, and that's what we do because we don't like to, quote unquote, ruin something ahead of time by knowing too much about it. And we just like to head into the unknown. And today's unknown comes to us from Kathy Romano.
I'm telling you, my heart is beating so fast right now because
What?
I'm so nervous.
Seriously?
Yeah, I'm pretty nervous.
Oh, I didn't know it was that kind of thing. All right.
Wait.
Does it involve a boy?
No. So here's how I think I want to do it. I'm going to ask a question.
Yes.
Okay. We're going to go around the room. Okay. I'll call your name out.
Right.
All right.
I want Marissa to participate too.
Do we need goggles?
No, I'm just going to ask you a question. All I want you to say is yes or no.
All right.
Okay. With no follow-up,
No
nothing.
commentary, no follow-up. All right.
commentary.
Yes
Don't
or
even
no?
indicate whether you're positive or not. Just give me your answer, and then after that, we'll break out into discussion.
Never heard anything like
really
this.
intrigued
Now
now.
I'm nervous.
Yeah.
All right. Oh,
Because
and
I'm gonna go in order because there's definitely someone in this room who knows the answer, and I'm hoping that person doesn't go hard on me when they realize I didn't know the answer.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Okay.
You ready? I'm gonna start with Marissa.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
So we're going in the height order.
Yes, we're going height order.
Yeah.
Marissa, can you drive to Alaska?
Yes.
Casey,
yes.
Preston,
Yes.
Steve,
Yes.
Nick.
Yes.
F.
Stop it. Oh, my God, Kat. You poor thing. They're adorable,
Who knew Alaska was attached to Canada?
There's an amendment to this. Did you know that you cannot drive to the capital of Alaska? The capital of Alaska is Juneau, and it's separated. Steve, you've been there, right?
Been there.
Yeah. So they're like, if somebody would ask the question, "Can you drive to the capital of Alaska?"
Yeah, no, I just thought the whole state.
All right. I was trying to help.
Kathy, the crazy thing is, there is like there is a line that connects Alaska to your driveway. I mean, that's
it's a big line.
It's a gigantic
so
line.
here, I was in a conversation with somebody, and we were talking about film crew, and he goes, "Yeah, they're driving to Alaska, and they're going to document the whole way, and then start the filming there." And I was like, "You mean they're going to drive through Alaska?" They were like, "No, he's driving to Alaska," and I was like, "What do you? I don't understand. What do you mean?"
You adorable.
And then, but listen, so
Adorable
then
thing.
that same night, I was out to dinner with 8 people. And at the table, I said, okay, I did what I did with you guys.
Yeah.
I said, give me yes or no. There was only 2 people at the table who knew the answer, and it was my dad and my mom. And my mom said, I only said yes because I knew your father would know, and he said yes. The rest of the people, all adults,
What
said no.
What was your perception of Alaska's attachment to the continent?
Here is my issue with this. It is the map of the United States. Okay? The map of the United States doesn't include Canada.
Right.
Now, I know that it wasn't like Hawaii and,
That you'd have to cross an ocean.
but I didn't think you could drive there.
Okay. All right. Yes.
And
It is not part of, they say, the contiguous United States, right? So it's not directly connected to the borders of the mainland, as they call it in Hawaii, the mainland. Yeah.
Right. So I thought you had to get on a plane to get there.
Wow.
I mean, you would prefer to get on.
Yeah,
And I know
that's how I
right?
did. I
Yeah.
actually.
It's a long ass way.
Yeah, we flew into Seattle, then flew up to Alaska.
Kathy, I want to make you feel better because you admitted to peeing in the pool last week.
Yeah, okay.
And I love that. It was more recently than not that I saw a map and I was like, oh, that's where Hawaii is.
All right.
Oh,
For the
really?
same reason.
You thought it was in the Atlantic?
No, because maps that we've seen growing up, it was like the continental U.S. and then there was just little corners.
No, you're right.
Yes.
I have heard and read stories of people who thought that Alaska and Hawaii were actually down in this little corner
Very
right
close
next to each other.
Very close to each other. How does one have such wonderful tropic weather and the other one's so cold?
Yeah.
For the record, I didn't think it was like in the Atlantic Ocean or anything like that, but I just didn't actually know like how close it was to California. And I was like, oh, that's why you stop over in California if you're flying to Hawaii.
Listen, there are these things in life that elude you as far as your thinking. I remember as a family member who was studying, law and thought that the Titanic sunk in the Pacific because that's where the icebergs are.
Oh, right. I remember.
Yeah.
And let me just say, by the way, my 10-year-old was also at this dinner, and his answer was yes.
Oh, wow.
By the way, do you want to hear some of the texts, Kathy?
Yeah.
Well, my kids are never going to Westchester. That's lower, slower bucks for you. Somebody says, Jesus Christ, you guys drive me insane, Preston. You need to learn how to pronounce contiguous. Did I say that incorrectly?
Contiguous with
contiguous,
a
not
RG.
a hard G.
So we're all stupid here.
Yeah, we're all idiots.
And it's awesome because, most people have, thousands of people listening to everything that you say so that they can correct you on everything.
That's all right.
Yeah.
This one said, it's okay, Kathy. I thought so too until about a few months ago. I'll bet you there are many people actually listening right now as well for one reason or another that weren't aware that, yes, you can indeed drive to Alaska if you need to.
By the way, you may think you don't have something like this in your intellectual arsenal. I guarantee you do.
You sure do.
I told you guys, man,
you.
when we were playing this game one time with some friends of mine, it was just a driving game. It was in my fellow band members. We were driving for a few hours to play a gig and play this game where you say a state, whatever that state letter it ends with, you lead the next state with the start. And then we ran out of states, so we started doing countries. And I swore.
Oh, no.
that euthanasia was a
Oh, right. I remember.
That's right.
It is part of Asia. It's the younger part.
And I dug in, man. I did not give up. Yes, it is. I saw it on a National Geographic.
It's where the teenagers live. It's where Asian teenagers
where the youth
live.
in Asia live.
Are you stupid?
It's in the name.
Where do you think they go? Youth in Asia.
I need to apologize to my buddy Greg because I just really drove that home as if I had it as fact.
Listen, if you were to design a part of Asia where the younger people would go, what would you call it?
Youth
in Asia.
In Asia, of course. Hang on, let me go to Ryan. Hey, Ryan. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Baby Wheel.
Baby Wheel.
Spin it, baby. What's up, Ryan?
So, kind of going off of what Marissa said, my wife for the longest time didn't know where Hawaii was. She thought it was right next to Texas because of how it fits on the map.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I totally understand, and I had to explain to her it's in the South Pacific and how far away it is, and that's where we went on our honeymoon. But
okay.
Oh my God, so
That's funny.
That is pretty
Thanks,
funny.
Ryan. Hey, by the way, I read something this morning, and I tossed the story away because I didn't think it would be worth bringing up. I didn't know we were going to be talking about geography this morning. But apparently there was something that surfaced on TikTok that got some people in a bit of a tizzy. And it was about the fact that the state of Maine has more coastline than California.
Oh.
And the reason being is it's how coastline is defined.
Okay.
And it's like, it's general. I have to bring up the story, but
the way it's reckoned. I think I saw the same story, Preston, and it's not.
Makes sense.
It's exactly the way they interpret it for both sides.
So the reason being is because when you look at the map of California, as you trace the coastline, you can see that there's more of it than Maine. But what you have to include are the coast of all the islands that are part of the state as well. That's all considered coastline,
Which they do.
and intercoastal waterways and things like that. So when you add all that up, Maine ends up having more coastline than California. So there are some things that are weird like that. But then again, it's a little different than driving to Alaska because you can clearly see that there's a way to get there. If you look at a map of the world,
called
if you look
Canada.
at a map of North America altogether.
I'm trying to think of like what the last argument that I had was where I dug in deep even though I was wrong and like trying to determine just being that stubborn and not willing to give up on something.
Well,
it happens to everybody, and I know that I've done it.
Yeah. All right, let me go to these calls. I have Courtney on the line. Hey, Courtney, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey. What's up, Courtney?
So, a couple months ago, a friend and I were talking about a friend of ours that moved back home from Alaska, and I was like, wow, she had to pack all of her stuff in an airplane. That probably was like expensive. And she's like, you can drive from Alaska. And I was like, what? No, you can't.
Well, it's out in the middle of Canada.
Yeah, and was it, Courtney, was it because of the maps that we've seen that have the little cutout of Alaska and Hawaii?
Yes.
Okay. There you go. And that's what you thought.
All right.
Stop and think
I'm
about
with you, Courtney.
people who are like who believe that, Courtney, and who think, okay, well, we're going to Hawaii, but it's got to be like, what, about a 2-hour trip?
Right.
Yeah. Right.
It's right there.
He's right off Texas.
Yeah. Hang on, completely different, but somebody who believed something for the longest time because of a name. I'm going to go to Mike. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Hey, Mike. Hey, guys. How are you?
I love
What's
that.
up, buddy?
So my cousin, she was doing a project on guerrilla warfare, and she was talking to my aunt about it. And then she asked my aunt who gave the guerrillas the guns.
Oh, my God.
Who gave the gorillas the guns?
And she's also Westchester grad.
Westchester.
Oh, my God.
Wait,
That's
seriously?
Yeah.
I love it, Mike. Thank you.
When you're a kid, I could see you thinking, okay, the gorillas are fighting each other, but guerrilla warfare. I love it.
It says my adult sister didn't know that New Mexico was a state. She thought there was Old Mexico and New Mexico, and therefore that it wasn't a state. So let me go to Kenny. Hey, Kenny, good morning.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, what's up, bud?
So we were driving, and it was a group of us. There was like 6 of us in a car, so it was 3 against 3. And I was team wrong that New England was a state. I was like, of course, New England's a state. There's the Patriots. They have their own chowder.
Chowder.
New England State, yes.
Yeah, and it literally came down to, okay, we're going to name all the states. We're like, and we're at 51. Okay, my bad.
Oh, that's funny.
That's hilarious.
But you can see that, you know, you make assumptions and it happens.
Yeah.
Hang on. Somebody who actually has driven to Alaska from Philadelphia. We're going to Sierra. Hi, Sierra. Good morning.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, good. What's up, Sierra?
So back in 2010 or 11, I guess it was, my now husband and I, we actually drove to Alaska. We were going to move there for about a year.
Wow.
We drove there from Philly, and everyone that we talked to, we were in college at the time at Temple, and all of our friends were like, that's funny. Like, you can't do that.
Temple too, Kathy, not just Westchester.
You don't feel so bad.
All college-educated people had no idea.
Wow.
I don't remember anybody that thought we could actually do it.
Sierra, how long did that take?
All right, thank you very much, Marissa. So I had in the news report earlier this morning about the Pierre Robert vinyl collection sale at Vinyl Chickie over the weekend, and saw the pictures and stuff over the weekend. You know, and you never know how these things are going to go until you just get them underway. And there were people lining up the night before to get a piece of Pierre Robert's record collection. I didn't see that coming. That's wonderful.
No, it is wonderful. I thought because of the limited amount of items that were available that you'd have sort of a set group that would show up throughout the day, and it'd be a more casual thing. This had like a major concert event line. I mean, when you're showing up the night before, but then again, as always with Pierre, you know, no matter how much you think and are aware of his impact globally and in the hearts and minds of Philadelphians, something comes along like this. It's like, oh, yeah, it really means that much and continues to mean that much. And it makes you feel good to know that it meant that much. Even once people knew there was the collection had pretty much run out, they just wanted to be there and be part of it.
This morning, people have been texting us pictures of the albums they got. Which is pretty wild. I got a text from somebody. Marissa, I don't even know what album that is, that first one. I saw Dream of the Blue Turtle from Sting, but I don't know what this one is. What does it say on there?
Thomas Dolby.
Thomas Dolby. Okay.
Golden Age of Wireless.
And also a Velvet Revolver disc. And and then somebody else got Dream of the Blue Turtle. We were playing some Police earlier this morning, so they sent us over a picture of that, which was Pierre's own personal vinyl.
It's great to think of him and the tendrils of Pierre's musical influence going on in the most direct way. The music he owned has now, because he would play the music for you, you'd listen and incorporate it into your life, but now the physical music that he owned is now in a lot of people's collections.
Yeah, unfortunately, I wasn't able to make it. Either way, I wouldn't have been able to go. My son had a rugby tournament, and I wasn't able to even to go to that. Unfortunately, my uncle passed away last week, and so his funeral was on Saturday down in Cape May, so I was not able to go. And I wouldn't have been able to go anyway. Marissa, I know that you were there. Were people... Here's the thing. I'm wondering if people were respectful of the fact that there were more people there than that there were more items. Do you know what I mean?
So I do want to approach that. So I got there about 12:30. Ryan got there about 10. Jason Fahan, got there right after a show. In fact, Jason spun some of Pierre's vinyl at 9 a.m. here at the station. Yeah, I think he might start doing that Saturday morning, spin some of Pierre's vinyl. I walked down through the line, and as I was, encountering all those people, it was probably about 2:30 when I was starting to wrap up. Then I went inside, and there was still a lot of CDs and a lot of vinyl left. And so I know that, you overall, you look at the number and you don't think that it equals out. Potentially, there was a couple people that didn't get something.
Yeah.
But I'm going to assume that mostly everybody in line ended up with something. And in fact, I was telling some of the people in the back, there was probably going to be a point when the vinyl ran out. But I said, as somebody who would get a ride home, from Pierre many, many times, the CDs really had his fingerprints on it. When he would prepare for an interview, he would throw a CD on in his car and listen to those. You would get in, and there would be, jewel cases with the hinges broken off, and I think that's what he would listen to at home. So those are really what he would be indulging in when he was preparing for things.
We had an appointment that day. I couldn't make it either, but I was really hoping to get my hands on his entire Guns N' Roses collection.
Yeah.
I wasn't able to make it. Ryan, how about you?
I mean, just being there, my faith in humanity was restored. I mean, I got there like just before 10 o'clock and I saw how far the line stretched, and I just started walking down, hearing everybody's stories about Pierre Robert, and to the point of, those that were worried about not getting something. When I got towards the back of the line, it was what are my odds? What are my odds? And I went, you know what? I'm not entirely sure, but fingers crossed. And
I can almost guarantee you'll get the Pina Colada song.
Oh yeah, somebody was wearing a Pina Colada shirt, and it's like he would have appreciated this.
Absolutely.
But when they got close to the back, everybody's response was, you know what? It's record store day. I'm going to buy something in honor of him.
Yes.
And
kudos,
I love that.
Kudos to Vinyl Chickie. Lisa Schaefer did a beautiful job of controlling the chaos. This could have been open the doors, let people go. Who knows what it was? She had some helpers. They were letting just a few people in. It gave everybody a few minutes to spend with the records, to look at something that meant something to them, maybe the artwork or the band, or just the fact that it was Pierre's. And it was there was a line, there was waiting, but everybody was, making friends with each other, talking about coming to the Emma barbecue in a few months or in a month, 3 weeks. We're 3 weeks away. And everybody was dressed for the occasion, guys. That was most of the conversation I had with everybody, was what T-shirt they chose to wear that day.
I wonder what some of the prized possessions were, or the most sought after. Obviously the Dead and CSNY were probably going to be biggies, Ryan.
There was one woman that Marissa and I spoke to who got a Chris Cornell box set that I believe was given to Pierre from Chris.
Had to have been, right?
Getting her reaction from that, I mean, she was just so honored to even have that.
And a lot of it was a cross between what Pierre meant to that person and what the band meant to that person. It's somewhere, oh my God, I'm getting chills just talking about it. Somewhere around 1 o'clock, I was talking to a woman and her daughter, and a lot of people brought their kids, and it was their kids versus vinyl that they were buying. But, somebody picked it up and said, I'm buying Collective Soul because Collective Soul is my favorite band.
Yeah.
And then, Lisa shared that Pierre wrote the foreword in that CD that she had just bought. And so there was a cross there too. That
is wild. And you stop and think about that, Marissa, that you love the artist. A lot of those people were introduced to these artists by Pierre Robert. And so it is a Simba full circle of life moment.
I'm going to go to a couple phones on the Xfinity guest line. We've got Mark. Hey, Mark, good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Hey, bud. So you were there. Did you get there early, or what time did you arrive?
I got there shortly before 7 a.m.
Wow. Okay. And what time did the doors open? Do you remember?
10 a.m.
At 10. Okay. So you got there nice and early. A bunch of people already in line before you got there?
There were like 46 people ahead of me. The people I was standing with, they were all Deadheads. And we all talked about Pierre and the Grateful Dead. And people were coming out, and they had their Dead albums. I'm like, I want one of Pierre's Grateful Dead albums.
Okay,
and I ended up with one and the CSNY album. And Brian was busting my chops because I had a WYSP shirt on.
Man, of all the T-shirts to choose.
You were just going old school, huh?
Yeah, it was a good vibe, and I got emotional when I picked up his album.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
That's where I first met Pierre, was at a Grateful Dead show.
What
I would call in once in a... Pardon?
What Dead album did you end up with?
What a Long Strange... It's a compilation album.
Okay. Nice. And what CSNY album did you get?
So Far, the one with Joni Mitchell drew the
That's great.
cover.
Excellent. Excellent.
I'm like, he probably played this.
Yeah, for real.
I got emotional when I picked it up.
Mark, do you listen to vinyl, or is this something that you're going to kind of frame?
I do.
Okay, you do. All right, good.
I still do. Yes.
Excellent. Well, perfect. Glad you could make it out there, Mark. Thanks so much. We appreciate it, and thanks for sharing the story, too. I mean, you could, even if you don't listen to vinyl, you could buy the record and display it as something that you would like to keep as a memory of Pierre as well. But I would imagine a lot of these people that went were, the type that definitely listen to their music.
I agree. Stop and think about also, someone will have this in their collection, and they might pass it on to another generation, right? Because it now comes with the extra gravitas of being part of legendary broadcaster Pierre Robert's collection as well.
Do you guys have
it's amazing.
Do you have a vinyl? Do you have a record player?
My Rupert Holmes album is
no. Do you have a record player?
No,
though?
I don't. Yeah.
I do. Marissa bought it for me.
Oh, that's
Gave
right.
it to me as a gift several years ago. A Christmas gift, I think.
I think it was your birthday.
A
maybe.
birthday,
Or
okay.
one of, yeah.
Yeah, but you know what? I used it for a while. I don't use it that much any longer.
I feel like Carter used it more than you did.
Yeah, he got way into it. Yeah.
Matt gave me one for my birthday a few years ago, and we really started, enjoying it. It is just, we listen to music in the house all the time. I do not like silence, so I have music going all the time, and it's really fun to put on a record and let it spin.
Yeah.
And then, it stops, and you have to, physically turn it over again. Like,
You're involved in the process.
And it's a way to make sure you listen to the whole thing, too. You know, I mean, if you put the record on.
And when you're not using it for that, it makes a great ceramic wheel.
That's right.
Yeah.
it does
I
just
love it.
hold my
Yeah.
purses
Make some
sometimes.
pottery on it, something like that. Let me go next to, I have Mel joining us. Mel, you're on the air. Good morning.
Morning, y'all. How's everyone?
Good, Mel. So you were there for the Pierre Robert vinyl sale at Vinyl Chickie, right?
Yes. So actually, I wasn't able to line up until after I worked because actually I work at a deli, Rocky's, around the corner.
Mm-hmm.
And when everyone was lining up, I had actually handed out QR codes, and I was delivering food to the line all day. But after work, the line was still there, so it was about 3:30. I went in the line and was like, okay, I'll take anything, literally anything. There weren't that many people left in the line. A couple more people came before me. By the time we got to the front, it was about 4:30, and she came out and was like, this is the last one. Do you want it to the person right in front of me?
Oh, no.
Oh, man, that was the very last item.
It was the very last one, but literally there weren't that many of us left, maybe like 20 people. And all of us just agreed, it's okay. We're glad that we were there.
Yeah.
We're fine with it. We still want to go buy something. So we went in, and I personally bought Rick Astley's Never Gonna Give You Up. K-Pop Demon Hunters.
Sure.
Excellent. Was that a CD or vinyl?
Vinyl of Rick Astley and vinyl of K-Pop Demon Hunters, which she said was her best-selling vinyl.
It's actually there's some good songs on there. It's a great movie.
Well done, Mel.
Mel's situation.
And one last.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mel.
And one last thing that was good about that day was every delivery I made to the line, 3 people matched $1 per delivery would go into the donation that we're making for Camp Out for Hunger in honor of Pierre.
Yay.
So we made $60.
Oh, that's excellent.
Mel, you're always thinking about ways to help out people with charity stuff and helping out the Camp Out for Hunger. So you're the best. Thanks for doing that.
Thank you, Mel.
Thank you.
We'll see ya.
There's something very Pierre of, showing up and being there, and then it just, the person before you, it gets the last one. And I could just see Pierre going, oh, dear.
Well, to be honest,
dear.
going back to your first statement at the beginning of all this, Preston, I thought it'd be a sort of a more quiet, a collection of people who knew that it was a limited amount of stuff. To hear that Mel was in line till almost 4:30 blows my mind.
And I think she closed the store at 4, so that means she stayed open late. The Army was only supposed to be there till noon, and they were just enjoying so much, hearing everyone's stories and being there for everybody. They were there for a couple extra hours as well, too.
I'm going to go to Eric next. Eric, morning, my man.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy. Eric! All right, so you got there early, right?
Yeah, I got there around 6:15 in the morning.
Whoa.
And I was about 25th in line. So there was about 24 people by 6 a.m.
Okay. Blows my mind.
I even set my alarm earlier, but when it went off at 4, I was like, I need an extra hour of sleep to let me do it.
Well, you made it in the top 25, so good job.
Yeah.
My kudos to everybody in that crowd. There was no issues at all whatsoever.
Wow.
The people to my left and right, if you needed to sit down, you had a chair. They use your chair. They were so cool. The line was so cool. If you had to use the bathroom, your spot would be safe. That's how
excellent.
Cool people were.
That's because that's the Pierre vibe, and I think that probably permeated the whole thing. We were looking at some news coverage of the lines and stuff like that. And you could see down the line, everyone seemed to be smiling. It was, that says a lot.
Oh, for sure. And the sun broke a little after 7, and it really turned out to be a great morning.
Perfect.
Personally, I was able to secure his 2 Rush LPs.
What were they?
Under Pressure and Power. Grace Under Pressure and Power Windows.
Nice.
Wow, nice.
2 of my favorites. That's fantastic, man.
My father's a big Rush fan. He got me into Rush. And 10 years ago, I actually met Pierre at a Collision Max and got his bobblehead and autographed and everything. So I got a nice little setup to him.
That, and you got Rushified. That's awesome, dude.
I got Rushified.
Excellent. All right. Thanks, Eric. Appreciate the call, bud. I'm going to go next to Andy, who was number 2 in line.
Oh, wow.
All right.
Andy, morning, man. Andy, when did you get there?
I got there at 11:15 p.m. on Friday night.
How surprised were you that you were not first in line?
And there was one guy ahead of me who got there at 10:15.
Wow.
He beat me by an hour. My new best friend, Mike.
I can't imagine you guys wouldn't be best friends. So did you come equipped with folding chairs? What did you have?
I had a really nice Cabela's reclining folding chair. Unfortunately, Mike did not. He had the old school, collapsible camp chair that he had a couple blankets padded on. So I give him a lot of credit because I at least got to recline.
Yeah.
I think I closed my eyes for 20 minutes 2 separate times maybe.
Wow.
But other than that, it just like after, Mike and I were talking about 2 a.m, Ben showed up as number 3. About 3 a.m, Sandy showed up. She was number 4. And then after that, it was sort of a steady stream starting about 5 a.m.
You made new friends. And isn't this wild? Because Pierre, throughout all of his concert-going years and waiting in line and doing stuff like that, to have him end up as the reason people are in this kind of line. It's so cool.
It is the thing that Mike and I agreed upon is how often in this day and age do you get to camp out for anything?
Yeah.
Hey,
that is of something this important. I'm trying to get choked up, right? My 2 albums were Graceland, Paul Simon.
Oh, terrific album.
One of the best.
Favorite album of all time. And a demo version of Little Creatures by Talking Heads, right?
Wow.
Which is another just favorite album of mine. When I listened to Graceland yesterday, I wept.
Yeah.
The entire
man.
time.
Hey, Andy, when in
communing with Pierre.
Yeah,
communing with him with this album that I know his ears touched as well. You know.
Hey, Andy, at the very beginning when you guys first started getting set up, and there's like 2-3 people out there, did any cops come by and go, "What are you guys doing?"
They actually drove by a bunch of times and waved at us.
Oh, no kidding. All right.
They must have been aware.
I think let them know. She said I stopped into the store a couple days before. She let the cops know, hey, there's not homeless people in front of my store. They're actually going to be there for a purpose if that's okay. So she let them know. I have to shout out the restaurant Trevi.
Yeah.
That guy that owns that came up and gave Mike and I 2 cannolis, the best cannoli I've ever eaten in my whole life. But he came up at like midnight, brought us cannolis and told us what rock stars we were, how cool it was.
Oh, that is just every way possible. It's wonderful. I mean, that's a wonderful story.
If I could leave you with one synchronicity, when Ben showed up, number 3, we introduced ourselves. Ben's older brothers are Mike and Andy. So Mike and Andy were in line, and Ben jumped in line. His 2 older brothers' names are Mike and Andy, and Mike and Andy were already in line. So that was our Pierre synchronicity.
That's great.
Right off the bat with the first 3 people.
Andy, I'm looking at some videos. Do you have a big bushy beard?
I most certainly do.
Okay.
And a tie-dye shirt.
Yeah. Is that a blood drive shirt that you were rocking?
No, actually, it's a King Gizzard shirt.
Oh, okay.
King Gizzard, nice. All right,
I did have my Preston and Steve shirt on overnight. So.
Oh, excellent. All right, well, listen, brother, thanks for checking in, and we're glad you got some stuff you really wanted. Appreciate that, man.
Love y'all.
Love you too. That's fantastic.
I love this.
Yep, I do too. We got a bunch of calls coming in. Let's go to Dana, who's joining us next. Hi, Dana. You're on the air. Good morning. Or Dina.
Good morning. It's Dina. Yes.
Hi, Dina.
Good morning. How is everyone?
Good. All right. So tell us about your experience here.
Yeah. So got there about 8:30 in the morning. And I had looked at the list before we got there and saw that he had only had one Broadway album.
Okay.
And he had it both in CD and vinyl, and it was for Carousel. Carousel happens to be the first show I was ever in as a middle schooler. And so I saw that and I thought, well, I mean, he clearly loved it. He had it in two forms, right? I have to get a copy. We did have one guy walk out around, I don't know, noonish, and everyone kept yelling, "What'd you get? What'd you get?" as people would walk by with a bag. And he didn't say anything. He's like, I got something. And he just kept walking. I said, he got that Carousel album.
And did he?
I don't know. Well, the Carousel album was gone when I got there, but the CD was still there. So I got the CD.
You know, it's so funny because I remember talking about like MGM and you know, Hollywood musicals and Broadway musicals, and I remember him mentioning that Carousel was one of his favorites, and the odd thing that it connected to you in that way. So at least you got the CD, right?
Yes, yeah, and that was great. That was awesome, and I, you know, had eyed up a couple other things to think like, okay, well, if this is gone, then maybe that, and that's gone, then maybe this, and there was a Scritti Politti album. Cupid and Psych 85, probably their only album. And the woman behind me in line was talking about it too. And I got there and it was still there and I picked it up. And then I saw her in line behind me with something else. And I thought, she wants this more than I do. So I gave her the album and she was very happy to take that as well.
Hey, were there
a great day.
Dina, were there any soundtracks on the collection? I don't remember seeing any, but I didn't really look all that close.
That was the only one that I saw was Carousel. That was the only soundtrack that was on either of the two collections. So
I'm wondering if there had to have been people in line who had a printout of all the stuff that was available, and as people were coming out of the store, just kind of checking them off.
There was one woman that absolutely did that. She had a full list of the CDs and the vinyl, and if people walked by, she's like, "What'd you get?" And she would cross them off.
It's almost like the NFL draft, where you have your draft board. It's like, okay, these are my number ones. Okay, let me check this off, check this off, check this off.
It's perfect because NFL draft was all Pierre.
That was his thing.
That was his
Super
thing.
Bowl. Yep. Yes.
Pierre's Super Bowl was the Super Bowl. Yeah.
There was a woman when I was there. She was checking out and she was in tears because she got whatever the album was that she wanted. You know, just like seeing it on the list and waiting in line for hours and hours, and then it's still there, and that's just so special. Similar to Dina finding the CD. That's amazing.
That's excellent.
Yeah.
Dina, glad you had a good experience. Thanks for checking in this morning.
Yeah, great experience. And I'm happy to say I was able to get a new license plate this year, and it's Good Citizen. It's CTZN.
Wow.
You're amazing.
That's a great idea.
That's so amazing.
We'll look for that, Dina. Thank you so much. We're going to go next to Tiffany. Hi there, Tiffany.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, good morning. You were at the Pierre vinyl sale at Vinyl Chickie, right?
Yes, I was. And in line, it was just a great vibe. And what we kept saying was Pierre would have loved to have seen it, because there I was in line. I was actually in line in front of Mark. And next to me was a lawyer. So we spent hours together and just chatted, and we became really great friends. And it was just Pierre bringing everyone together, and it was lovely to see.
Oh, you bring up a good point. We just heard. I mean, you know, the first three guys became fast friends. And I mean, every aspect of this by default is so Pierre that there were, I'm sure, countless friendships formed in line because you're brought together for the admiration and adoration of an individual. And then you want a piece of something that meant a lot to him. So it's mind-blowingly wonderful.
Yeah, I ended up with Fleetwood Mac album and then Pearl Jam CD. It's actually the CD that Eddie Vedder gave a shout out to Nick and Pierre for Pierre buying him a typewriter. And I listened to it on the way home and I couldn't believe it. It was amazing.
That's terrific.
Excellent. What a score. Good for you, Tiffany. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Yeah, and I'm glad that other fans got to connect with each other too. And maybe forge a relationship as well. We're talking about the Pierre vinyl sale. We're going to go to Angela next. Hi, Angela. Good morning.
Hello.
Hi. Do I read this correctly? You were the last person in line?
Not the very last, but my husband and I, maybe 10 people were behind us.
Okay. All right. And did you end up getting anything, or did it wrap up without you?
I did.
Oh, what'd you get?
No, we did. It's FIBA. Some kind of FIBA concert. It's a benefit concert.
Okay.
Oh, see there.
David Crosby, Bob Weir, Phil Lesh, Graham Nash, Bonnie Raitt, they're all on this CD.
That sounds pretty cool.
Yeah. And apparently it's some sort of benefit that they put on for people to have eye surgery, people who can't afford glasses. And they're actually having a concert in San Francisco this May.
Oh, wow.
You know why that was important to Pierre, because he was blind as a bat without his glasses. He loved when I would joke. I would always say, "Man's got the eyes of an eagle."
Yeah, he loved that.
Yep.
Well, cool,
But
Angela.
We were in line.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry?
Go ahead.
We were in line and we met Ryan and Jason and Marissa. And Jason and Ryan stood with us and shared memories probably for almost a half an hour. And another lady and I, at one point, we were all in tears, Jason. And another lady and I had to pee so bad.
Yeah.
And Jason actually took us back to his brewery, Bill's Best, around the corner, opened it up for us, and let us use the bathroom.
I thought you were going to say he held out his hand.
Cupped his hands, yeah.
Like cupped his hand and said, "Here, go here.
Let me go get a straw."
But that's nice, too.
I will drink it from your body.
That's really cool.
It was such a beautiful day.
Yeah.
Let
We
me be your
made so
latrine.
many friends.
That's
no,
great.
it sounds terrific.
Yes.
I have to say that
Thanks, Angela.
I way misinterpreted the way this was going to go. I mean, to me, I knew it would be something.
Yeah.
I thought it would be more.
I didn't think it was standing in line all night. Something
overnight.
You know,
I knew it was going to be special.
Yeah.
But you're right. You can't sometimes guess how these things are going to go, because it became something so much more amazing.
I love it.
It does. It brings back the memories of, standing in line for concert tickets.
Yeah.
I used to camp out here in front of the Suncoast Video on Montgomery Avenue. Of course. And the friendships that you would build every Saturday morning, you'd see these people.
And Pierre does it again.
Yeah. Yep.
Does it again.
Let me go to Justin. Hey, Justin. Morning, bud.
Good morning to see you.
Good morning, sir. All right, do tell your story of being there.
Okay, so we didn't go as early as 11 the night before,
Yeah.
but me and my brother headed over around 8. We got there about 8:45, and we were still behind, I want to say, like 300 people or so.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a pretty long line. We saw Ryan. Ryan recognized me from the camp out, and we saw Marissa while we were almost at the front. I don't know if you remember, my brother had the studded jacket on, the punk jacket.
Yeah, of course. We were talking about the NoFX documentary I went to see on Friday night.
Exactly. We're very excited about that, and I didn't know that. I didn't know that my oldest brother already knew about that, so we're really looking forward to that. Yeah, we were in line 5.5 hours before we
Wow, that was going to be my question.
Yeah.
If you were 300 or so back, how long did that take? Like 5 hours. Man, oh man. Did you also did you make some friendships as well with the people that you were standing around?
Yeah, the people around us were really nice. The people behind us were talking to my brother about fishing. The people in front, we were talking about the Phillies and how terrible they were doing.
Things we can bond over.
You can always bond over that. What did you score?
Yeah, I didn't see that. I wound up with a vinyl of Dawn of the Dickies.
Dawn of the Dickies?
I don't even know what that is.
So, it was a punk album. I knew of the Dickies. I didn't hear them much, but I found out that album has a punk cover of Nights in White Satin.
Oh.
I'd love to hear that.
I recommend it. I listened to that on the way home.
That's awesome.
The most sedate song in the world getting a punk send-up.
I love that. Wow. Well, cool. Justin, I'm glad you were there. And did you feel, kind of like that Pierre presence while you were there?
Not only did I feel that Pierre presence, my brother, we were maybe halfway through our line when he went up to get me and him some coffee and stopped at Fox 29, who was interviewing a couple of people. He got to go live on TV, and just in true Pierre fashion, forgot to grab the coffee on his way back.
Oh, my God. What a great story. All right, Justin, glad you were a part of it. Thank you so much. And I apologize to those who are on hold right now. We're not going to be able to get to your calls, but Bobby Joe and Dave and everybody else, thank you guys for checking in. We do have to take a break because we're doing No Sad Dough, and we got to stay on time for that. But I'm so delighted. This went beyond my personal and your, Steve, expectations of
blown away
of the response. We had been, like I said, we throw these things out on the air, and it's up to the people who are motivated by the words to follow through in action. And come on, this was Pierre Robert, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
But people lined up the night before, and It was a big deal, and I'm happy that this all went out into people's hands.
Yeah.
Because who knows what could happen with a collection like that? It could fizzle out, and
I'm wondering if we're going to start to see an Elvis phenomenon where people spot Pierre. There's footage of Pierre walking through the Seattle woods. Walking away from the camera. I mean, it's just it's an otherworldly thing.
Steve, there were some people in wigs. There were some people going full. And Ryan, did you end up playing the album that you bought for Record Store Day?
I did. So I was sitting inside Vinyl Chickie, and I was like so inspired by the whole thing. I was like, you know what, I'm going to buy a record and play it. So I wound up getting Celluloid Heroes, the greatest hits from the Kinks.
It's one of our favorite songs.
And I finished the show Saturday with that. So
Excellent. Wow. All right. Well, thank you to Lisa over at Vinyl Chickie. It's right by the Keswick Theater, and glad that all of you who went there were able to make a day of it and get something that was important to you. All right. We do have to take a break, so we're going to do that, and we'll come back. We got the beef file, and obviously no sad dough. Your first shot at winning $1,000. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
7 days. We drove in the wintertime, and so we had to stop at night because everything would shut down, like gas stations and everything, because the roads we took were mostly used by 18-wheelers.
Yeah.
Because no one's driving up there. And so because the roads would ice over, it was really dangerous. So we kind of had to plan our stops every night.
No, that's amazing. I mean, you're in areas that, and with it, as you said, are only used by interstate and inter-country truckers. So,
it's actually called the Alaskan Highway.
Yeah, wow. That's pretty
it's
wild.
The only major road that runs.
What did you
through
drive?
A lot of parts.
Were you in a car or did you drive an RV or something?
An F-150.
Okay.
There you go.
Blue truck.
You had the right vehicle. Yeah.
Man, oh man.
Yeah.
And how come you guys ended up not moving there?
Because of us.
It was just we just decided to take a year off of school from college and just go up there and snowboard and hang out, and then we came back to college again.
You got your fill. All right.
Cool.
All right.
All right.
Yeah.
You're back.
Appreciate it, Sierra. So somebody who's actually done it, Kathy.
And see, there were a lot of people that didn't know.
A whole bunch of them at Temple, apparently.
I'm going to go to Nick. Hi, Nick. You're on the air. Good morning.
Yo, guys, put a bomb in a possum and feed it to a shark.
Yep. Right. That's the solution. Yeah. What's up, man?
All right. So I went to O'Hara, Casey's alma mater. Thank you, Delco. And senior year theology class, we had to do a project on different things, and this one girl picked euthanasia, which we were learning about, what you guys were just talking about, was the mass killing of people.
Right.
She literally did her senior theology project on youth in Asia and stood up in the middle of the class and went 10 minutes into her presentation about it. Everybody's laughing and snickering, and the priest, it was Father Urian, finally goes over to her and goes, you can sit down now, hon.
Oh, no. That's mortifying.
People, their jaw was on the ground. She's talking about how children are not being fed in Asia and everything, and we're just all looking at her like
she was
not even close. You're not even in the right ballpark.
Oh, no. That would have been me.
Yeah.
Had you seen the word, though, had you seen the word euthanasia?
No, actually, it wouldn't have been me. I actually thought euthanasia was a country.
Yeah, that would have been your geography class.
Yeah, it would have been my geography.
What's the capital?
Yeah. Wow. All right. Thank you, Nick. Oh, I feel horrible for people when that happens to you. You realize, you realize how dumb that really was. Kath, when did you feel stupid, but probably not because you were in company with other people who did?
I actually laughed so hard. I mean, now that I'm telling the entire area, I'm sure plenty of people make me feel stupid, but no, at first I laughed. I was like, oh my, and I went like this, Preston, look. I took my hands and I just went like this, mind blown.
Wow. Here's a text that says, hey guys, my wife is incredibly intelligent, but one time a few years ago, she said in response to something, frogs don't have blood. And I was like, what? He said she thought that they were, like bugs or something, just a sack of goo. And I still tease her about it because I never win arguments. So that's from Mitch.
Frogs don't have blood.
For whatever reason, she had believed that. Wow.
I think it's very easy with the amount of information you're asked to process throughout life that something will elude you, as you were saying, Nick. Something will get by you.
Here, this text also says they thought that Texas was the biggest state because in those maps, sometimes Alaska is scaled down on the map,
true.
And you don't see that compare. It would take up too much space and take away from the, the contiguous United States. Contiguous.
So
God damn it, I'll never get it right.
When they show it represented, and there are certain maps that will accommodate for the curve of the Earth, and they will show, they'll show it in relative proper size.
Yeah, you want to get the real size look at a globe because Greenland is not nearly as big as it looks like on the maps. Greenland is it's a big island, but it's not as big as it looks on a normal map. So
it looks like a massive continent.
Yeah, if you look at a globe, you'll get the actual size. If you look at a map, you're going to get a distorted size.
Let me go to. Hang on a second.
You can't drive to Greenland, Kathy.
Let me.
Well, I know now because I was looking at maps all weekend.
We go to Joe next. Hi, Joe. You're on the air. Good morning. What's up, Joe?
Hey, guys. Hey, so my story is this. It was back in the early 90s. I was home from Westchester University, Cap.
All right, yes, go Rams.
Old Rams in the house. And we were all sitting out on the front porch, my family and I, and my sisters were out there with my parents. And my parents had just came back from Canada with from a trip with my younger sisters. So we're all sitting out there on the porch, and my one older sister says to my parents, hey, so how was Canada? They said, it was great. And she said, well, how was the weather? And they said, it was hot. And my sister said, really? Wow. The other older sister chimes in and says, of course it was hot. Everybody knows heat rises.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. No lie.
It's like the second story of a house.
Yeah, Canada's above the United States. I'm sure heat rises.
Yeah, he just goes up that way. Oh, my God. That's so funny. And did you guys laugh, get a kick out of that, or what?
We laughed our behinds off, but we've gotten used to my sister saying like crazy outlandish things. Like she had told my one younger sister, "Don't stand next to the microwave; you're going to get radiated."
Right.
Well, that used to be a lot of people had that concern in the early days. Yeah. In fact, there is. Go ahead.
But then with radon being prevalent, she would tell the one younger sister, "Don't go in the basement; you're going to get radon." The younger sister, being so young, thought there was a guy, must have looked like the Michelin Man, who lived in the basement, like Radon Man.
Radon. Oh, that's funny.
Ray Donovan lives in our basement.
I love it.
He was always making up crazy things.
Thanks, Joe. Appreciate it. What is this one, Nick?
It's just like a mispronunciation, but it's sort of like O-range or
okay.
C of E.
This one, yeah. This one time, me and my friends picked up a pizza, and on the top it said Italian, and I looked at it and I said, "What is Italian?" And my buddy goes, "That's Italian, you idiot."
That is orange or fragile.
Yeah. I did the same thing. My buddy was writing down in high school, and I was like, "What is Alabama?" And he was writing down Alabama.
Alabama.
Because that's where he wanted to go to college and play football. I was like, what is Alabama?
I have Chris. Hi, Chris. Good morning.
Listen, a-holes, I don't always use ranch dressing.
Well done.
Good.
One of my favorite moments. What's up, Chris?
Hey, how you doing? So, if you don't mind, maybe we could play the yes or no game here on my stupidity.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do we know why Pounders are called Pounders, the beer?
No.
Yes, I do.
Assume. I know.
Pound them.
Yeah. No, because of the.
It's a pound.
It's a pound. Yeah.
It's 16 ounces of liquid.
I'm 39 years old, and I just realized that last week.
Why'd you think they called them pounders?
Because you can pound them.
You can pound them. There you go. Now there's 16-ounce beers.
Now, I wonder if
thanks, Chris.
Is there some sort of lineage between the fact that pounding, we call it pounding a beer because of a pounder?
Oh, like the term pounding came from
that.
The fact that it was a pounder? I don't know.
Yeah.
You got to pound that down, man.
I didn't know. So, I mean, there was a point in my life where I thought like all rivers ran north and south and that, but there's also, speaking north and the south, I thought when you flew to China,
yes,
that you just kind of flew east and west. And because my buddy Vince, he goes there for business.
I was
quite a
assuming
bit.
that too.
Yeah. I was like,
I didn't
you
think
just
about going over the top.
All the way around. So I'm thinking, is it faster to go east or is it faster to go west? And he's like, no, you go over. I was like, oh, you can go. I didn't know you could fly over. You can fly north over into.
Yeah, the map can be a strange thing because when we have, and we've flown to Europe together before, and the next thing you know, you're getting close to Greenland, and we're like, Aren't we going like way north to get there? And if you look at the map, no, that's the path you take.
Right,
pretty much,
yeah.
you know, and so things on a map versus a globe look a little bit different, and that's why you can be thrown off a little bit by maps that you've seen.
They were pointing that out. I was watching this special about the Titanic sinking and you know, the perception of where things were. And the fact was the Titanic was going along a route that was, at that time, was highly trafficked. It was basically like two opposing lanes, you know, one going one direction, the other going with maybe a 50-mile spread. So that was the way they were going through. But when you saw it depicted and where the ships were placed on the map, it seemed, that was spread out incredibly far, but it wasn't.
Nick just pulled up a flat map of the world, and Greenland looks gigantic, Nick.
Right, and it's called the Mercator projection. I couldn't remember the term earlier, but there was the reason why maps are stretched like that is because of, like, in order to draw them flat so that you can see them in a rectangle.
Yep.
You have to stretch them up in the north and the south. But yeah, Greenland's not nearly that big. Antarctica's not nearly that big as well.
Wow.
Here's a funny text that came in, Preston. I want to find it.
The Mercator projection was Rick Astley's first band, right?
I did not know that.
Yes.
Wow. Let's see here. Somebody texted in and said, I thought that it was Roman Cokes, not rum and Cokes. Roman Cokes. Get a couple Roman Cokes over here, please. Oh, that's so funny.
We have some Greek Cokes.
Yeah, roll out of the Roman. Sorry. Let's go to Colin. Hey, Colin, good morning.
Hey, Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks, buddy. What's up?
Hey, so my sister-in-law, who just graduated from college, we were all hanging out like a year or two ago, and we were just talking about traveling, and she was going on and about how she had been to another country before, and all of us were like, oh, that's news to us. Where you been? She's like, well, we went to that wedding. Remember Steph's wedding? And we're like, yeah, that was in Colorado. She's like, yeah, the country of Denver. And
No.
Are you kidding?
That's a lie.
I swear. And so she was probably like 12 or 13 at the time of the wedding, but she thought because she got on a plane to go there.
Oh, okay. So this had lived in her memory as a child, and yet, even though she goes on to graduate college, for some reason, she never really... that's hard to believe.
There's some other issues at work here.
But wow.
Was there any head trauma involved at any point?
Did she fall too?
It's funny you say that, but that's a totally separate story.
Okay. All right.
She dissociated Denver.
That's
from the
wow. That's
reality of
tough,
Denver,
man.
Colorado.
That's funny. All right. Thanks,
I find
Colin.
it hard that somebody wouldn't set you right on that.
All right. This one I like. All right. So, and they, I have to spell this. They said they thought that prog rock, P-R-O-G, rock, was prog rock, P-R-A-G-U-E, and all the bands were from Prague. It says that I'm 32 and I have 2 master's degrees.
All these bands, great bands coming out of Prague.
These bands out of Prague, they all like really long songs.
It's like the Mersey beat.
That are very, meticulous and difficult and have odd time signatures. That's so weird that just in Prague. I got about 30 more seconds, so I just want to wait and make it official and all that good stuff. But a reminder of our Word of the Week prize. We have a new Monster Bundle for the NASCAR All-Star Series, which is coming up May 17th, Dover Speedway, and that'll get you 4 tickets to the race, and also the Turns, which is a spot there, and 4 pre-race passes, and you get access to the track before the whole thing starts. So it's over like a $600-800 value, something like that. So we will get the letter at the end of the program to start that off. Make sure you don't miss out on it, and make sure you don't miss this opportunity.
93.3 WMMR Philadelphia. It's time for a keyword.
The keyword is bronze, B-R-O-N-Z-E. Yes, bronze. You have until 25 minutes after the hour to enter that, and there are 3 ways to do it. On the contest page, WMMR.com, via the MMR app, or you can also text it, the special contest short code number, which is 45911. One winner gets $1,000. Beasley will call, so make sure that you answer your phone. And the Preston and Steve No Sad Dough is brought to you by Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union. So the word again is bronze, B-R-O-N-Z-E. If you want to win, you got to enter that right now. Good luck.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, I got some stories from the weekend, and we'll start with this one. The Virginia Tech football season didn't exactly start off as planned. The team's spring football game on Saturday was delayed by nearly an hour. After a skydiver crashed into the scoreboard at Lane Stadium in Blacksburg, Virginia during pregame festivities. The skydiver was hanging by the lettering on the scoreboard for about 30 minutes before emergency personnel could reach him. Prior to the crash, the skydiver seemed to be on a good course toward the field where he was supposed to land, carrying a giant American flag. He was gliding down towards the stadium before coming up short and slamming into the scoreboard. The impact broke off some of the lettering on the scoreboard, and the skydiver was stuck dangling by his parachute until authorities could get him down with a ladder. Soon after the rescue, the Virginia Tech Athletics Department reported the skydiver was safe and was currently stable. They said, "We are grateful to report the skydiver was safely secured and is currently stable. Our primary focus remains on their well-being. We extend our sincere appreciation to the first responders, event staff, and medical personnel for the swift, coordinated professional response." The PA announcer at the stadium also announced to fans that the skydiver was indeed okay. 3 skydivers made their way into the stadium, but only one actually landed on the field as planned.
They need to brush up on that.
Along with a skydiver who was stuck on the scoreboard, a third one was pushed onto an adjacent practice field by the wind. The scoreboard at Lane Stadium was visibly damaged when the skydiver made contact, of course.
Maybe just have them walk into the stadium with their chutes deployed.
Here's the follow-up story for you, friends. 3 Southern California residents have been sentenced in a bizarre insurance fraud scheme, which prosecutors say involved them staging fake bear attacks on high-end cars.
That's the way to do it.
It all stems from a claim the suspects filed with their insurance company saying a bear got into their car, a 2010 Rolls-Royce Ghost, and damaged the inside with scratches.
I was nowhere near that friggin' thing.
The California Department of Insurance said the suspects provided a video to the company which showed the bear in the car. An investigator into the claim, dubbed Operation Bear Claw, took a close look at the video and found the bear was actually a person in a bear costume, the insurance department said.
It's the best.
Investigators then took the video to biologists with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to also look at the video. The biologist said, quote, "It was clearly a human in a bear suit."
He kept checking his phone.
Investigators uncovered 2 other fraudulent claims submitted to different insurance companies regarding the same incident. And of course, they were busted. Alifia Zuckerman, Ruben Temerezian, and Vahe Mardakayan were all sentenced to 180 days in jail and ordered to pay restitution. A 4th suspect still has a pending case. Officials say the total cost of the insurance companies was $141,000.
Bear costume.
A man in China who had a 12-centimeter long metal chopstick lodged in his throat for 8 years.
8 years.
Recently had surgery to remove the object.
There was something in there.
The man, whose name was Wang, underwent the surgery.
I think there's something wrong with my throat.
In early March,
I'm not sure.
His experience had shocked internet users. 8 years ago, Wang swallowed the chopstick by accident while eating and drinking alcohol.
How do you swallow something like that by accident?
I know. Can you do the Wang clip again? You can barely hear it. Hey, Wang. Hey, Wang. At the time...
Caddyshack?
It is.
Yeah.
At the time, he felt pain but did not have any breathing problems. When Wang went for a hospital checkup, doctors suggested cutting the side of his neck open to take out the chopstick, but he declined this option and decided to leave it where it was.
It's fine.
Wang, an alcoholic, said in the
I'm
following...
an alcoholic, so it doesn't matter. I'm fine. I got bigger fish to fry. Because I'm an alcoholic.
He said in the following 8 years, he occasionally felt the eating implement, but decided to endure it. Now I'm thinking of him at an Alcoholic Anonymous meeting, announcing himself to the crowd.
My name is Wang.
Hi, what was it again?
Wang. I'm an alcoholic, and I have a chopstick in my throat.
Well, we're just alcohol, man. If you want a chopstick in the throat support group.
So
Start your own.
He attributed the discomfort to a normal reaction from drinking alcohol, but weeks ago, Wang felt the pain every time he got up in the morning.
Yeah.
The pain was more acute when he swallowed things, and the situation was relieved after some rest. This prompted him to visit the hospital. An examination found a metal chopstick in the soft palate of Wang's throat. Fortunately, the nearby mucous membrane was not injured, and the related organs did not shift their position. His vocal cords functioned normally, actually. Doctors planned a minimally invasive operation to remove the object via his mouth because Wang objected to them cutting his neck. Finally, the 12-centimeter-long metal chopstick was retrieved. The surgery went smoothly with a small amount of bleeding during the operation, and Wang recovered well and was discharged from the hospital just a few days later.
I wonder if it had been a wooden chopstick, if that had presented more issues, if it, as it perhaps started to splinter or whatever, the fact that it was a metallic chopstick.
I would guess
to stay in there longer.
It may have just disintegrated over those 8 years, though.
I don't know. All right, and then one more story. Everything is not awesome for a grand theft suspect recently arrested in Irvine for allegedly stealing valuable Lego figurines from sets and then would replace them with dried pasta.
This is almost as good as the bear suit.
Jarrell Augustine was busted during his most recent scheme at a local Target. Police said Augustine bought Lego sets from Target stores at least 70 times, removed the mini figures, the actual humanoid figures, and then would place and other pieces from the boxes, and then he would replace the figurines with dried durum wheat semolina pasta and return the sets to the stores. Target reported at least 70 thefts nationwide tied to the same suspect, stacking up about $34,000 in losses.
This guy had to work on this plan.
The social media post shows surveillance videos of Augustine shopping for Lego sets at Target stores, followed by his arrest, captured on officer-worn body cameras. The clip also includes photos of bags of dried Goya brand pasta that the suspect used in the swaps, as well as the stolen Lego figurines, which included pieces from Star Wars sets.
This is going to make me rich.
He was booked into the county jail for grand theft over that. Yet another one of the Lego thieves out there.
Well,
all right, and that is
swapped it with pasta.
That is what we have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, if you're just jumping in, we revealed a contest keyword for No Sad Dough, and for this hour, it's bronze, BRONZE. And you have until 25 minutes after the hour to enter that. You can do that through our app, through the website, or you can text it to the special contest short code, which is 45911. It's brought to you by Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union. So make sure that you enter it now. Don't miss any of these opportunities.
Shot at money.
We give you a nice, almost a half-hour window to get it done, too, which is great. So text the word bronze, and we're hoping that you're going to be a winner. We're going to take a quick break, come back in a second. Don't forget, later on this morning, around 10 o'clock, Art Alexakis from the band Everclear will be joining us. We'll be back in just a moment, so make sure you stay with us, my friend.
MMRBQ 2026.
Legends riding.
The all-day party you don't want to miss. Saturday, May 9th at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Godsmack, Alice Cooper, The Hooters, Everclear. Plus, Des Rocks, Cammy Kehoe, Lilac, Local Shots Opener, The Circus Hearts. For a limited time, a 4-pack of lawn seats is just $144 all in, plus tax at Ticketmaster.com. From 93.3 WMMR, everything that rocks.
Music.
Yeah. Thank God. Let's see. How about Joe? Good morning, Joe. You're on the air.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up,
guys? So I'm an RN at emergency department, and one of the guys I work with, he's about ready to graduate nursing school. So we were talking about some of the old shows we saw. Sonny and Cher came up, and he never heard of them. I says, "You never heard of Cher? Musician, she was in movies." So he looks up Cher and he says, "Oh yeah, she was in this movie Burlesque." Burlesque? You mean burlesque?
Burlesque.
His new name now is Burlesque. Every time he walks by, "Hey, Burlesque!"
Oh no!
Man,
oh,
He'll
Joe.
never live it down. He'll never live it down.
That's great.
Sure,
Thank you, Joe.
It's one of my favorite movies, by the way.
Burlesque. And then, when you make a statement like that and you realize you're wrong, and it's like, oh no.
And why did I say that out loud?
There was, Steve, I think it was Wink Martindale talking about getting a word wrong, and he was on, I think it was Tic Tac Toe. He was the host of that show.
Right.
And one of the clues, the answer was orangutan.
Yes.
But he had never seen the word written down before. And the person answered orangutan, and he goes, "No, it's orangutan."
No kidding.
Or something like that. And he said, I felt like the biggest moron in the world, but he had never seen the word orangutan.
It's because I still will say by default orangutan.
Yeah, with
even
the
though
G
it's
on the end, me
orangutan.
too.
Yeah, and it's not. It's orangutan.
Yep.
And then you gotta like pretend like you were just joking.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, listen, Kathy, that's not as you're in company. You have people along with you.
Few out there.
Yeah. There's apparently an entire class of Temple that believes it as well.
5 points Delco.
Let me go to.
There was
hang
that
on.
other story, Casey. Watch yourself.
I'll go to Sam. Hi, Sam. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, what's up, Sam?
So I have two things. First thing is I just found out recently, by the way, I'm 24 years old. I just found out recently that there's a Virginia and a West Virginia.
Understandable, though. You think they'd just be referring that they were actually separate, but
that you're in Western Virginia right now. And
right.
Yeah, is that what you thought? It was one state, but there was a western part of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No.
So, and I mean, I think it's understandable.
Absolutely. I'm going to give you that one, Sam.
It's understandable.
The other thing is that my friend thought that, she's also 24, she thought that buffalo chicken, like, buffalo chicken dip, stuff like that it came from a spicy chicken.
Rather than because the old one is that it came from a buffalo.
Right,
we
yeah.
learned that from
No.
Jessica Simpson, but they actually raise spicy chickens.
Yep, that this was somehow.
They feed them jalapenos, habaneros,
all that
stuff like that,
and then when they die, they're just the tastiest, spiciest.
Oh my god. Yep.
Though that's so. What's worse that the people that was in Jessica Simpson thought it was a buffalo, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, no, it was chicken of the sea.
Well, both of them.
Yeah,
both of those
shit,
things.
both
Yeah,
of
yeah.
those?
So,
Oh.
or I think so. But yeah, the chicken of the sea. She thought she didn't know it was tuna.
Sea chicken. Yeah.
So yeah. Oh my God. These little brain fart moments, man.
But remember when
They're the
when
best.
you jump on someone, remember that there's just something waiting in your mind that may not have been exposed yet.
You just wish that you have these revelations while you're by yourself.
Right.
Oh my God, yes.
Yes.
And then who do you admit that to if you do?
Then you can sort of, oh my God, do you know that I used to think that?
Well, have you ever had? I've had it where you'll be reading and you dodge a bullet because you're reading something. You go, oh my God,
right?
I've been way off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, most definitely. Wow. All right. Well, wallow in that for a little while this morning. And thank you.
Marissa posted a poll, and she put it as an anonymous poll. Did you know you could drive from Philadelphia to Alaska?
So far, 83% knew yes,
Yeah,
you could.
They sure did. Come on, people. If you didn't know, just let me see.
Fess up.
Help me out.
Help a gal out.
16.9% didn't and know now.
I'm not alone.
All right. Well, listen, let's take a break and come back in a second and dive into some bizarre file stories will make you feel better.
Oh,
Definitely.
good.
We'll do that in a bit. Don't forget, Coolest Teacher. We started that today. Burlington County Institute of Technology. You guys are the first ones up. First time that name has ever been called, by the way, I've been told. So text the word teacher to 39333. We'll send you the voting link. You let us know who deserves the honor. We'll be back in a little bit. I wanted to go back to the story that Kathy had in the news, and it was a woman, a local gal who has gone viral because her grandmother?
Yep. So her grandmother was from Conshohocken, and her grandfather was from Ambler. They met and they got married. I forget what year they were married. 1952 they were married. And they went from Philadelphia to New York City for their honeymoon. And the grandmother took all of the outfits. 93.3 WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy. Steve, you want to share some info?
Yes, I do. After a couple years, the Mutiny on the Mashalou is back. It's my wife's signature charity event for Max Fund, which benefits TNR programs and helps get homeless cats and medical treatment, provides a centralized fund that pet charities can call from anyway. It's been a couple years, so it's back on the Mashalou. It's sponsored by Rafferty Subaru. Parking will be free. They're giving a special dispensation that evening. The wonderful people down there are taking care of the parking. So let me tell you what you get for your ticket price of $40. It's pretty amazing. You get great food tastings from Algorithm Restaurant, Zaz Ice Cream, Tuck-Ins, Nothing Bun Cakes, Rosie's Kettle Corn, Insomnia Cookies, Finger Food for the Mashaloo, and more. Drink tastings from Yard's Brewery, Chadsford Winery, Clear Rum, Stateside Vodka, and more. And the cool part is, I don't know if you haven't been to one before, there are wandering entertainers while this is going on. And that DJ Perry's providing the music. Bad Entertainment will provide jugglers, giant bubble-blowing guys. Mike Palladino is a magician. Strongman Todd Jones. Tarot card readers, Reagan Tilton and Jacqueline, let me get her name correct here, Baker. Bryn the Contortionist is going to be the Pirateers, Kittens to Pet. It's a big thing. That $40 is going to go to the charity. Everyone is donating their wonderful services and food gratis. So it's a win-win for all the animals in the tri-state area.
It's only $40.
That's pretty damn good.
Hell yeah.
And everyone's very generous about it. You can go to maxfun.com to order your tickets. It's June 8th. Thursday, it's from 6 to 9, so it's before your weekend plans. I'm going to be there, and there's going to be a lot of people hanging out there. We'd love to see you. Have a good time.
I'll be there.
Oh, awesome. And so I'll be hitting it. It's just great to be up on the deck of the Masho. Love that place. And again, the fact that you do not have to pay for the parking in that lot right there makes it super convenient. So we'd love to see you out at the event. And
I have to believe this is all at PrestonandSteve.com.
Yes,
right?
yes.
Okay.
And we're adding stuff. So it's actually, as people find out about it, very generous food providers and other people and entertainers are approaching me and like, yeah, let's make the party even bigger. So,
awesome.
And my wife Claire is doing a great job putting everything together. So it's awesome. But thank you, Preston. I just wanted to get it out.
No, please.
We're excited about it.
PrestonandSteve.com to get the info. Another thing I want to mention, just a reminder, this weekend, the movie The Machine opens up.
Yes.
And we want you, if you love Bert Kreischer and love our relationship with Bert, go see the movie.
Yeah, go see it.
Support it, and it looks hilarious.
Yeah.
It looks fantastic. So
if it gets a good, strong first week, that's all you need. That weekend, Memorial Day weekend, it'll be fantastic.
I'm going to hit that a few times this week just to remind people. There's a great picture of him and Kevin Smith together. Did he come by for an interview with a podcast or something?
He was on Kevin's podcast. Yeah, I watched some of it yesterday. I think they ended up talking. This might surprise you, for 2.5 hours.
Oh my God!
Yeah, because both of those guys are talkers and have a million stories to tell. But yeah, I watched a few of the clips yesterday, and it's cool to the guys that we love the best, and to see them in the same room at the same time is pretty nice.
Opens on Friday. Go see The Machine. All right, in a little while, we are going to have a young woman by the name of Maggie Drozdowski on the program. You probably saw the story. If not, she was bit by a shark. In Stone Harbor, surfing. 6 stitches, nothing really bad, but I mean, there haven't been any shark bites in a while down that way, and her foot looks pretty gnarly. We're going to talk to her in a little while about that. And while the subject is up, I didn't think we'd have too many people that would have stories of being bitten by sharks.
Yeah, I was bitten half, but I'm doing fine.
But, man, there are people, if you've been bitten by an animal, it's pretty freaky. And if you think about it, and I'm not talking about dogs and cats.
Yeah,
and obviously
scruffy on the couch.
Those can be pretty bad too. But there are plenty of other animals that can bite you. And even though you, as a human being, are going to win in that competition, the other one's going to die if you want it to. It's still pretty freaky, terrifying.
There was a story recently about a woman, a dairy farm, was bitten by a cow.
Oh, yeah.
Bitten by a cow.
Sure, man.
And like a lot of damage, broke her arm.
Yeah, 215-263-WMMR. If you were bitten by an animal, not just, your pet or a dog or a cat, something a little bit different than that. We'd like to hear about that.
My friend lives on a farm, and the neighboring farm has cows, and there were babies there. And so we were there once, and we went to go look at the calf. And my friend stepped into where it was, and she was like, you guys stay there, because she said if the mom gets pissed, you don't want to be in here for that.
Sure. So you just don't think a cow's that way.
Yeah, I just thought a cow.
Docile.
We can get out in enough time. They're slow. They're big.
You're only seconds away from an utter catastrophe.
Come on.
Seriously.
Come on.
You know what freaks me out though? The little reptiles that can latch on. A kid, a little boy is playing with one, and it just latches onto their finger.
So Trish here from our sales department.
Yeah.
She and her husband have bearded dragons. And I was at their house one night, and she was showing them to us, and I stepped away for a little bit, and she's like, oh, I got bit. And I turn around. Marissa, by the way, I got a 420 shout-out birthday.
Oh, boy.
Says, good morning, Preston, huge listener. Been listening to you guys almost 17 years now. My birthday is April 20th. I know this might be late getting to you, but I would love to hear you say my name and birthday on the radio. My daughter makes fun of me because all day long I bring you guys up if something happens. Anyway, I know your time's limited, and I would love to have a happy birthday shart. My daughter's birthday is also at the end of May 31st. She's going to be 15. She's been listening to you all her life.
Oh, awesome.
My name is Stephen Chechia, and her name is Francesca. So here's a shart out.
Right on the money.
For you, my friend, and a happy 420 birthday for you, buddy.
That's pretty cool that the daughter and dad listening to the same show.
I love it.
It's an alien. Like when I was growing up, that wouldn't have been the case in the car. I wouldn't be listening to the same stuff my parents wanted to listen to.
And I've got another 420 thing to mention here. This is Gadzooks, my favorite radio show. 420 marks 17 years from my very first listen. And this is a different person who's been listening for 17 years. It says, I was facing severe anxiety and stress in my job in 2009, and I was looking for a podcast to make me laugh. I knew immediately I had found something when your second birthday that day was Mike Portnoy, drummer of my favorite band. 17 years later, I'm confident that I'm your biggest fan in Oregon.
Oh, okay. Back home to Oregon.
Exactly. He said, I've never missed a podcast episode and grateful. Even though all of your changes that you still make me laugh, I don't know if I could have made it through that time in my life without your show.
That's awesome.
It says also, fun fact, 42009, my first show was the episode where Preston first shared his big dog, where'd you get that hat, Kenny, story. Thank you for being a part of my life, even back home in Oregon, is what he said.
Back home to Oregon.
So this is from Evan Dickens, who reached out. So we're going to send you a shard out, buddy. And thanks he just came across this stuff.
I love that. I love those random that they're, out of the country, around the world, and just came across us on, their whatever YouTube service, whatever podcast service they're using.
Yep. Here's another shard out. Is from Nick Martino. Says, hey, totally Presbo. I'm writing this for my good friend Jack Cutts, who's who's an avid listener to the show, comes out to every event you guys do, and I know for a fact he is there the majority of days at camp out in his red and white classic 66 Ford F100, helping out as much as he can. One of the best guys I know, old soul, great guy. Wanted to write you for a short out for his birthday in August. Oh, wow. Okay. But his mom informed me recently he was in a bad dirt bike accident while running a South Jersey enduro race, and he is a big part of that, and he injured his arm badly, broke his leg too, and need a big juicy shard out or anything along the lines to let him know you guys are thinking of him. So, yeah, Nick will gladly do that. So that is for Jack Cutts. Jack, hope you're doing better, man. Hang in there, bud. And then another one. I guess this is Preston's mailbag right
now. Listen, send your letters.
Yeah.
I love this, though. We're getting some really cool ones.
This is from, Jesse, who is also Grandeur Band on YouTube. He says, we accidentally made a YouTube punk show in Delaware, meaning YouTubers of the Preston and Steve show. May 2nd at Christina Pub, some kind of tribute night is what it's called. And somehow every band has a YouTuber in it, totally unplanned. He said the Meat Fits are tributing the Misfits. Those goddamn Banana Bandits are tributing Alice in Chains and Stone Temple Pilots.
Oh, wow.
Sap and Oak are doing an acoustic grunge/alt set, and Road to Ruin is tributing the Ramones. So now it's a bunch of MMR YouTubers playing loud music in a dive bar for $5, which feels like either a warm-up for MMRBQ or the start of a small local incident. 21 and over, doors at 8, and he said, if you heard about this on the news, this is your warning. All right, so there you go. I thought I would pass
that on. That's very cool.
Shout out to those guys. Right. I didn't know that was going to happen.
And Preston, there is a new signal that they're using on YouTube. They're throwing the YouTube logo on whenever it gets a YouTube shout out.
Oh, nice.
In our chat. Yeah.
Nice. Excellent. Well, we will do that from time to time. So Steve just sent this article over to me. I thought this was definitely worth talking about, Steve. This was, I assume this is out of the Inquirer. It's about the fact that we here in Philadelphia, and it's probably common in most cities, just don't want to stop calling things a certain name, even though that name has been changed anyhow.
Yeah, it's an opinion piece. The author's name is at the bottom of it, but she went through a whole bunch of stuff, and I'm like, yeah, that's true. That's true.
Stephanie Farr wrote this.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and to give you a couple of examples, and then feel free to call in, chime in with something that you just won't stop calling it that, even though its name has gone by the wayside several years ago. So here's an example: Delaware Avenue.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's not Delaware Ave anymore. It's Columbus Boulevard, right? Or at least the part of it.
I thought parts of it were Delaware Avenue and parts of it were Columbus.
Yeah, so did I. I don't. Okay.
I think the whole stretch. I hear more people refer to the whole stretch as Delaware Avenue.
Delaware Ave, yeah.
all the time.
More fun.
Yeah, I'd stopped calling it Delaware Ave. It's Columbus Boulevard to me now, but like when Maui and all those, and Egypt and all that were there, I always called it Delaware Ave.
Do you guys remember Baja Beach Club?
Sure.
Yes, yeah.
It's back.
Really?
Yes, they had like a soft opening a couple weeks ago,
no way.
and
Very
like
soft.
it's coming back. Well, I'll find some more details. Maybe my connoisseur encore.
So here are a few other ones. The Gallery.
Yeah.
I mean, it hasn't been the Gallery for, 2015? Something like that?
We had a friend in town yesterday who's traveling, did not bring the right amount of clothes for this cold weather.
Oh, geez.
And Matt was like, what's the clothing, like, where's the mall on Market Street? And I was like, well, the Gallery, the fashion district. I said, who are you telling?
Yeah.
Because if they are an out-of-towner, you have to call it the fashion district. But
Yeah.
if it's somebody local, you can call it the Gallery.
Yeah. Mac machines.
Yeah.
We still tap Mac.
Still tap Mac.
Rochelle says that from time
Does
to time.
she? Yeah. Tap the
gotta
Mac.
tap Mac. I
When
mean, we
did
don't do it that much anymore because cash just isn't as, we don't use it as much as we used to, but yeah.
When did it stop being Mac machines? When did it? I don't like saying ATM.
I always say I'm going to hit the ATM.
Yeah.
I always say ATM. I've never said tap Mac.
2005.
Okay.
That's when it stopped?
Yes.
Yeah.
21 years ago.
Shows you once something gets locked in.
Yeah.
It's hard to break it,
You're
man.
stuck with it.
Especially regionally.
So we worked with a guy named Pat Schmidt, and he hated when I would say I'm going to hit Mac. He's like, no, you don't hit Mac, you tap Mac. I was like, okay,
Yeah, I could see that. Let's see. How about the Electric Factory?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that will always be the Electric Factory to me.
I always, yes. I mean, how many great concerts, how many great moments spent at the Electric Factory?
Many.
Franklin Music Hall?
Yeah.
I have to remind myself.
I couldn't tell you the last time I went there. I mean, decades.
Oh, really?
We're talking about those Santa parties. Remember that we had a
Those
couple
probably
of
the last few things I went to were Santa, not SantaCon, but the running of the Santas events that we would do there. Marissa, have you been to a show there?
Yeah, they have tons of great shows. Pierre and I went to the Circle Jerks and the Descendants. They have a good concert lineup.
Yeah, and it was, Electric Factory Concerts. You had that name too, which was part of the whole thing.
And the bar next to it, it's now called Doom. I will forget because it's always been so many places. Remember we had a singles mixer at one of those?
Was it the whiskey?
Or
Ryan.
Hold on, Ryan's got it.
So that used to be the Voltage Lounge.
Oh, jeez.
Right, was the place before it was Doom. So that was where.
Yeah,
they
but then
used
it
to-
was something else too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It wasn't Whiskey Tango, but it was something like that. It was like a code name of something.
It was. I remember because we had a couple of events there, at least one I remember in particular.
Damn. Yeah.
And Whiskey Tango is in my mind, but I know that's not it.
No, but it was almost like that name like that, like a code name. 'Cause I remember we did an event there one time where we had people take off their clothes and swap their clothes. And we did a contest. I remember that clearly at that place.
It was
Damn
a good stage.
Or it was or it had like a country name to it or something like that.
We had those Budweiser events, Casey, like the Bud with your friends.
Yeah.
Damn, somebody's going to know.
Yes,
Somebody will know that.
Get to us. We need to know.
I feel like I'm one street off, by the way. I know where the Electric Factory is, or Franklin Music Hall. What street was Tiki Bob's and McFadden's on?
Oh, those are Fourth
Okay.
and Spring Garden,
Okay.
and 8th and Spring Garden, between Spring Garden and Kettle Hill, yeah.
7th was Electric Factory, right?
Is it 7th or 8th?
It's 7th.
7th or 8th, one and two.
Okay.
I get mixed up when I get around there. Damn, I should
With Whiskey Dicks.
Whiskey
Dicks!
That's it.
Thank
That's
you,
it.
Texter.
Yep. Thank you very much. And there was some kind of
whiskey penis
thing in there. Whiskey penis, whatever it was. All right, here's one I don't use. SEPTA's Broad Street Line and Market East and Pattison stations. I'm not a train rider, so I really, I don't use the lingo much.
Yeah, I've caught on to NRG Station is the one at the stadium, but Jefferson Station is the old, whatever 13th Street was. Now I forget.
Yeah, I don't use it, so
But the one,
not that familiar.
They have changed the trolley lines. If you guys aren't aware, the bus and the trolley lines have all gotten new numbers and new names. And I will be standing there sitting on the trolley, and someone will be like, "Is this the 48?" And he's like, "It is the T1, ma'am."
Really?
Like the drivers are instructed to call it the new line of what it is.
You would imagine.
It's great, but when you're running late for work, just tell me what I'm going on.
Jessica, hi, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, what is something that, even though it has a name, you still go with the old name?
I will die on the hill that it will always be known as the Tweeter Center.
The Tweeter Center, yes.
Yeah.
We went through many iterations, but the Tweeter...
Many.
Remember the Tweeter retail store? There were TVs and electronic stores.
They went away.
I mean, it was for me, it's the Sony Blockbuster East Center.
Yeah, that was the clunkiest name.
It was horrible.
Sony Blockbuster East Center. That was what it was first called?
Yeah, we just called
Thank you,
it East
Jessica. The Tweeter Center, it's Freedom Mortgage Pavilion now. There was another name in there, too.
BB&T?
Oh, God, I don't even remember that. EB&T?
BB&T.
BB&T. Yeah. Okay.
And then one year it was just the Waterfront Music Pavilion when it was sold.
How gorgeous a name is the Waterfront Music Pavilion.
Wow. All right, here's another one on this list. Spaghetti Warehouse.
Oh, yeah.
I remember eating at the Spaghetti Warehouse.
It's now Union Transfer.
Yeah. That's wild. I did not know that.
We used to go there and sneak liquor in before shows at the Electric Factory.
Wasn't that Spaghetti? Not
Spaghetti Dicks?
No, Spaghetti Dicks.
Same neighborhood.
I guess it was Spaghetti Warehouse. I don't think it was something else. The Spaghetti Factory is what I thought it was. But it's Electric Factory. Maybe I'm getting the two mixed up. Yeah. The Gayborhood. Apparently, they tried to rename the Gayborhood, and I didn't know this, is Midtown Village in the mid-aughts. I don't know. But something, it was an attempt to downplay the LGBTQ plus history and presence in the community. Others believe it was an attempt to try to sound like New York City, though. But the Gayborhood is the Gayborhood.
And it will always be.
Yeah. Philadelphia Museum of Art.
There you go. We know that story.
Nice try.
Yep. Not happening. So yeah, there's a variety that they have in this article.
So in Delco, we still, I can't tell you how long ago the Bazaar went away, but
you keep bringing this up. It's such a big, it was, and other people mention it too.
Yeah. It's, the Bazaar is not even there, right? It's an Acme, it's a Home Depot, and the movie theater is now in Modell's. I don't even know if the Modell's is there anymore, but you still call it the Bazaar. And for the longest time, there's a little shopping center right off, it's on McDade Boulevard, right off the Blue Route. I still would be like where Heckinger's is or Heckinger's was, you know?
Yeah. You don't even know, and you use names of places, and I think we all do it, that maybe don't even exist there anymore.
Sure. Or you can also, when you're giving directions to somebody, you know where the old so-and-so used to be?
Yeah.
You make a right there, and of course.
Do you know the thing that you've never seen?
Yeah. But of course, to a local, they'll know exactly what you're talking about. We'll go to Dylan. Dylan, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Good morning.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
What's up? Yeah, so Franklin Mills, man. We don't call Philadelphia Mills out here.
Oh, yeah.
It'll always be Franklin Mills,
right?
and they've tried to change the name. Yeah, Franklin Mills. That's how I know it. By the way, how is Franklin? What is the story of that facility now? We were talking about that area.
Somebody's turning it into like a huge baseball complex or something like that.
Right, like we saw the aerial plans. And we didn't realize there were that many acres of land associated with that.
It's still open. Reading this article, it remains open. Many stores today are vacant, and the building was listed for sale in December. Real estate developer Dean Adler is under contract to buy the property and plans to turn it into a mixed-use space with a water park, sports venue as well.
I remember how depressing it was walking around that, man. It was just like a ghost town.
Yeah, I haven't been in there in long time.
Westover Drive is now Martin Luther King Jr. Drive.
Okay.
But I still always call that Westover Drive.
We just turned on it on Friday. We were going to the art museum for prom pictures. And I'm like, am I going to go down here and then make a right on the West River? You know, like I know
it's
that
burned
it's not,
in.
yeah.
It's fine, but like your daughter who's in the car might not be familiar with that road. She's like, no, it's MLK Drive.
Mm-hmm.
Aren't they almost like in parentheses, West River?
So somebody texted in, and I guess Kelly Drive used to be East River Drive.
Yes, it did.
So, and that got renamed. So, I mean,
and that's burned in my mind. Well, that's burned in my mind as Kelly Drive. That's all I ever knew it as.
Yeah, I only know from G Love's I-76, a song, East or West River Drive is right for you. So I knew that there was both at one time or another. Let me go to Tom next. Hey, Tom, good morning.
Morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
So how about Mac and Manco?
Oh, yeah.
I still call it Mac and Manco.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I grew up going down the shore. Everyone, and once they changed the name to Manco and Manco, I'm like, that doesn't make any sense to me. So
That's stupid.
Mac and Manco.
Yeah. We can't have it.
Yep.
We do get precious with these names, but I mean, it's again, if you spent years using those names, you're just going to default to it.
Second nature.
I wonder if Philly is more reticent than some other cities. I think it's probably it's probably true to just about anywhere where you have something that's been known and beloved, but maybe we're a little bit more resistant.
My brother's been calling it Mancos because, he's taking a son and it's Manco and Manco. So Mancos. And every time I hear it, I think of what was a place on South Street called Macos. It was a place with the 69-cent High Lifes. It was on like fifth. It was called okay. It was a bar right on the corner, right across from the Larry the Larry Fine mural. Yeah.
Near the Stugarium?
Mancos? I think it maybe was Mancos or
was it
something
Mancos?
like that. Yeah.
I don't know. Somebody had text in, by the way, going back to when I had called the Spaghetti Factory, and they triggered this memory. This person's from St. Louis. They said, Spaghetti Factory is on Laclede's Landing in St. Louis. And then they said, remember the Checker Dome? So the Checker Dome, I'll give you that, where the St. Louis Blues plays was called the Arena. It was just a simple name. It was called the Arena. But many people don't know this, but Purina is based out of the St. Louis area. So they bought the rights to it, or they had done some improvements on it, and they changed the name of it to the Checker Dome because Purina has a little checkerboard. Is there?
Why not the Purina Arena?
It was, right.
All right.
But it was a Checker Dome for several years, and then it went back to the Arena, and then they eventually tore it down. But
it always stayed the Checker Dome.
I always called it the Arena.
Oh, all right.
Because that was the old school name. Yep.
We still call it the Grand Run Mall. And the Grand Run Mall is not even there anymore. I mean, there are shops there, and I don't even know what the shops are called, but we call it the Grand Run Mall.
Yeah, just that location.
It's not a mall.
It's not a mall.
It's a collection of buildings.
Yeah.
For years, I called Ardmore Music Hall Brownies.
Yeah.
And
I mean, I still kind of do.
Do you call it 23 East, or did you call it Brownies?
Brownies.
Okay.
Yeah, we always it was Brownies.
But you'd also have it'd be Brownies 23 East.
Yeah. And just Brownies is easier to say.
But I didn't know that it was because before it was Brownies, it was 23 East.
Right.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so when we have tons of MMR recordings, like Fish played 23 East, and that was eventually became Brownies 23 East, is now Ardmore Music Hall.
Was Brownies also another bar elsewhere, and that's why they added it to the name, and they bought that, or am I way off on that?
I don't know. I don't know which came first, but there were multiple Brownies.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, then I'm not wrong about that, because there was one in Plymouth Meeting, I thought.
Yes.
In fact, that's where I was when I found out that you guys were the new morning show.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had an event there. I was a Y100 Street Squad member.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was Brown Eyes.
Yeah, it was Brown Eyes.
So long ago.
So my buddy used to park cars at that Brownies, by the way. He said that they paid for their spring break by taking quarters out of people's, it would be like
they were valet?
25 cents, 50 cents at a time, and they would just take it out, and they paid for their spring break that way.
You remember the story of the woman we see down in spring training? She has the restaurant down there.
Oh, yeah.
And they had to do a name change.
Right.
And the clientele was not having it. They had to really work their way back up to get people to come back in.
Was this the Boxer?
I think that's it. Yeah,
No
yeah.
kidding. Okay.
Yeah, wasn't it the Brown
It was
Boxer?
the Brown Boxer.
Yeah, an uphill battle.
Hang on, I'm going to go to Ryan. Ryan, you're on the air. Good morning, man.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Yo, buddy. All right, so what's something you just can't shake the original name on?
So I don't know if I'm crazy or if my dad's crazy or if his family's crazy, but all growing up, I was told that FDR Park was called the Lakes.
The Lakes.
Yeah, that sounds familiar because we've been parking at the Lakes or FDR Park for Eagles games for as long,
How do you come by the Lakes?
Well, there's a lake in there.
Right.
There's a lake.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I just remember that whenever we would go down to the stadium, we would go to see a game, or if we would have a doubleheader, it would be like, hey, let's just go hang out at the Lakes, or let's go meet Uncle Bill at the Lakes, or let's go so-and-so at the Lakes.
Yeah, there used to be a golf course back there. Sam, can you grab an overhead aerial shot of FDR Park? Just I want to see if there's more than one lake there.
All right.
Yeah, because you wonder what's the plural situation.
Yeah,
all right. Thanks, Ryan.
With there being a golf course there, I would imagine that maybe on the course there might have been more water features or something along those lines. Yeah,
there are multiple lakes.
Couple of lakes.
Yeah, or ponds or whatever you want to call them.
Oceans.
They're not big enough to be lakes. And there's some lovely little streams that look like they run through there.
And a couple of tributaries.
Wow.
And an estuary, Preston.
I'm going to go back to the Brownies Plymouth meeting thing because I was going to mention this, and a lot of texts came up to this. The weird thing about that location was this is a bar. It's a hopping bar.
Yep.
But to get to it, you had to go through a car dealership's parking lot to get back. It was back behind the car.
I don't remember
this thing because it wasn't like a road you took through to get there. You drove through the parking lot of a car dealership to get back in there.
Like the first time you're going, you're like, this does not
can't be
seem
right.
right. Like I'm at a Toyota dealership right now.
Yeah, I remember how strange that was.
Yeah. I like that bar though. I remember they had like an upstairs and that was also
cool.
good times.
It was very popular. We had a lot of activities that were going on over there.
Yeah.
It's still hard to call Xfinity Live stateside live.
Yeah.
That one's still new. That one's fresh. I've been doing a very good job of saying Xfinity Mobile Arena, but I think just Xfinity is stuck in my head down there.
Right. Yeah. What was it? Did that initially open as Xfinity Mobile Arena, or
Yes.
was it's always been that?
Yeah, and that was like my prime of going out.
Okay.
So like Xfinity was just in my brain, yes.
All right. Well, yeah, it's easy to hang on to this stuff, man, especially if you had your kind of formative party years there, you know?
Just not going to let it go, damn it.
No.
Can't make me do it.
I'm going to go to Ron. Hi, Ron. Good morning.
What's going on? Hey, what's up, YouTube?
Yeah.
YouTube!
What's up, Ron?
All right, by the way, Thrasher the Bull on YouTube. But anyway, me being a wrestler fan, I always call it the ECW Arena. It's not the 2300 Arena or the new album or the Asylum. I always call it the ECW Arena.
Did it have that name before it was the 2300?
Yes, it was always known. Well, it was Vikings. It was Vikings Hall, but also known as the ECW Arena.
Okay.
And when he went through different ownerships, it went through like the new Alhambra, then the Asylum, and stuff like that. You used to have all wrestling shows, all sorts of MMA shows, and they redid it, like I said, with a new owner, but now it's called the 2300, but I still call it the ECW Arena.
Okay. All right. Got it. All
Hold
right.
on.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Did you see Viking Hall was on it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. So the grade school that I went to was a WellPH, Our Lady of Perpetual Help, and the other schools in the area closed down. And so now it is called, like it's a regional school. So kids from Fatima and St. Joe's of Collingdale, and there might be another parish in there, all go to that school. And now that school is called Our Lady of
Sticks.
And no, it's called Our Lady of Angels.
Oh.
I will not call it Our Lady of
You
Angels.
refuse.
I won't. It's still OLPH to me. And I'm mad that they didn't consult me on this because you can keep the school OLPH. You can name the gym like the St. Joe's Gym.
Right.
And then the chapel, the Our Lady of Fatima Chapel. And then everybody gets their little stake in there. Instead, they're all gone.
Yeah.
Except Fatima's, church is still Our Lady of Fatima.
Oh.
Yeah, so we're the only ones, even though we accepted everybody with open arms.
You were Christ-like.
We were Christ-like, and we were the ones who
And
lost
they
our name.
spat in your face.
Right?
Sons of bitches.
Call me first.
Have you adopted Bonner Prendy?
I guess so, because it was always Bonner Prendy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which one was the whorehouse on the hill?
Little Whorehouse on the Hill was Prendy.
Okay.
Yeah.
One was a girl's school, one was a boy's school,
Yeah,
and now they're
Now
together.
they're
The whorehouse on the hill?
You can have male
Yeah.
whores, too.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, yeah, you could be a he-whore.
But like if I were a girl
whore.
going to Bonner Prendy, I'd probably say I'm going to Prendy. If I were the boy, I'd say I'm going to Bonner. Because I think when they play sports, Their jerseys say Bonner, and their jerseys say
on the back. Does it say the horns on the hill?
It doesn't. It should.
I think that's what my high school does too. It was Springside, Chestnut Hill. Now it's one, but I think they still define individually. If I ask you guys where Morgan's Pier is, do you know where that is?
Oh man, I used to, and I can't remember. Morgan's Pier.
Morgan's Pier. No, but if I say it's where Rock Lobster was,
oh
do
yeah,
you know where that is?
Oh my God, I spent years.
You were every Friday.
Oh,
every Friday at Rock Lobster, and you used to be okay with it.
It was fun. Actually, it was. It was about the time that MILF, the word MILF, was coming into the lexicon, and the MILFs were at Rock Lobster. They were there, and they had fireworks every Friday night. It was
Sensational Soul Cruisers were there.
Sensational Soul Cruisers.
Love that place.
I ended up pulling the Laguna. What is it? The Laguna Beach? Was that right?
No, the Lagoon.
The Lagoon.
The Lagoon in Essington, right?
Right there. There. And so what would happen is I remember they had the hotel rooms, because it was a hotel as well, right on the opening with the patio area where all the party was taking place.
Yeah.
And you would see what appeared to be pilots and other people.
Yes.
I'm like, we're going to keep these pilots up all night.
Yeah.
And they probably have flights the next day.
Mariski checked it in. I feel like it used to be called Boomerangs back in the day. Back when I was in high school, it was Boomerang, because I went to they had like a under 21 nights there on Sunday nights. It was like Wahlburgers, like Boomerangs or something like that. And then it became the Lagoon after that.
I'm going to look this up. And as I look it up, I also think our texts are going to blow up because everyone's saying Mako's is the place on South Street.
Yes.
Mako's
did they have like a sexy girl photo out in front, or like a hand-painted picture of a hot girl?
That wasn't Lorenzo's,
or was
right?
that Lorenzo's?
That was Lorenzo's. And then Mako's was down the block. And it was like a shark. And it was like a surfer bar.
Okay.
69-cent High Life is all I remember.
I have not been down to that neck of South Street in a long, long time, but it was regular there. We were going to TLA. We were
all the time.
We were doing events and stuff like that. Copa Banana's not there anymore, is it?
Copacabana closed recently. Copa Banana closed within the past year or two.
What about Johnny Rockets?
Johnny Rockets is now a spread bagelery.
What about Condemnation?
Condemnation is still there, and so is Fat Tuesday.
Oh, Zipperhead's not there, right?
Zipperhead is not, but the president of the South Street District has like a little museum, and he has a whole bunch of stuff in the old Zipperhead.
Hopefully the ants that were on the side of the building.
I think they're on like the second floor.
Okay.
I can still see them.
What about Philly Pizza Company? Is that still there? It was immortalized in Punk Rock Girl.
Oh.
I don't think that is there, but Ishkabibbles is still there.
What about O'Neill's?
O'Neill's
That was on like 4th.
They're still there.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
God, Fat Tuesday. How many hours upon hours do we spend at Fat Tuesday?
That was ridiculous.
Is it a 180 octane or a 190 octane?
190.
190.
And it's still rocking. I mean, if you're out on South Street, like the line to get into Fat Tuesdays
Tuesday?
is like around the block.
Wow.
Yeah, on like a Saturday night.
Okay.
Yeah.
We had near riot situations. I mean, there are times I'm not sure, are we going to make it out of here alive?
So
the parties were just insane.
When I first started as an intern, Street Squad member at Y100, we would do Friday night, because I started in the fall, we would do Friday night pep rallies around Bainbridge. And man, that was the one where Jim McGuinn was like, who is this kid? Because he shows up, and I was standing on top of the Hummer, and I made a cape out of Y100 banners, and I was dancing and getting people all riled up, because I was like, a 22-year-old kid who didn't know any better. I was just, living my best life, and he sees this guy. He's like, I run this radio station, and I don't know who that is, but I like it,
Yeah. That's fun. The other one is, do you guys remember Woolly Mammoth?
No.
On South Street. Okay, that was right across from Fat Tuesdays. That's that new Marsha's, the female sports bar.
Marsha.
Yeah. Casey, okay, so the Lagoon was once called Wahlburgers on the Delaware.
Wahlburgers.
And then Boomerangs, and then Lagoon, and then after that it was the Deck.
Okay.
The Deck, that's right.
Okay.
Man, that was
a great spot. That was our regular Thursday night thing.
It could be a regular.
I think it was
Thursday
like
night
$5 to get in. It was like 50-cent drinks, So we would go there, and like one of my buddies would lay $10 on the table and buy drinks for everybody. I got this one, guys.
Right.
Yep.
Right. We had a few Halloween parties there too,
Yeah, man.
which were pretty cool. Wow.
Do you remember they tried to change, was it the TLA? They tried to make
Yes.
House of Blues.
No. House of Blues.
House of Blues
really
is a franchise.
chain.
Yeah, they opened up House of Blues in Atlantic City, and then I thought they tried to change one of the local ones here in Philly into that, and it lasted like a year or two, and it just didn't catch on.
I think that's a perfect sort of venue the way it is. I mean, it has, it is, for all its faults or whatever. There's so many great memories in that place.
Yeah, most definitely. Wow. Well, it's an interesting article if you want to check it out in the Inquirer, and it was written by Stephanie Farr, and it's all about how we, particularly here in Philly, don't want to shake certain names for places, establishments, locations, even well after they've changed, like 20, 30 years later, even longer. Like they go into, she goes into specifics about the streets, too. You had mentioned West River Drive, but the Schuylkill Expressway and the Blue Route, those aren't official names.
No.
They're what we call them. It's 76 and 476.
And the Blue Route, if I'm not misstating this, tell me, it is simply because the line of demarcation that they had in the projected plans was a blue line.
Yeah, there were three different ones, green, red, and blue, I think, and the blue one was chosen. So I guess it was all over the news at the time. But think about how many, actually, if you listen to a traffic report that Marissa does, and you're from out of town, you would be woefully lost.
Yeah.
You got the Schuylkill, you've got the Blue Route, you have the Expressway, you have the Parkway. Just calling them the Expressway and the Parkway. Or the Boulevard. Yeah.
And then they go, hey, I wasn't talking to you, out of towner.
Yeah, exactly. You have no business here. We want it that way.
We don't like your kind.
But it really is a bit of code. And I had to, when I, moved the area 30 years ago, people had to tell me. Yeah. I didn't know what was going on. I had no idea where to go.
But on the flip side of that, too, I'll see like proper names, and I have to call it the nickname because it sounds weird calling it the proper name.
On your display, you're seeing the proper name, but the commuter is not going to know what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. Or it sounds like I'm an out-of-towner if I say it, which would be the death of me.
Yeah. But it's an interesting article. Thank you for your calls. Thank you for your texts. We do appreciate that. We're going to take a quick break, come back in a moment. A little over an hour from now, Art Alexakis of Everclear will be joining us. Of course, he's playing the Barbecue, at the Tweeter Center, where that show is coming up on May 9th. We'll take a break, and we'll come back in a moment, getting some other stuff when we return. Stay there. Gushing out of her hand, and she thought it was funny.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, you just got bit by a freaking...
By a
dragon!
A dinosaur!
Yeah. I remember my fraternity brother got bitten by his python. He was going in there. He had the mouse in his hand, and the python was like, no, I'm going to go for your arm.
Dude, my friend growing up had a snake. That snake ate him more than the mice and crap he'd put in the tank. He was constantly getting bitten by that friggin' snake.
Dude, the scene in Road Trip where Tom Brady...
Yes. Which
just totally wraps its mouth around his hand. Oh my God!
I don't get owning snakes and stuff like that. But I did see, Steve, a picture of a snake. This guy dressed up as an Uber driver. He goes, "Oh my, like little Billy got his first job. He had a helmet on this thing and a little backpack that said Uber Eats on it.
On the snake?
On the snake. It was hilarious. I'm like, okay, first cute snake I've ever seen in my entire life.
I've never seen a helmet on a snake.
No, you have to see this. It was like an albino python.
I've seen a snake smoking before.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Really?
Yeah. There's a really good picture of a
I saw
snake
an adult
with a
man
cigarette
pleasure a
hanging out of its
camel.
mouth.
You did? Tijuana.
Let me go to, I have Luke. Do a search snake smoking if you want.
Yeah, and the helmet thing.
Nick needs to see that. And the helmet thing, too. Hi, Luke. You're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Yeah, I just want to tell a story about how I used to be a UPS driver up in Vincenttown, New Jersey, and I had to make a delivery to a farm that had a bunch of where they would raise horses, where you would sit on those carts. And I'm going up to go do the delivery, and then you got your driver's door open because it's so hot in the summertime, and all of a sudden I just feel this bite on my leg, and I look over and there's an ostrich.
What?
An ostrich?
Stop it. Come on, really?
Yeah, they actually had a pet ostrich that would roam the property for some reason. And I could not make the delivery, so I'm in the UPS truck, honking the horn. Nobody's coming out. I'm like, I got to get this thing off the truck because UPS is every package every day. Makes
Right.
sense.
Yeah.
So here I am. I run out the passenger side. The usher starts chasing me. I'm running around the back of the truck. I hop through the driver's door. It tries to lunge at me through the driver's door. I get out the passenger door again. I run to the barn, drop the package off. The lady comes out of the barn and she grabs the ostrich by the neck and holds it. She's like, "Get back in your truck right now." I'm like, "You don't have to tell me twice."
Ran and delivered
I bet you I know what was in that box. It was probably ostrich sedatives.
Oh my God,
Jesus!
Have a good one, guys.
Yeah,
Dude,
you
see
too.
you, Luke.
There's a I think she's on Instagram. She has an account, but she has. I guess you know what I'm talking about.
I know who you're talking
and
about.
it's this bird that this like I don't. Is it an emu or an
It's an
ostrich?
emu.
It's an emu,
Right.
yeah.
And it freaks out all the time, and it comes charging, and she's
Yeah.
yeah, it's crazy.
She'll do videos with like selfie videos of her, and she'll just like slowly pan over to this like vicious thing ready to like bite her.
We will go next to Will. Hey, Will. Morning.
Rhythm, schism, a brizza.
Rhythm, schismism.
Schism.
What's up, buddy?
What's up, guys? Skull Sealer here.
The Skull Sealer.
I got bit by a groundhog.
Whoa.
Now they've
Don't
got
drive angry.
Yeah, don't drive angry. They've got sharp little friggin' teeth, don't they?
Yeah, giant in sizes, man. So I was coming home from work one day, and I saw this animal in the road. So I slowed down, and it was still alive. It was a tiny little groundhog. It wasn't like a full-grown,
right,
like full pounder or anything, but it was pretty small. So I got out of my van, picked it up, moved it to the side of the road, and it bit me in the web of like my thumb.
Oh,
you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, I still have the scar from it.
So I assume you don't know if the thing is rabid or not. Did you go to the doctor immediately?
I did not.
Oh, dude.
You became a were-badger.
Will, the thing is biting you. Did you start like smacking it on the head to let go, or was it a quick bite?
It was a quick bite, but I did like try and shake it off. You know?
Yeah.
Because it wasn't like thrashing or anything. It was just like a real quick chomp down my hand and then like a release. But
ow.
I don't know if it even survived. Who knows?
All right. Thank you, Will. Appreciate it, man. I have a fear of being bitten by a snapping turtle.
Okay.
Oh, for good reason.
I'm fascinated with them. You will actually see them on golf courses a fair amount of time. At least once a year, I'll see a good size one just sitting out sunning itself. I'll go over and take a good close look at it.
Yeah.
Just because they're really prehistoric looking and
it's
really
like
cool, but
tank.
That beak terrifies me.
So Coney Island Aquarium has a snapping turtle, Preston. This thing's lived in Coney Island to begin with because it's got tattoos and stuff. But it's this big, this beak on this thing. It just sits there, and it always sits there at the corner of the tank. But you're right, they're really threatening looking.
And if you've ever bitten by something small, and how bad that hurts, I can only imagine. I got bit by a hamster in college. I still, from time to time, will think of it.
You still cry?
No, I actually it gives me like the chills because I'll never forget his little teeth going through my finger. I was like, oh my God.
But this thing, a snapping turtle, can take a full finger off. I told a story about where my dad lived years ago. They had a pond, and they were finding ducks and geese with their heads bitten off.
Yeah.
And they don't fly that way normally.
My brother used to put them in the pool and swim with them.
What?
He would get them from the
turtles?
He'd get them from the creek.
I think I remember you telling
And he would
me
put
that.
them in the pool and he'd swim with them. And then my mom would be like, "Go take them back." And he would take them out of the pool and take them back to
By the way,
creek.
everything else about the turtle is slow, but that snap is lightning fast.
Yep. I have been bitten by a swan. It didn't hurt at all. That was the only one where I was like, oh, my God, you're adorable.
Stop looking at me, Swan.
My dad had to smack a swan in his head because he went after Jace. Jace was little, and he looked at Jace like he was an enemy. And
no!
Swan! He did. He just took one hand and smacked him.
I know people who have battled with goose before.
Oh.
There was a guy that was fly fishing one time, as a friend of my dad's, and it was, because you throw it up in the air, and it either caught on the goose or the goose snapped at it or something like that. But anyhow, he had to reel it in.
Oh, no.
Because it's flying in the air, and he wasn't going to give up his rod. And then when he got there and he's trying to unhook it, the thing is beating him with his wings, which are pretty formidable, and I've been snapping at him as well.
Getting back to snapping turtles real quick, I saw one in the middle of the road one time, and I tried to be a good Samaritan and get out. I stopped the car, and I tried shooing it off the road, and I got a stick, and I was like sort of trying to poke at it or whatever.
Why'd you just pick it up.
Because it scared me. It was a big old snapping turtle.
Yeah.
And
if you just pick it by a shell, it won't even get its.
He's panicking.
No, I know.
No, I mean, and it was in the middle of the road, case, and so I was just trying to shoo it off of the road. But those things like hiss at you.
Yeah.
And I just, and I was like, man, I'm just trying to help out, buddy.
Yeah.
I hope we got run over.
Let me go to.
Well, listen, fool don't want no help.
I got Kelly on the line. Hey, Kelly, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, Kelly?
Oh, thank you.
Back in like the late 70s, early 80s, it was a thing in Philly, apparently where I lived, where people had monkeys.
Yeah.
So it was kind of like one of those little monkeys that was on Friends.
Okay,
And
like
my dad-
Capuchin monkey.
Capuchin, yeah.
So my dad used to let it run around the house, and one day it was sitting on my shoulder, and he was a nasty thing. He would like steal cigarettes, and he would rip up things, and he was sitting on my shoulder, and my dad said, "Oh, turn your head, he's going to kiss you." I turned my head, and he bit me
Where did he bite you? On your face?
on my face. Yeah, I have a scar.
Oh,
you have a scar from the friggin' monkey.
I'll show it to you on Friday. I'll be at Keenan.
Yes. Tell us your monkey scar, girl, and we'll showcase that.
If you have a monkey scar, come down to Keenan's. We want to see it.
Wow, Kelly, did you have to get any stitches or anything like that?
They didn't take you to the hospital back then.
Nah. Just put a piece of gum on it. Wow. All right.
I don't have any stitches.
All right. Well, we'll see you on Friday, Kelly.
Okay, perfect.
Scarface is your name from here on, by the way.
By the way, monkey's gonna monkey. It's gonna do people. And I remember people would get those things. There was a Woolworths that had a pet section when I was growing up.
Yeah.
It had a pet section, Kathy, and there was a chimp in there.
Yeah.
A chimp. I'm like, what?
I do remember like odd animals in the Woolworths section. I remember always wanting to get birds, and my mom was like, absolutely not.
Birds. They were like blue.
Yeah.
Yes.
They were nice colored birds. That's why I liked them.
Parakeets?
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, they were right down from the chimps.
Finches or something.
Finches, maybe, yeah.
My friend got an alligator, and I believe he bought it legally at a place that's not even there anymore. Nick, you might remember this. Is you were driving down the Blue Route just past Broomall. There was a place called Jobu Pets.
Yeah.
And he got it.
Jobu.
Yes. And he got an alligator from Jobu Pets. What? I know. And we would be in there in his, he had a
You have any more alligators?
He had a giant aquarium in his room, and one time he decided he needed to clean the aquarium while we were all in there. I was like, dude, and they just took the thing out. Like,
had he been bitten by it?
He had.
Yeah. I'm not down with that. No.
All right, we'll go to Jen next. Hi, Jen. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, what were you bitten by?
So when I was 14 years old, I was down in the Outer Banks, and the people I was staying with thought it would be a good idea to go feed the wild horses that were underneath our house. So we bought a whole
She's talking about cave horses.
Underneath your house?
No, the wild horses in the Outer Banks.
Okay.
Yeah, but they were under your house?
Yeah, because they used to, up in Corolla, they used to roam the whole top of the island.
Oh,
okay.
Dirt horses.
They were corralled.
All right, so, and was this a house up on stilts or something?
Yeah, it was
that makes sense. No, they were earth horses. They burrow into the ground.
Okay.
No, but so listen, I know for a fact that a horse bite can really F you up. So how big was the chomp?
So we joke about it because I got my first hickey from them. It was the giantest bruise on my shoulder. I got trapped between the air conditioner and the house, and the horse just wanted the apple that I had already given.
Oh, my God.
So the horse was about to kill you for an apple.
Oh, I was terrified. And then my mom, I don't know where she came from. She came out of nowhere screaming and yelling, and she luckily scared the horse away before anything else happened. But I can just remember he was walking towards me, and I turned around, and first he was like eating my ponytail.
Man, so listen, if you get, obviously we've all been in proximity to horses. Look at the size of their heads.
Oh, my God.
Look at the size of their mouths.
Yeah.
I mean, that can make some heavy damage.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. We just don't think about it because they're horses. They're our friends.
Thank you, Jen. Appreciate it.
Mr. Ed.
But yeah, they're the power of their jaws has got to be extreme. They could easily, bite something off if they wanted to. Let's see. We have a lot of great calls here. I will go next to. There's a lot of monkey calls. believe it or not.
Hey.
Let's go to Liam. Hi, Liam. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. You guys rock.
Thanks, Liam. All right, you have a monkey story.
Yeah, actually, so when I was 13, I'm 28 now, but when I was 13, my family took a trip to Punta Cana, and there's a gentleman next to the pool that had a monkey on a leash, letting people take pictures with it. So my brother talked me into going over to it. It climbs up my leg onto my shoulder, smiles with me, takes a picture, climbs back down, and he's holding his hand out, and I thought he wanted a little handshake. So I gave him my thumb, and he just hacked right into it.
I want to shake your hand.
To top it off, I'm 13. What do? They take me over to the bar and just pour vodka on.
Well, that's how you respond to a monkey bite. Yeah.
So the monkey was looking for a tip, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
Dude, I want money, and I'll rip your goddamn head off if you don't give me some.
And it's funny
That's
because
nasty. Thanks, Liam.
they are those monkeys that are part of tourism and the people trained for for tips and stuff like that. They get very aggressive, and I'm surprised that a lot of places where you wouldn't figure they would allow that do allow that because they can freak out at the drop of a hat.
Yeah. So we've had an ostrich bite. We've had several monkey bites. What else did we get here? We got another.
Horse.
Yeah, there's bird bites and all this, but how about this one? Let's go to Jessica. Hi, Jessica.
Hi, welcome.
Hey, welcome.
Welcome to you.
What's up, Jessica?
Thanks for having us over.
Thank you. We appreciate you having us on your show.
I've never been on the radio before.
It's all right. I say something like that on a daily
Preston,
basis.
I mean,
Totally
what's the
wrong.
latest phrase?
Good morning to see you.
Preston said that, so you're absolutely
Good morning
fine,
to see you. It's all good, Jessica. What's up?
Welcome.
I was in Indiana, and there was a large cat rescue, and they had accidentally had baby tigers. And so for an extra like $5, you could go in and visit that with them. Who doesn't want to go pet a tiger?
Right.
And they were about the size of a big lab. So they weren't huge, but big enough that one decided like my calf looked really tasty, and it bit down on my calf.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it didn't break any skin, but it left a good bruise, and it scared the bejeebies out of me. But,
Jessica, you said it was the size of a large lab?
Of like a dog.
I mean, that's a big animal. If a dog that size.
Thank you very much, Marissa. Somebody just texted and said, "Happy 420, Captain Blackfingers."
That's
I appreciate
right.
that. Happy 420, right back at you.
You gonna pull changers?
When was the last time you did a bong hit?
Dude, I couldn't tell you.
Yeah.
Do you have a bong?
No.
Yeah.
No, there was one here. Somebody gave us a Jerome Baker bong.
Beautiful.
Somebody broke it.
Yeah, one of our
man.
interns broke it. Did they break the bong or the stem?
They broke the stem.
Mm-hmm.
But then it was useless after that. It said Preston and Steve show on the side of it. It was so cool. Never used. It was a Virgin Bong.
Mm-hmm.
Never actually used. And I planned on doing it.
That's a great band name.
That's a
Virgin
great
Bong.
band.
Virgin Bong. Somebody write that down. I don't have anything to jot that down with. But I haven't done bongs. I don't really do the flower much anymore. On rare occasions, more vape or edibles. But I do have some flower if the need arises.
When's the last time you used like a bowl?
Not that crazy long ago.
Okay.
This year, you know, at some point or another. But
This morning.
But just bongs the whole. I don't need that in my life anymore. There was a time.
Yeah.
It was
Listen.
important. Listen, and when I was in my formative years, the bong you wanted to get was the graphics.
Which is what now?
It's a very simple contraption, but there was something that we swore by. That graphics were badass.
We had I think my Grimace was ours, and I think that was a graphics. Grimace was purple bong, had a little,
like a heavy bass on the bottom?
Heavy, round bass on the bottom. And it looked like Grimace from...
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other ones were, I had an Apogee at one time, and there was US was another brand. Those
Jaeger,
were the
Hoover.
popular. Some of them had like tubes that came out, and they looked really funky. They really were not that functional. But
God, I remember on Long Island there was a place where everybody went. It was called Utopia, and I didn't indulge at all, but all my friends did. A lot of comedians did. So I'd go with them and check out the place. It was kind of cool. Like a large head shop. And you'd go in and you have don't say this and don't say that. And and don't say the things that you're buying it for.
Tobacco.
But I mean,
Yep.
right, exactly for tobacco, exactly that, Marissa. But I remember seeing contraptions like, I don't know what that is, but it's beautiful.
Yeah, I should have worn my Wonderland shirt today. I didn't even think of that. We've got a Frolic mouse pad right here that I use next to me, but. I'm trying to remember the name of the one, Steve, in St. Louis, and it was like a big deal. Like if you went down there into the city to go to this place, and my sister's boyfriend would go out and get what we wanted or whatever it was, and we'd stay in the car. And
I was actually scared when I go there. I'd say the wrong thing,
me
and
too.
I didn't even indulge, but I'm like, I didn't want to ruin it for them because. If you did, you could never get back in.
You couldn't ask for a bong. You had to ask for a water pipe. You couldn't ask for a bowl. You had to ask for a pipe, glass pipe, metal pipe, whatever. Yeah.
Mine was Critters in Bryn Mawr. That was the one I'd always go to. And I still remember my friend Liz figured out the exact combination of patchoulis to make the Critters smell. And I have to find out what that was because I miss that smell.
Damn,
I'm not a patchouli fan.
This is gonna drive me crazy. I gotta text my buddy Steve. To see if he remembers the name of that head shop on, it was in the U City Loop. Man, I wish I could remember that.
Preston, this was on a thoroughfare where, and Utopia just kind of sat there like there was nothing really around it. It was like, to the potheads, it was like, oh.
Yeah. Hang on, I'm texting him right now because I need to know this.
Look, it's Utopia.
But now, I mean, hey, you got your designated shops that are perfect. They're pharmacies.
Yeah.
I mean, the college fee would be blown the F away.
Oh, my God.
With where we are at right now.
Me too.
I remember in college, and our particular college had a strong chapter of Normal. And Normal was the big drive to legalize pot. And holy hell, man, they were always fighting an uphill battle. And between that and now, it's unbelievable.
We were going back and forth of the South Street shops right now. And if you drive down South Street, every other corner is what we would call a head shop. But it's like a smoke shop. And you can go in and buy any smoke thing that you need. A bong, a bowl, cigarettes. I don't know. With everything. They have it all.
The place I go to at the shore is in Cape May. It's called Shore House Canna. And it's really cool. And they have behind the counter, they have all these really elaborate smoking devices.
They look amazing.
Which I'm really not that interested in anymore. There was a time where that was kind of fun, but...
So if you were to get something, could you vastly improve the quality of the experience by dropping a large amount on one of these glass works of art?
I don't think so.
It's probably more, now...
Just the aesthetic?
The aesthetic, and then also,
how you say
the experience. The experience, yeah.
It's communal, it's friendship.
Right.
My friend commissioned a Lucy the elephant for her husband.
Oh, no kidding.
And you smoke out of the trunk and you put the weed, the flower, whatever it is, on like her
that
saddle.
little thing on her back?
Yep.
Oh my God, that's a great idea.
It's pretty amazing.
I like that. Oh, man. And see, and it used to be, we'll go back to old school weed smoking days.
I remember.
Was the different things you could try to make a pipe out of.
Yeah.
And we've talked about this
Tom,
before.
We snorted coke.
Oh, my God. Gravity bongs.
Gravity bongs. Even I knew about that.
What a dumb novelty thing to do. We do it in the sink.
You do it, either that. I've done one in a bathtub, a 5-gallon drum of sorts. But like the worst is if you went down too far and you would get like a gulp of the water, and even the water was fairly fresh. You know what I mean? But just still, you know what? Who do you call it? Doug Benson had one of those vaporizers. You would vaporize the flour, and it would, essentially it would blow up a bag, like a plastic bag or whatever. I've never tried that before. Have you ever done a vaporizer?
Say it again.
You would put the flour in the vaporizer, and it would vaporize, the THC, but it never burned it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
So
what is this?
When those first vaporizers, when they first hit the market, there was a company called Pax. And I bought one because the main reason I got it was because when it would vaporize, it wouldn't burn it. It would heat it to an extent, and it would allow whatever, the THC to, you could inhale it. but when you would exhale it, it wouldn't smell like burnt weed. It would smell like something, but it didn't give you that somebody smoking pot.
Oh, so it was more to be more duplicitous.
That's what I thought, and it was great. And you would, it had a little, the mouthpiece, you would push it in and it would engage it, and it would take about 20 seconds and it would heat up, and then you could take a drag off
So
of it.
if you were doing overnights.
Yeah, or I would, or like slipping into the bathroom at a restaurant or something like that. You could easily go do it and people wouldn't know what it was.
I would have loved that for college because I was in a dorm room in downtown Boston, and we would just hang out the window, and then we would have the paper towel roll.
The blow tube, we call that.
Yep, with dryer sheets on the end. And you would just blow immediately into that. I mean,
I love this.
you know.
Look at this, American ingenuity.
So in college, and that's just so funny because you smell it now, like all the time. You know, and so to think that like we were being so, you know, like
you smell it in the most. You walk down the street in in the suburbs. Any congregation of 3 or more people, you're going to smell it.
Well, you would towel the door, right? So all right, towel the door, and then we had the blow tube, and then we had a fan system, right? So one fan
and then you bring out the GIMP.
One fan would blow the air into the room, and then we had another suction fan out, and so you would have to blow it towards the fan blowing out. To get all of the smoke out of there. God knows how bad it smelled in the house. You know, just based on like what I'm smelling now.
Think of the ingenuity you're applying, airflow.
Well, you didn't want to get caught. You're going to get kicked out of college if you got caught smoking pot. Like, you know where I smell it all the time, dude? At the gym. I feel like people
are smoking pot at the gym, or are they sweating out?
No, they're smoking it as soon as they like get to the parking lot. You know, so some people like to work out high. And but like when I walked past these people in the hallway, I was like, "Were you smoking a joint in the car? Like you clearly, you were just
nice
smoking.
lads, bro."
I could. Some people do it. Some people like that like to train after. That was not me ever. I call weed was the great demotivator. In my world.
Unless you wanted to go throw frisbee or something.
Yeah. Something like that. I was telling Casey this morning I had a question about ultimate frisbee for the stupid question. I'm like, man, my buddy Steve and I used to just go to the park, smoke up, and play frisbee for hours or kick the hacky sack around.
Yeah. Yes, of course.
It's so much fun.
That's better than we would just go play like video games. I would like sit and watch dudes play NBA.
So were you
or
were like the
2K.
girls sitting watching the guys play?
Yes.
Wow.
All right, we got a bunch of calls coming in. I'm going to go to Wesley, or is it Westy or Wesley?
Westy.
Westy, what's up, man?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
Happy 420.
And to you as well, and with your spirit, what's up?
I've been listening to you guys. I'm out in the garage contemplating whether to wake and bake.
It sounds like you didn't contemplate long, man.
That decision was reached quickly.
But I haven't heard anybody mention artifacts on Cotman Avenue.
Oh, okay.
From back in the late 70s, 80s.
Artifacts, yeah.
That was Artifacts. It was a big head shop. It was pretty much down where that helicopter crashed. It was right on Cotman Avenue.
It wasn't actually a store. It was just this. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was called Artifacts.
Yeah. So let me ask you: was it at that time? Going back to that time, I assume you had to be on your absolute best behavior when you went in there. We talk about you going in and you're afraid of saying the wrong thing because you'd be denied service and kicked out. Correct?
You know what? Exactly. Oh my God, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bet you forgot about a lot of stuff, Westy.
Yeah. Basically trunk transactions.
But that was your spot, though, right, man?
Oh yeah, that was. I'm from Somerton, so we used to drive down Buffalo Ave, and big bamboo papers. Did you guys ever use the Cheech and Chong one?
No.
Cheech and Chong
papers?
The one that came in the album?
That album.
Oh.
Yeah, it was one big rolling paper.
Oh, so you can make that giant. Yeah.
You can fit an ounce.
The giant joint that Cheech has in Up in Smoke. Yeah.
glue and everything.
Led Zeppelin. I love it. Thanks, Westy. Appreciate it, man.
Hey, guys.
Take care, bud. Sorry, I didn't mean to hang up on him.
Hey, guys. He's still talking to us.
I'm doing surgery.
Casey, when you did papers,
yeah,
would you use the 1 1/4s or 1 1/2s?
Oh, the
1 1/2s were the longer ones.
Yeah, definitely the longer ones.
Me
And
too.
I actually wasn't good at it. So
Explain the pros and cons of both.
So if it's less paper, it's going to be tougher to
roll.
To roll it. Yeah. And so the 1 1/4s were smaller, and those were for the seasoned joint rollers. And also, Case, I would fold up the corners.
Yeah.
Would you do that too?
Yeah, listen, I'm telling you, my joint rolling skills were not good, so I used a
roller.
I use a rolling
machine.
Yeah. Or
a dollar bill.
a dollar bill or
Yeah.
something like that.
Oh, God.
I use the dollar bill.
So horrible for us.
But I would roll them so tight that, that it would poke through. So you really have to for at least for me, break up the weed a lot. So
Yeah, you had to clean it up.
Yeah.
Did you guys ever use blunts?
No, never
Oh.
did. Never did a blunt.
That was from kids.
Uh-uh.
Literally, the movie taught us how to roll them.
Yeah,
Crack it.
it was past my rolling days when that came about. When that was a trend.
There's still time, man.
You want to watch a fun video? Watch. It might have been on Letterman. It was on one of the talk shows. Willie Nelson rolling a joint.
Yeah.
And I mean, you will not believe how fast he does it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
He's
just
an old
whap. and
Almost
he's-
looks like
he's rolled it
almost
up.
looks like a close-up magician.
It's
Yep.
hilarious.
Yeah, he's so adroit.
So our former intern, Gage, is on the line. Gage got in on the legal marijuana growing operation early on. How you doing, Gage?
What's up, guys? Happy 420.
Same to you, brother. Are you still working in that industry?
Yeah, I own a consulting company. We operate nationwide, setting up cultivation, extraction, edible processing facilities, retail facilities. I'm actually pulling down 800 plants today in Egg Harbor Township.
So let me ask you something, if I may, because we've heard all sorts of stories about, with this. And in California, I was reading an article about how, obviously you have all this legalization, but yet you still have the illegal manufacture, if that's even applicable, that's still cutting into the profit. Are you experiencing that as well?
So that's going to be, look, the black market is still a national thing. You know what I mean? It's still around. There's still people growing weed in illicit locations, whether it's a small house or a large warehouse, right? I mean, there's illicit grows with hundreds of cultivation lights. So, yes, it's still happening. And until legislation essentially comes around to making the legal industry more accessible and easier for people to access and more affordable, the black market's still going to thrive.
So let me ask you, with this and the state of the art and all the stuff that we hear about it, is the industry of itself, and are you constantly innovating to stay ahead of that?
Oh my gosh, it's like you get one new product and 12 months later a new product is out, bigger, better. It's like buying the new iPhone nowadays. So yeah, I mean, whether you're looking at new genetics and new strains that are coming out that are now getting more potent, or they have better flavor, or they have different smells and aromas, or you're looking at the equipment. It's constant innovation, constant changing, down to HVAC equipment and grow lights, all the way through to what you're growing it in and the nutrients that you're feeding it.
It's a lot.
Changing constantly.
You mentioned about the potency, and I'm curious as to if the industry sees like a line, we can't cross this line for potency, because we would talk about Pierre earlier, and Pierre would talk about how he couldn't handle the new stuff, that it was just, in the days of listening to Grace Slick and Haight Ashbury in San Francisco, this is a whole other world, far more potent. Is there a line that you see up in the future that this is a no-go line? You can't pass this.
So with flower, you can only produce what the plant wants to produce, right? I mean, as you start breeding better traits, back in the day you had 10, 11% THC, and now we have strains that are sitting in the mid-30s of THC percentage. Now that means that if you have 1 gram, 30% of that gram is THC. Now, you can only grow so much THC on the flower, but as we make our extracts and start isolating the cannabinoids, I mean, I'm doing full chemistry where I can isolate out 99.9999% pure THCA crystalline that literally looks like a diamond. You're just isolating the THCA cannabinoid like they would do in any other cannabis or any other chemistry, application. So there is no line, Steve. The flower, you can only produce so much. It's only what the flower is going to produce, and that's going to be genetic specific. But extraction and chemistry is now a thing. So I can isolate any cannabinoid and make it 99.99% pure.
Here's the thing that Pierre didn't understand, Steve, was that you can get a less potent strain if that is your preference,
right?
And that is, and some people go for more potency because you have to smoke less, you get more of an effect off of it. But if you want a lighter potency, you can certainly go in that direction too. But he never. Once he got so high one time, he's like, I'm never doing this again.
Let me recount the story where our friend Heather was in here and she brought in brownies and these were just regular brownies, and Pierre came in after she had left, and he had like a full brownie, and he goes, oh yeah, some pot brownies, and he went sheet white. He goes, Did pot in them? No. Pierre, that was a regular brownie. I was laughing for an hour after that. His reaction.
He was terrified.
I mean, he's about to, especially with edibles. That's scary, man. When you eat an edible, you're not just getting the Delta-9 THC. Your liver or your stomach, depending on how you ingest it, is converting it to 11-hydroxy THC, which is going to be the more quote-unquote hallucinogenic version of THC. So when you're having someone make brownies at home and they're not going out to a testing lab and it can't say, oh, this brownie is 10 milligrams or 20 milligrams, oh, yeah, I would turn ghost white, too, if I had one.
He's about to do a show.
Yeah, we were at a party one night, and this is the typical thing, though, Steve, is you give somebody a cookie or a brownie or whatever, some kind of edible that was homemade, and they're told, okay, just, eat a quarter of it, and then wait and see what happens. And this is a typical thing. Like, we were at a party this one night, dude eats a brownie, waits an hour, he's like, I'm not feeling anything, I'm going to hit another one.
Oh, boy.
But about an hour after that, it kicked in, and he was passed out on the couch, and we're like, and that was it. You gotta, your
decision.
Yeah, you gotta sample.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta take your time. You gotta try things. You gotta experiment a little bit. I'm a lightweight when it comes to edibles, absolutely, without question. But listen, Gage, what are the products names that you guys create? What banner is it under?
So my consulting company is Smoke Consulting, SMKE Consulting. You can find us on social media, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, the whole nine. And then I run companies, like I do consulting deals for companies all over the country. So I've worked with some of the biggest brands from Cookies all the way out to the Jungle Boys, and have had, I started one of the first licenses here in PA as well. So my consulting company is Smoke Consulting, though. So we put out products all across the country.
You talked about the ingenuity and what you guys are trying to do with the industry. And one of the things I look for is something that is more smooth when it comes to a vape that you're not going to cough your head off on. I bet that's got to be a big component to what you guys do or looking for.
It is, and that's all about what the starting ingredients are. So you can get a vape that's made from distillate, which is distilled cannabinoids, and it's usually rougher, it's usually cheaper, it doesn't taste as good. But if you go out and get a good live resin vape where it is fresh frozen, you freeze the plant, you extract it frozen, you're preserving all the flavor profiles, those are usually much less harsh. So you really want to kind of look for a fresh frozen live resin vape cartridge, and that's a little bit smoother. But also your battery is important, because if you have the battery with super high power behind the battery, it's going to burn that cartridge really, really, really hot. So play with batteries. The batteries are more important than the actual cartridge itself.
You didn't know that, did you, bro?
Did not know that. That's good to know. Thank you, Gage.
By the way, Gage, good luck to you. And let me ask you something. Is this proving a lucrative industry for you?
It has provided everything that I own for me and my family for the last 13 years.
So there you go. There you go.
You do it right. You do it right, and you're ethical, and you are honorable by your moves. Just like anything else, it'll reap benefits for you for sure.
I'm glad you're doing well, man. We'll talk soon, okay, bud?
So good seeing you guys. Happy 420. Take it easy.
Happy 420. We'll see you, man.
I know we talk about Wolf of Wall Street all the time, Preston. I know you're a little reticent to watch it. There is a scene where where DiCaprio and Jonah Hill. Yep. They have taken older Quaaludes.
Quaaludes, yeah.
And so he's under FBI investigation, DiCaprio. And so he go to a payphone. So he goes to a hotel. He's driving his white Lamborghini, and because these things aren't not doing anything. So I was just going to go do it. And he later realizes because they were older, you didn't have the slowly easing into it. It just slams immediately.
Yep.
And he's at the payphone going,
They don't do Quaaludes anymore, right? Quaaludes
I don't ever hear them mentioned.
No, a long time ago they got rid of those.
Yeah, but he thinks he's driven his car back safely to the house, and then you see what actually happened.
Okay.
His car's destroyed.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
Hang on, I'm going to go. There's people on hold for a while here. We're talking about just general 420 weed stuff. So I'm going to go to Eric. Hi, Eric. Good morning.
You guys rock.
Wow. Thanks, Eric. What's up, buddy?
Well, I want to solve everybody's coughing problem. Get the freeze pipe.
The freeze pipe.
This is a company. They're called the Freeze Pipe. Okay. They sell pipes, bongs, little joint holders. But what you do is you put the unit in your freezer, whatever piece it is, because the whole pipe goes in the freezer. If you have a bong, a piece of the bong goes in the freezer. You can keep it in there all the time. It chills the smoke up to 300 degrees.
Oh, my God.
I guarantee, other than the smoke expanding in your lungs, you will not cough from taking a hit.
Okay.
At all, period.
Understand what you're saying? You're saying
the
that...
other good part...
Go ahead.
Go ahead, sorry.
No, you're saying that it chills...
The other good part...
We have a delay here on the phone line, so we're going to leave it with you, Eric. Go ahead.
Okay, the other good part is they don't use metal screens. They have a glass insert for the bowls that you put in that already have pre-punched holes, so you are also not taking in that extra burning of the screen and all that stuff. It's a much better way of smoking, but like with when you fill a bong with water or ice, you can get like ice crystals, things like that, but you're not... When you put this, there's a glycerin that they fill it with. So that freezes, and it freezes the whole pipe. It's amazing. Greatest thing I've ever gotten.
Interesting.
And I've said it many times. As a non-user, someone who's never been used any of this at all, I'm fascinated with the ingenuity. The thing that just came up on the screen looks like it should be launched by Elon Musk.
Yeah. I mean, I wonder how high the guy was who invented the freeze pipe. You know, he
stuck his head in the freezer.
He was sticking ice cubes in a bong. You know, back. You know, did you ever do? You did that, right? Ice cubes.
Sure.
In the bong.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ice cubes, mouthwash.
Yeah.
You know,
mouthwash.
Yeah. It would mentholize it. Would give it a minty, fresh taste. You never did that?
No.
Oh, okay.
What was the biggest? We got to try this. And you were like, "Oh my God, why did we do that?" Moment.
I don't know about that, but I just remember. You know, he had mentioned, there's a glass screen, so you don't have to worry about the metal or whatever heating up. I just think of all the paint that I smoked
I know.
from the soda cans that I made into pipes.
My buddy.
And all that, you'd be done with it, and all that paint had burned off of it. That went straight in your lungs.
That's got to be good.
Yeah, my buddy one summer decided he was going to make his own bowl, so he did. You know, and he made it out of wood, and then he put lacquer on it. I was like, I'm not smoking out of that.
Dude, there's a park bench we can use.
Yeah, the bench. Where was that?
That was it was in Springfield. Kerr Park? No.
For those who don't know, where
yeah,
your friend carved a bomb, pipe into a.
They just drilled it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they drilled one hole into the top and then one hole into the side, and then so they never would have to bring a pipe with them. You know, that's
put
where
a
that
foil
was.
or something in there, and
and then you're good to go.
Brilliant, actually.
Use the bench.
Casey, it never occurred to me until just now that the pipes that I bought in Cancun, Mexico, that were painted or whatever. Yep, those were probably not great.
Nope.
Yep. Let's go to Emily next. Hi, Emily. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, we're talking 420 stuff.
All right. Well, I'm old. So in the 70s, my ex-husband built something he called the Mask of Vulcan. It was a mounted bong with an oxygen mask, and he ran a tube through the air filter so you could smoke and blow it out and the car wouldn't stink.
It's phenomenal.
The Mask of Vulcan.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Phenomenal.
We had gas masks that were apparatus for that.
Yeah, I had a bong attached to a gas mask. Yeah, for sure. Emily, that's wonderful. And the name is even better. Thank your husband for us.
We might actually still have that in our, we'll call it a prize closet.
So I made pipe one time, Steve. It was from so you know the valve behind your toilet that turns the water that's outside of the toilet. You can turn the water off to your toilet.
Yeah.
So I have one of those, just the valve. Okay. So you could open and close it with that knob, for lack of a better term, whatever it is. And so I put a screen in the large spot where the water hose would go into, and I found another little adjustment that would stick out of the other end and make a little pipe out of it, and I called it the dial-a-hit. Didn't do anything. You could open or close the valve, and it was a neat name.
Dial-a-hit, Mask of Vulcan.
The dial-a-hit.
So in college, that is when True Romance came out, and Brad Pitt's character smokes out of like a honey bear.
Yeah.
You know, the honey would come in a little bear.
Oh, the little plastic
jar.
container.
I love those things.
And so his bong that he made was using a honey bear. So people would do that. That was like
the honey bear. Yeah.
The honey bear
Easy
bong.
converted.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You had mentioned your one was called Grimace.
Yeah.
We had one called Ford.
Why was it called Ford?
Because Ford, we just found it. It was like literally on the side of the road. So Ford stood for Found on Road Dead.
I love that.
Yeah.
So, but the great thing about Grimace is that Grimace was a hand-me-down. It was, it belonged to fraternity brothers that.
Thank you, Grandma.
Yeah, that were there, prior to me even getting there. I want to say.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
Hang on. I talked about the using mouthwash.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to Chris. Hi, Chris. Good morning.
Yeah. What's up, Preston?
Yo, buddy. All right. So you put something interesting in a bong one time.
Yeah. Well, let me start out with what we made it out of.
Okay.
It was cut off the end of a wiffle bat.
Okay.
A wiffle bat.
And
Yeah.
and then you would dig this. Then we hollowed out the end of the drumstick to where the point is.
Sure.
Not the
tip.
handle part.
Yep. The tip.
Yeah. And then shoved it in there, and then we filled it with eggnog.
Eggnog.
Yeah.
Oh.
That sounds disgusting.
Okay.
It actually made it taste pretty good, and then we drank the eggnog.
Oh my God!
Of course. I didn't drink bong water. I would have puked if I tried doing that.
Will you get high from bong water?
I don't know.
No, you get sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously, but we only smoked like one bowl through it,
Okay.
so it wasn't like, Well,
let me ask you.
bong water sitting around.
If you're smoking through eggnog, did it smell like eggs?
Did you get some? No, you probably got nutmeg and stuff like that out of it, right?
Yeah, you got it. You should put that in the connoisseur.
Yeah, right.
Do you ever smoke keef before, Press?
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, man.
No, there is an edible or a drink brand called Keef.
Okay,
but I've never had Keef.
Keef is just essentially the crystals, Steve, that are on the leaves or whatever of the bud.
Okay.
And so if you ever grind up your flour, whether you're going to cook it in some butter, put it in brownies or whatever, usually the keef ends up in the lid of the grinder.
Okay.
So I was at a Fish concert. This isn't that long ago, and a guy showed up to the parking lot. I didn't smoke, but it was a big fat joint that had like resin around it, like good resin, not like smoke resin. And then it was rolled in keef. Like I was like, how high do you need to be?
Yeah, I know.
That was my question to Gage. It's like, at what point?
Yeah.
I mean, when you're literally like altered statesing back to a Neanderthal, you might have gone too far.
Yeah. No, God, I can't believe we're talking about this stuff.
Please, I enjoy it. I don't know. I think of you guys in high school, and I had my friends. Danny Canasano was one who. This was the guy. He was the lab guy. He had his like a workstation in his room where he it was like it was kept really nicely, but that was his area where he put together his little things.
So, a friend of ours, Steve, I'm not going to say your last name. He says, when I passed out from an edible at my buddy's wedding reception, the EMTs had to come and take him to the hospital. That was 7 years ago today on 420.
He's done a show about this.
He has. Okay.
Yeah,
I know who you're talking
he's
about.
done it in public.
It's hilarious.
It's a hilarious story.
Yeah, we know a few parties
Well,
involved
that's
at that
like
event.
Derek in Shrinking this past season. He ate an entire bag of candy, not knowing that it was pot candy.
And Harrison Ford, remember? He's like, she tried to kill me. She gave him some edibles. He ate all of them because he's a candy guy. Let me go to Steve. Hi, Steve. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Morning, bud. What's up?
I got a poo.
What was that?
Okay.
What'd you say? I didn't hear it.
Remember that?
Say it again.
I got a poo.
Oh, I can't quite hear what you're saying.
Sean Connery.
Oh,
Okay.
Sean Connery.
Oh, okay. All right, man.
Thank you, buddy. All right, what'd you want
whatever.
to tell us about this
So-
pipe you made?
Back when I was in high school, like in the early 80s in Northtown High School, I guess I could say it now because she's probably long gone. I had a ceramics teacher, and I made this cowboy with his hands behind his head, like relaxing with his legs stretched out. So I made a hole in his one leg and made a bowl out of his head and put a cowboy hat on top of it. And I put a light glaze on it, hoping that the glaze would hold it together in the kiln when she put them in. But the hat fell off, and she sold the bowl part in her head, and it kind of
You got in trouble?
blew the whole game. But I guess she must have been a pothead because she just smiled at me and said I could take it home. I'm like,
Okay.
All right.
Fair enough. Yeah, thank you, by the way. Yeah, when you would have class projects, here's another one. Like in chemistry class.
Okay.
The idea was, dude, we're stealing those beakers. We're going to make a bong out of this thing. Never did it.
No.
But the beakers were something we wanted to get our hands
the
on.
stuff you
and then
used.
in shop, you could make things.
Our things were to make weapons. So we would, the shop
stars.
ceiling was flying stars.
Yeah.
In Dazed and Confused, Press, you haven't seen it, but in the beginning of it, it's the last day of school, and they're in wood shop, and the guy is making the finishing touches on his bong. It's like, no, man, there's too much air that's escaping from where the stem goes. But also in that movie, one of the main characters has a bowl in his belt buckle, and it looks cool and all of that. But again, going back to what we were talking about a few minutes ago, it smells, right? So like if you smoked this thing and then put it on your belt buckle, you're just going to walk around smelling like...
Yes.
And that smell is instantaneously recognizable.
Yeah.
Yep, most definitely. Marissa just found her friend that has the Lucy the elephant pipe or bong. That thing's awesome.
Isn't that incredible?
That's a work of art. I love it.
It's only about like 3 inches tall, so it's very intricate.
Oh, it looks bigger than that.
yeah.
Wow. Okay. That's a lot of fun.
It's fun.
I like that a lot.
It's a good gift,
Yeah, for sure. We need to do Preston C pipes for next 420.
Sure.
If
There
we
we
can.
go.
See if we
Blood
can get
drive.
that together. Wow. All right. Well, anyhow, thank you for your stories. Didn't intend to go down this path. I had something completely different we were going to talk about.
The lines are all locked with people with pot stores.
Yeah, they're all loaded up, but we've got no sad dough coming up, so we got to take a break. But anyhow, celebrate your way if you feel the need. We're going to come back in a moment. We got bizarre file stories, and like I said, your shot of winning $1,000. And then shortly after that, Art Alexakis will be joining us. Get ready for the MMRQ. We'll be right back.
Problematic if you have one that's trained to do that. That's basically wild.
Yeah,
and
this
it
isn't
clamps down. Yeah,
this isn't a kitten. This is a young tiger. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I didn't card it, but it was definitely older than like an adolescent.
Yeah.
Was it able to buy alcohol?
That's pretty wild, Jessica. You have a tiger bite. That's way up there on bragging rights.
I like to use it in the whole 2 truths and a lie.
Yeah, totally.
Because no one believes it. I
Thank
love
you,
it.
Jessica.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. Wow. Do you remember when the trainer that we knew would bring Louie in here, Louie the chimpanzee? Man, I'll never forget that. He brought him in a couple times. It was really cool to be that close to a chimpanzee and hold him and so on. But he was always on guard.
Yes.
The trainer was like he didn't lighten up for a moment.
No, because he said at any moment, like he was stronger than everyone in the room.
Absolutely. And that if he were to To become unhinged, we got real trouble.
And he said that, like the 3 of the children's parties, every 4th one he'd have to shoot in front of the kids.
Well, and he would bring, he would.
Get out of the way!
They would bring them to parties and things like that. We had them out.
We did too, Kat.
And how it eventually ended. I don't remember if it was Louis or I think he had Mikey too. Yeah. But they got out of their. All he would say was they got out of their cage and they had to send them to zoos.
Yeah.
Well, he brought in one time a cub, a bear cub.
Oh yeah.
And it was my wife and my wife. The bear cub fell asleep. Claire came in. My wife just because she couldn't believe it, and I said, "You got to get a chance to pet a bear cub." The bear cub fell asleep on her lap. She was sitting on the floor. Those spikes on that that's a bear cub. Yeah. Those things look like Wolverine. Yeah. It doesn't have anything on these friggin' things. It was unbelievable.
Mm-hmm. So did you guys see the movie Nope by any chance?
Yes.
Because there's like an underlying theme of a chimp like going crazy. I mean, it's terrifying because, it was a fictional thing in the movie, but
it's not inaccurate.
What that thing did,
it
could, that could happen in
here. Looking back on Louie and Mikey, like they were cute when they were here, but I'm
not a great idea.
No, it was not smart. Like they're wild animals, and they shouldn't be kept in cages like that.
We also had the white Bengal tigers. Remember that?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That was well before Tiger King came out, and we didn't realize that any yokel could walk around with.
The Possum Bowl doesn't seem so bad now, does it?
Yeah. Right. Let me see here. Okay, since we did mention snapping turtles, we got to go to Tom here real quick. Hey, Tom, morning, bud.
Good morning to see you.
Yes, very good. Good morning to see you. Good morning, welcome. What's up, Tom?
Yeah, I used to go camping a lot when I was younger, and I would always bring a friend. And this one friend, he was like huge into reptiles. He always had, snakes, lizards, turtles, and all that kind of stuff. So there was always like little kind of sitting ponds around. There was always frogs, snakes, turtles, and stuff. So we would go looking. And one time we didn't see this thing, but a huge snapper out of nowhere bit him on his ankle.
Snapper.
And it ripped a vein out.
Whoa!
Like a mile away from the campsite, we had to run back, and I'm a fat boy, so it sucked. It was bad.
Did you guys have to wrap a tourniquet around him or anything?
Once we got back.
Wow.
It took probably 20 minutes to get back.
Oh my God!
He needed stitches. I think he got 8 stitches.
Dude, that's why one of the things that you see the lunatics. There's a guy who had I think a TV show. He's had not a tooth in his mouth, but he would go into the murky, muddy water.
Yes.
And apparently snapping turtles make for great turtle soup or whatever. So he just reaches his arms down in this brown muck. And pulls out snapping turtles. Yeah. And I it was almost too tense to watch the damn show.
Thanks, Tom. That's messed up. All right, here, this might be most exotic bite. I know we had tiger and ostrich and a few other things, but this says my sister got bit by a chinchilla.
Okay.
At Funimals in Westchester.
Oh my God.
Funimals.
As a kid, and still hates those cute little balls of fluff to this day. She asked for it, though. She stuck her finger in the cage.
Okay.
I got bit by a chinchilla.
Well, you see it all the time where people say, "Don't put your fingers in the cage," or if you get a little like a behind the scenes or whatever.
Oh
don't.
yeah,
So,
I got kind of reprimanded. I've told this story before. Sorry to interrupt.
No.
But my junior high Spanish teacher, Mr. Huddleston, did some wildlife work with the St. Louis Zoo, and he would foster some of these animals. And when he had facilities where he could keep them,
like big cats, right?
Yeah, he could keep
them. Killed by
so
one, right?
yeah, so but anyhow, he brought in a he had a mountain lion in a it was a kitten, it was a baby mountain lion in a carry case, and he came walking up to the school. I'm like, no way, oh my God! And I stuck my finger in there. And he's like, don't do that. That thing will bite it off. He's like, whatever you're doing, do it. And yeah, he was killed by a leopard in his backyard.
So that shows you how good, however good they are wild animals. Yeah. You have to remember that. I was at the Philadelphia Zoo here, and we were back. They had an armadillo. I didn't realize this, but the larger armadillo is the kind you might find out in Texas. When they ball up, if your finger gets caught in that, it can break your finger.
Yeah, and those shells, whatever those things are.
The armor.
The bands.
The armor and the armadillo.
All right, we need to take a break. We're actually going to talk to a bite victim in a little while. Maggie, who's a shark bite victim, is going to be joining us. But real quick, I want to go. Somebody was on hold for a long, long time, and they just hung up. Never mind.
Well, don't worry about it because we have a picture with a snake wearing a helmet.
Hey, we got smoking snakes.
Yeah.
And they have an Uber Eats thing on the back.
That is one of the greatest things I've ever seen.
We'll share this on our socials.
That's wonderful.
That's phenomenal. Okay.
All snakes really should have helmets.
Yes.
What if they take a spill?
Yeah, for safety purposes.
All right. Well, anyhow, thank you for sharing the stories. We appreciate it. And like I said, we'll get Maggie on in a little while, who's a shark bite victim in Stone Harbor.
Yeah.
So we'll get her on in a bit. But let's take a break and come back in a second. We'll get into the bizarre file when we return. Stay with us. By the way, Northeast High School, you're up for coolest teacher. Make sure you let us know who the coolest teacher of the year has been. Text word teacher to 39333 if you go to Northeast, and we'll send you the voting link. We'll be back in a moment.
Is it Katie Kane?
Katie Kane.
It's like candy cane.
Yeah.
And I like candy cane. Happy birthday, you.
And then a shirt?
Yeah.
Ooh. Sorry about that. I had the black bean soup.
Okay. All right. So happy birthday, Katie. All right. So I want to go back to the story we had in the bizarre file. Is it Mykonos? Is that how you pronounce it, Kathy?
Yeah.
That's in Greece?
Yes.
Okay.
It's in Greek, Preston.
It's in Greek.
Yeah.
So a mother and daughter were there. They went to a restaurant. They were kind of talked into hanging out in this particular area of the restaurant, which is a sun deck that they have, and they sat at these chairs. And
it's apparently a popular location.
Yeah, it's a very touristy city.
Real beautiful view, right?
It's gorgeous. This doesn't surprise me, though. Like, a lot of the places seem to be a little bit like this, where you pay $600 for two
They're
drinks.
predatory, right?
And it seemed like
right.
so they eventually they were kind of nudged into ordering some food or anyway.
2 mojitos.
Mojitos and 2 crab legs, like just 2 crab legs.
Right. 2.
Not 2 orders of crab
Are
legs.
you even
2
full after
legs.
that?
Right.
They were king crab legs. They are.
They're big.
In their defense, they are the big crab legs.
Yeah.
But they were charged like $640 or 600 euros for that, or they were going to call the cops on them.
They were threatened literally with not being able to leave the country. Now, I'm sure, no matter what,
that wouldn't happen.
No matter what the story is, that kind of predatory stuff will happen, as you were saying, Kathy. If you looked at the history of this place, the reviews are replete with all sorts.
Yeah. It's a scam. It's one of those scams.
Scam.
Get in here, come on in here. Oh, we're going to take care of you. And then at the end, oh yeah, here's the bill.
Oh wait, so this place is known for bills like this?
It's now known amongst on the travel, like the TripAdvisors and stuff like that. It had that reputation. Now, mind you, it's a nice place, and everyone agrees the food and everything is quite good. However, 2 drinks, 2 crab legs,
Well,
$600.
My experience was a little bit different. In London, we ordered 2 martinis, and I forget what vodka we ordered, but it was because it was imported. We paid $40 for each drink, so it was like, or I think it was it was about an $80 bill for 2 drinks.
Did they wrangle? Did they wrangle you into it?
No, they didn't wrangle. We just
were
ordered.
the prices listed? Obviously,
no. They were like, what type of vodka, and we named it, and I forget what it was. And then
give me the $40 kind.
Well, obviously we questioned it after, and they were like, "Well, it's so and so vodka," and we were like, "Yeah." They're like, "Well, you're not in the United States,
Yeah,
so
it's like Tito's or something
like
you
whatever
just you would get here stateside.
We had no idea, so we ended up paying $80 for 2 drinks.
Wow.
I mean, I've already told the story on the air before, but when I had we were in that suite at the Eagles game, and I ordered wings.
Oh, yeah.
And what I didn't know is I was basically ordering catering wings. And not only that, but like beers. I mean, we had so much beer. We were handing it out.
Three.
That was a mistake, though.
Servings or whatever it was.
That is a mistake. And what I'm curious about is if you do make a mistake like that, and it is a legitimate mistake, and before, say it comes and you're like, oh, I didn't know. I am sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Will they sometimes go,
well,
so
even it was a mistake, but not only that, but the menu had prices on it, but even the prices were kind of written in a way that made it look like it wasn't $500. You know what I mean? It was like, it was like $5 wings or something.
What was the
along
final
those-
bill?
It was over $1,000.
Yeah, Casey had ordered off the catering menu.
I mean, they brought out, because I had ordered 2 orders of wings. And they were like, well, why don't we just bring out 1 order? They said
$1,000. Yeah. Wow, 2 orders.
And did you
that hasn't
refuse
happened
and
here
say
in
no?
5 or 6 years. We haven't seen anybody do
Well, so that's the thing. They were like, why don't we bring out 1 orders, and if you need any more, we can bring out more. Because there was only 5 of us in this entire suite. I was like, okay, yeah, that's fine. And when they brought out that 1 order of wings, and it was in a giant chafing dish, I was like, oh, yeah, we don't need all of these. And then they're bringing out, when we ordered like a beer, they brought out a bucket of beer.
Did you pay the bill?
So we were able to talk them down a little bit, and so the manager had to come out, and I said, listen, the way this is written on the menu, it makes it, I thought this was $10.
Put your mother on the phone.
Preston, so the name of this place in Mykonos is called the DK Oyster Bar.
Yes.
And I brought up, and you mentioned in the B file, the people go to TripAdvisor to rip on this place. They do. And so I want you, Preston, to just read these as I scroll through. All
right, the top one
reviews.
is the one from the story I just recounted.
Yeah.
Here's another one. A scam waiting to happen on the unsuspecting masses of vacationers heading their way. The waiters tried selling us food. Each kept giving us different prices. We kept to drinks after hearing about the bad reviews. Another one says, I went to this place on a family vacation and was left horrified and ripped off. Asked several times for the prices. The waiters kept telling me it was cheap and not to worry. The bill was over 400 euros for a couple of badly made drinks.
I mean, it's 1 star after 1 star after 1 star. I feel robbed.
The
So
waiters
that's the
and staff
scam.
are extremely intimidating, especially when questioning the bill. These people are a bunch of scam artists. I really wish I read more reviews before coming here. Wow. This one says, we were lured to dine at their restaurant by friendly, pushy waiters offering us comfort in the sun.
Oh, so this is a full-on scam.
Yeah, we were then pushed into ordering food from menus without prices, but the waiters seemed so energetic, smiling, impatient that we felt obliged not to be a nuisance. Long story short, we, a family of 6, paid almost as much for this one meal of our vacation as we did the entire hotel stay of 5 days.
Jesus.
And I can't see how the prices they charge are warranted.
$6, limited time. Gotta have a Wawa, and that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Marissa. Let's get to the B file, and then we will do No Sad Dough, and then we will talk to Art Alexakis. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Pro Team Collision, your trusted auto body repair shop in King of Prussia. And if you ever find yourself in an accident, go to the pros at ProTeamCollision.com. All right, today is 420. I'm going to share this story with you in another country just to tell you the vast difference between the United States and some other places.
All right.
A 46-year-old Singaporean man who was convicted in February 2021 for importing more than 1 kilogram of cannabis into Singapore in July 2018 was hanged on Thursday.
Wow.
Yeah. Omar Yakub Bamadaja, I don't know how to pronounce his last name.
You're probably right.
Was convicted in 2021 and had his conviction and sentence upheld. In a statement, the Central Narcotics Bureau said Omar was accused of accorded full due process under the law and was represented by legal counseling during his trial and appeal. He entered Singapore from Malaysia by a car in July of 2018. During a routine check, an officer found 3 bundles wrapped in aluminum foil, cling wrap, and newspapers. They were found to contain not less than 1,000.1 grams of cannabis. It was a view that Omar knew the nature of the bundles and that he had deliberately brought them into Singapore. He was then convicted of the charge, the importation charge. So in Singapore, capital punishment is imposed for the most serious crimes, such as the importing or trafficking of significant quantities of drugs that can cause serious harm to individual drug users, their families, and wider society. That's how it's worded. Now, the offense of importation of more than 500 grams of cannabis is punishable by the death penalty.
Yeah.
And they said this in Omar's case, the amount of cannabis that he would have brought in could have fed the addictions of 144 abusers for 1 week. It would have been enough weed for 140 people to smoke for a week.
Wow.
And they killed him over it.
And by the way, That was the plea deal he took, the hanging.
It's just insane, man.
That's crazy.
They are seriously intense. With
Do you remember that
crimes.
movie Return to Paradise?
Yeah.
With Vince
Vaughn.
Vaughn? Yeah.
Yep.
And he's got the little bit of hash.
Yep.
Yeah. Tough.
All right, here's a lighter story out of North Carolina. A judge has ordered the town of Mooresville to release footage of Mayor Chris Carney in the town hall after hours with no pants on. The judge's ruling came after WBTV filed a lawsuit against town for refusing to release the security footage.
This is the time of day I like to air out my balls.
The judge's ruling determined that the videos are indeed public records. The court rejected the town of Mooresville argument that the footage should be considered sensitive security information that could be used to reverse engineer building layout information.
Sure, that's it.
The judge has ordered the town officials either release the footage to the TV station within 5 business days or submit to the court for an in-camera review and propose redactions and the legal reasoning behind such redactions. So on October 10th, Carney went to the town hall after midnight with a woman who was receiving taxpayer dollars as a communications consultant. Motion detectors were set off twice, sending police to the town hall. The incident received widespread media attention and it led to Mooresville town commissioners voting 4-2 in a vote of no confidence against the mayor. The Carney said, "There is no evidence, there is no video of me in my office or anything," during an interview. He said, "It's all about me in the hallways. I can't imagine anything that would be pressing me going to the bathroom." So in 2026, a former employee filed lawsuits telling a different story about what happened that night. Jeff Noble, an IT employee, filed a lawsuit against the town. He claims that he was retaliated against after discovering surveillance video of Carney in the town hall after hours with his pants off. He said you can see the mayor at least a couple of different occasions without wearing pants, which is a very big issue. It's unethical.
Yeah, you're supposed to wear pants.
Former IT director Chris Lee filed a lawsuit claiming that he was fired because of how he handled the surveillance video of Carney. He said that the town leaders pressured him to suppress or delete the video and related records. Lee said they reviewed the footage from multiple camera angles and described seeing Carney and the communications consultant enter the building after hours. He said that he saw the pair go upstairs into an office and remain there for an extended period of time. And then he goes, and then after midnight again, you see back and forth to the bathroom a couple of times. And then eventually, I'd see him come out and there was no clothing whatsoever on there. And you can directly see that. And in the lawsuit, Lee claims the video shows Carney in a state of partial or complete undress with his genitalia exposed, his unit visibly stiff while inside the town hall as well. So he was getting it on after hours.
That seems a little damning.
And walking around naked.
I was assuming that his underpants were still on.
Oh, no.
No.
Yeah.
No, fully naked.
He was walking around, boing, 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 doing that whole thing. One last story. I know it's already 2 minutes after 10, but a family in Shippensburg got a wild wake-up call on Thursday. Owen Eichenlaub it was helping his 6-year-old daughter get ready for school when a herd of deer came crashing through his closed front door. And there's video of it, too. He said a whole pile of deer come flying through the door. First one ended up laying down here, and then the other 4 ran around the house for a little while. After a few minutes, the other 3 ran out the door.
It's like deer weapons or something.
Yeah.
One deer was stuck in the kitchen. He said, I moved my way around, kind of pushed it and shoved it, and then turned around and ran out there. But a total of 5 deer went into the house, but only 4 left. The impact of the first deer broke its neck.
Oh, man, that's sad.
At the foot of the stairs. And that's
it was the darndest thing I ever saw.
Was the beginning of the trouble. The herd left tufts of hair, hoof marks on the hardwood floor, and even a hole in the dining room floor. But he managed to get him out. He said, next time the deer come knocking, he'll be prepared. He said, if they ever come back, I'll make them a new addition to my wall over here. And, of course, he's got all these deer heads hanging on his wall.
Oh.
They probably came in the front door and went, oh, my God!
This guy's going to murder us!
Yeah, so...
sometimes that happens, though.
Yeah.
You have a big picture window.
And that's why you need to wear shoes all the time.
All the time.
Sleep with your shoes on in case a deer gets in the house.
You need to fist fight a deer? You do it.
We got to do this. It's 10:03.
93.3 WMMR Philadelphia. It's time for
sorry, Mr. Announcer. The word is contest. All right, contest. And this is your chance to win $1,000. You have until 25 minutes after the hour to enter it. You can do it through the MMR app at WMMR.com, or you can text the word contest to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. One random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest, and winners will get a call from Beasley. So make sure you answer your phone. Contest rules available at WMMR.com. The Preston and Steve No Sad Dough is sponsored by Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union. So the word again is contest. Enter that now, CONTEST. And we wish you luck, and we want you to win $1,000. So
Nice.
go for it. All right, our guest is on the line and ready to go. The MMRBQ coming up May 9th. And he is no stranger to our event, as we've had him out before. And we've had him here in our studio, and we've talked to him many times over the years, and we're excited to have Everclear on the bill. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us via phone this morning, Art Alexakis is joining us. Art,
oh my God.
Good to have you on again. How you doing, man?
It's a party now that you're here.
It's a party, brother.
Right on, man.
Yeah. No, listen. How are things, man? How are you doing these days, bud?
I'm doing good, bro. We're on the road. We're heading your way with these guys, so that's going to be fun. We're out rocking. I'm on the tour bus, so if it's a little loud, I apologize.
No, it's all good. Is it, are you at the point in your career where it's mainly about just having fun these days, because you're going around, you're playing all these shows, and you've done this for a number of years, and I would imagine at some point, the fun becomes the major part of it.
Well, yeah. I mean, it depends on where your headspace is at.
Yeah.
When you're younger, you're focused on the carrot, right? And so in that estimation, that perspective, you're absolutely right. I'm not doing that. But I got to tell you, up until about a year ago, I was in the mindset of like, look, man, we're going to play the people in the year. We're going to play the hits. We're going to do all that stuff. And we're just going to have fun. We're going to go out, support our families, and have a good time and make people happy. And then the kind of world took a left turn, in my opinion. And I started writing. I didn't want to write. It's just that's what happened.
Yeah.
I'm not one of those guys that sits down and goes, I'm going to write a song. I don't do that. I just start writing because I have something to write about. And so we're making a new album, long story short.
Excellent.
We've got 9 basic tracks recorded. We're going to go and do another 4 or 5. And so we have 10 to 12 tracks for the record. And it sounded awesome. It sounds very old school. It's very aggressive, kind of angry. And but melodic, sounds like Everclear. And it sounds like something like Sparkle & Fade or Reading Golden Wood.
Okay.
Has that kind of vibe.
Very cool.
A lot of guitars.
So, Art, the connection is not awesome, but we're hearing what you're saying.
I know, brother.
No
I
problem.
apologize.
No, not a problem, man. We got it. Reading a number of interviews with you out the years, and you talk about anger can help fuel your need to write, and talking about the new album is, and I like what you were saying in the interview that I read. You don't try to force it. You're moved by the moment. You're moved by the emotion, and so it'll take a longer time to get to a completion of the album, but it's not going to be the quote unquote filler, as they say.
No, I really don't feel like I've ever used much filler at all. If anything, I always hated that about bands. To me, I'm an older guy, and I think you might be too a little bit. And it's like I grew up with albums. I grew up with the idea of an album being thematically connected, whether it's a concept record or not. But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like this album sounds like this. This album sounds like this. This album has this lyrical vibe. That's important to me.
Oh, I absolutely get that. Yeah, that's to me. I love that. I love something that to have that connective tissue between the songs. Means a lot. You talk about being a little bit older, and I think this is something that's always fascinated me about you. Is that a lot of what hit for you hit while you were in your 30s. You'd gotten past, the age where you could, where a lot of the very frivolous stuff could happen. As you
mean when I was carrying a gun, being a drug dealer, and
right.
You mean that part of my life?
That part, yeah. That crazy part. Are you, the way, obviously you don't get a do-over in life, but having things hit a little bit later, pro, con, how do you feel that worked for your overall mental health and health in general?
Well, it's a good question. I think you wouldn't ask it if you didn't already know the answer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was sober. I was sober when I got success. I got sober in '89. Got clean in '84, but kept drinking, and was still a mess, just a nightmare. And I got sober.
I think he's gone.
Lost? No, he's still there.
My last band moved to Portland, Oregon, San Francisco. My girlfriend was from Portland. She was expecting our daughter, and so it made sense to move to Portland and start a band. And that was my last band. This was going to be my last band. Because back then, 30 was considered old, man.
Yeah.
Now I look at it like 30. Wow.
Yeah.
Man, that's when things started happening.
I remember. I'm sorry.
You're absolutely right. I think everything happens the way it's supposed to.
Man.
I was a really bloomer in some ways, also a late bloomer in a lot of ways. I'm a dumb guy. It takes me a while to figure things out.
Hey, Art, we can't hear you at all, man. I don't know if you guys are going through a tunnel or what. I don't think you can hear us at all.
Let's see if we can maybe reschedule or something.
It's just, I just put the blinders on. I was sober, and like, after all those years of being self-medicated, since I was like 6 years old.
Hey, Art, I don't know if you can hear us at all, but
this sucks because
we can't hear
he's
anything.
talking about something important.
I know. I'm going to put him on hold, Ryan.
Yeah.
I'm going to put him on hold. See if we can get him and let him know that we just the signal is so poor that we can't.
Because
we're getting nothing.
Exactly right. He's kind of talking about some important stuff, and you don't want to give it short shrift, but we can't make out what's being said.
I don't know where they were last night, but they're headed to Hattiesburg, Mississippi. And so he's, down in the deep south.
Yeah. And it's a technological hub down there.
Oh, you want to put him on hold?
Oh, yeah.
I got it.
Hang on. Sorry about that. I thought I put him on hold. Let him know that we can't hear him. So we had it crystal clear there for a moment.
It was nice.
Which was kind of
nice.
nice.
Want him, why don't you give him the No Sad Bro word of the day and let him play while he's waiting.
No Sad Dough? Yeah,
No Sad
might
Dough,
win $1,000, you never know. By the way, it's contest for those who need to know. That is the key word for right now, contest. So I don't know. Ryan, will we try and get him for another time?
Yeah, maybe that's the way to go.
Okay. All right. Which is too bad because I had some questions I want to ask him.
Absolutely.
He's a very nice guy.
You know what? I was just watching, both you and I are fans of Blast from the Past. The songs are featured throughout Blast from the Past.
Really?
Yeah. I Will Buy You a New Life, and another one is in there. But it's like the Everclear's all over the place.
I remember they popped up in the movie Loser. And Jason, what's his face, goes, Jason, what? Biggs, goes to see them in concert. And that was right when they were starting to take off.
Their song on the Romeo and Juliet soundtrack that soundtrack was one of my top soundtracks growing up.
Yeah.
And their song, I was in the studio when they were here and I asked him about it. And he's like, the MTV they came up to me. I was at the MTV Movie Awards. They asked me to write a song. I locked myself in a hotel room for a day, wrote that song, and then they played it.
Huh.
And I was like, that wave of nostalgia hit, that I was getting this private performance of the song that I'd grown up singing so many times.
Well, come and see him live. Yeah. It'll sound a lot better than that phone call at MMRBQ, May 9th. Tickets, like I said, on sale now at the top of the break. I was mentioning that. But we might be talking to Sully Erna this week, next week?
Nah, this week.
Okay. So
we'll have them pull over if they're in a tour
bus or something like that. But we'll see if we can reschedule Art for some time in the very near future. All right. Anyhow, we should take a break nonetheless and come back in a second. We'll get lesson, question, trash, and music news. Those things are coming up next. Stay there. We'll be right back. Never be coaxed off of the beach again into any establishment without reading the reviews first.
Anytime somebody's forceful like that,
Yes.
something's
I don't like that
happen.
approach. I hate that approach. I never get suckered in on that crap.
My sister and I went to Paris. I was only 18 years old, and she was she's 4 years older than me, and there were high pressure people on the street, trying to get you into places,
into these various places.
Yeah. One of them was live sex on stage. I kid you not, I was in the red light district, live sex on stage, and I go, dude, and this guy spoke English. And he thought, oh, you guys are Americans. Wow. So he really started giving us the hard sell. And I go, dude, it's my sister.
Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah, no thanks.
going to come on, man. You got to just come on in.
This
you
is
know?
a good way to bond with your sister. You watch a 69 on stage. Or Swiss Nerf.
Las Ramblas in Barcelona is a little bit like that, where they're coaxing you into the different restaurants and stuff like that. But I ordered, if you go to a good restaurant or not, a place that's not going to scam you, I ordered a bottle of champagne, and the guy, the price wasn't on the menu, or, one of those. And
Be leery when there's no price that you can see written down.
But a lot of times they don't list the prices, and I had it before, and it wasn't like some astronomical bottle. But the guy came over and he said, "I just want to let you know." This whatever version of what it was like $400. He said, so I just want to make sure you know what you're ordering. That's what a good restaurant's going to do. And that's when I was like, okay, no, thank you. I thought it was the regular bottle.
Did you go, did you look like I can? Do I look like I can't afford a $400 bottle of wine?
I must look like some sort of hooker.
No,
Casey.
I was like, you're right. I'm not paying $400 for a bottle of champagne.
Casey, when they brought out the $1,000 plus, did you say, how much without the buffalo sauce?
Well, here, going to Casey's story, Jessica has one similar. Hi, Jessica. Good morning.
Good morning. I just wanted to tell Casey, don't stress out, because I did the same thing. We went to Disney on Ice a couple of years ago, and we had 5 kids with us, and we were like, oh, can we get 5 orders of chicken tenders, 5 orders of French fries? And they brought back 5 chafing dishes of chicken tenders and French fries.
Oh my God.
And they gave me a bill for $1,600.
Yeah. Crazy, right?
I almost jumped out of the balcony.
But Jessica, let me ask you, were there enough people in that suite to finish even one of those orders of chicken fingers?
There was 7 of us.
Yeah.
And my oldest at the time was 7 years old. I had 4 little kids.
The fact that you listen,
same exact thing.
But I mean, is there a listing for an individual serving of chicken?
No,
no,
there's
but
a little paper menu on the thing, and it's there's no prices, and it's chicken tenders, French fries, fried shrimp, whatever.
So
I'm like, oh, let me get 5 orders. And at first they brought out 1 chafing dish of French fries and 1 of chicken nuggets. And I was like, well, that makes sense. For room, they just put it all in one big tray, whatever.
Right.
And then they came back 4 more times.
Oh, my
And I was
God.
like, what is going on? This is our, we paid $1,000 for this, suite for Disney on Ice to begin with. And they were like, oh, no, this is all you order. And I was like, oh, well, then we have a problem.
Yeah, we have a major problem. And that's why, this is the norm for them. That's the thing. For these, the servers, that's the norm. So
well, they're used to providing food for a suite. However, if there's 7 people, like with Jessica's situation, and one of them is a kid, and you says, are you sure you want 250,000 chicken fingers?
Yeah, you have to explain. This is an entire dish that you're
Chafing
ordering.
dish.
Do you even with yours, Casey? They should have explained to you, her saying, "Okay, let's start off with 1." Well, you didn't know what that meant. There should be. Hey, are you?
All right,
you
so
understand that there's
250,000 fingers and 51,000 French fries.
Jessica, did you get the money thing worked out with them?
I cried and cried and cried and cried, and they took 4 of them off because we didn't touch them, and I refused to touch them. But it was still $200 in chicken nuggets and French fries.
Oh my God!
4 little kids,
especially when you went the extra mile to get the thing and take the kids to see Disney on Ice, which I'm sure you were riveted by.
You get a week's worth of chicken fingers to take home with you.
Right.
Yeah, but the thing is, you feel like an idiot. You know what I mean?
You do.
How did I
feel
not
embarrassed.
know?
Yeah. You feel embarrassed.
Yeah.
You feel and listen, all the time there, whenever I encounter the people, the wait staff, they're awesome. They'll hook you up and they'll take care of you. But there should be perhaps a little bit better delineation between an individual, if they even offer an individual size.
Thanks, Jessica.
And a chafing dish.
So I had something similar, and I don't want to say where I was, but I went in to have a service done. And I was expecting one price, right? So I went in and so I ended up getting quoted this price that was basically 3 times as much as I had anticipated.
Right.
And I was so embarrassed that I couldn't pay it.
Yeah.
That I was like, okay, well, hang on to, and so they still have my stuff.
I will use my mouth on you.
But I was like, okay, all right.
Did they do the service?
So there were 3 things that I needed serviced. I asked for them to service the cheapest one of the 3. I go, okay, hang on to everything, and then when I come back and pick this up, I will.
Why don't you just go get it and say no thanks?
So I ended up sending an email to somebody else, because I dealt with somebody online. The person that I dealt with at the store was different. So then when I went home, I finally got the balls to go, I can't pay this. Like, I don't want, And so I emailed the person. I'm like, listen, this is what I thought was, and I was too embarrassed to say something and just walk away with my products.
You should have sent them a note like written in crayon. This is my house. I cannot afford this.
But I was and that's what it really boiled down to, was just me being too embarrassed to say, it's too
Do you think they were being?
me.
Do you think they were being predatory to you? Do you
No,
think that they
no.
were, okay, you just got confused.
I just got
All right.
confused, and I didn't know, going into it.
Right.
The other problem is, like, when you want to find out how much something costs, like, the internet doesn't really help you with that sort of stuff. You're like, how much should this cost? And then the internet's like, well,
we don't know.
We don't know.
You know where this happens actually a lot is the nail salon. So I was sitting in a nail salon and I watched them. Do you want this new type of manicure? And the girl was like, okay, well, what is it? And there's a little bit of a language barrier. So they do their best to explain it to her. And she's like, all right, yeah, that sounds fine. Great. Comes with a little extra massage, whatever it was. And I was still there when she checked out. And it was a $200 manicure she got.
Well,
She goes, what do you mean $200? And they were like, well, we did whatever the nail polish was and this and that. And she was like, absolutely not. She goes, it took you the same amount of time to do my nails as if I were to get a regular manicure. If it was a 3-hour-long manicure and there was more time that went into it, but what
was their reaction?
She refused to pay it. She said, I am not paying this. She said, you can call the cops. You can do what you want. I am not paying you for this. And they did eventually just charge her what she would have normally paid when she, went in there on a normal basis to get a regular manicure.
I also, I just got a text. I was reminded, same thing happened with dog grooming. And so
dog grooming's expensive.
Well, and I know
if you
that.
don't know that.
And I know that, and I know going in, but I'd gone in the last time, and my dogs were a little hairier, a little bit more matted.
Like their butt hair removed as well, please?
Steve, these guys charge me hundreds of dollars.
Really?
More than what I'm used to paying. They charged me a matting fee, and they just shaved it off anyway.
What was the final charge?
It was like... Hon, can you text me and let me know? Because it was somewhere in the neighborhood of somewhere between $300 to $500.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
That's ridiculous.
It was 2 dogs.
And they have big dogs.
2 big dogs.
Yeah.
And Reggie doesn't do well with the dryers.
Right.
He gets really anxious. He's not nasty. But he's also 80 pounds.
Right.
So that's why I was kind of like, okay, it is what it is. And, but I was like, but I was too embarrassed to go, I'm not paying this.
Right.
That's way too much. And then, and I don't know what it, when you just say it's a matting fee, but then you just shave over it anyway. I'm like, what's the difference if you're, there might be a big difference. I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm not
But
a dog
it seems
groomer.
very pricey. It seems extraordinary. I mean, even for the size of your dogs, that's ridiculous.
Here's a text says, went out in Amman, Jordan, one time and ended up with a $3,000 US dollar bill that I had to argue down to $1,500 in Arabic, surrounded by a bunch of Jordanian thugs. He said everything is negotiable in the Middle East. It was a gentleman's club, and we were paying for the, quote, the girls' time and their $50 drinks. We didn't even get an effing OTPHJ out of the 3 of us. And so they had to argue $3,000. Wow.
That's insane.
Hang on a second. There was, here's one that says, hey guys, everyone should know that if they're in a foreign country, unlike America, if there's bread or anything on MMR Rocks, Everclear. We just attempted to have Art Alexakis on the phone to talk about the MM barbecue. We did. We chatted with him for a little bit, but the signal was so bad we had to wrap up the conversation. We couldn't understand what he was saying. He couldn't hear us.
So not always clear.
Not always clear. Just every now and then clear is the name of the band. But great guy, and we'll see if we can reschedule that because he did sound excited to talk about coming to play the show and getting back to Philadelphia and all that good stuff. So
absolutely. He's one guy you remember early on we thought, okay, he just had a different sort of vibe and reputation, and he's just become really, he has MS, which he deals with, but his outlook is really positive. He's been terrific ever since.
He wrote some great freaking songs.
Awesome
too, man.
stuff.
Love it. All right, we are going to give some away. We have a lesson question. We're going to give away a pair of tickets as MMR rocks Bob Dylan.
What?
In concert with Jimmy Vaughn and Brittany Spencer, which is going to be Tuesday, July 14th at The Man. And we are going to give away the tickets if you can answer this correctly. What new band name came from a broken, unused bong this morning? 610-660-9333. Do you know the answer to that? What new band name came from a broken, unused bong this morning? 610-660-9333. Call the Xfinity guest line. Let's see if you get through and win.
The trash business is a gold mine.
93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Horizon Services for drain clearing, surge protection, and whole home generator installations. Count on Horizon Services Plumbing and Electrical. You can book now at horizonservices.com. What's going on, Steve?
Well, Preston, 68-year-old Madonna tearing it up, dancing away at Friday night's Coachella with her 28-year-old boyfriend, Akeem Morris. Madonna reportedly only paused a few times to allow staff to swap out the tennis balls on her walker. Justin Baldoni's legal team fighting to have Blake Lively's net worth introduced into their trial, saying it would undermine her claims of lost revenue. Lively's team is vigorously fighting against it, noting that most people don't realize how hard it is to stretch $168 million.
Yeah. He doesn't stand for baloney.
That's right. And finally, YouTube star Caleb Marshall, who goes by the name The Fitness Marshall, has filed for divorce from his husband, Cameron Moody. Moody is planning to take Marshall, Marshall pay for the split, saying he goes by the name The No Prenup Kid. That's your Hollywood Trash.
All righty, and let us head to the phones and see if we can get an answer to this question. What is a new band name that came from a broken, unused bong this morning? 610-660-9333. I'm not sure which line I'm supposed to go to. Here we go. All right, we have Chuck. We're going to try him out. Hey, Chuck, good morning.
Great day in the morning.
Great day, my friend. All right, what's the band name that came from a broken, unused bong this morning?
Virgin Bomb.
The Virgin Bombs. Wow. Hang on, Chuck.
It's dramatic.
You just got yourself a pair of tickets as MMR rocks Bob Dylan in concert with guests Jimmy Vaughn and Brittany Spencer. Tuesday, July 14th at The Man. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster. Jimmy. All right, music news. Here we go.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you by A.D. Moyer, trusted expert since 1939. A.D. Moyer Lumber is your professional source for decks, windows, doors, kitchens, millwork, and more. Visit them online on the web at admoyer.com. Iron Maiden will not be attending their induction into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Oh, I don't like hearing that.
Well, it's not a snub to the music industry. This year's induction ceremony is going to take place November 14th at the Peacock Theater in Los Angeles. But on that date in question, the British metal legends will be in Australia as part of their ongoing Run for Your Lives world tour. The band manager, Rod Smallwood, said, as the most observant have already noticed, the band will be on tour in Australia around the November date of the induction ceremony for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. In accepting Iron Maiden, made it very clear to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame that the fans always come first and that these shows will go on, of course. He said, we would like to assure our fans in Australia that the Australian and New Zealand dates will remain unaffected, and we look forward to bringing the Run to Your Lives tour to them.
I assume they're going to record like a little video or something?
I don't know. Iron Maiden frontman Bruce Dickinson has previously called the Hall of Fame and, quote, utter complete load of bull S, and that he believes it's run by a bunch of sanctimonious, bloody Americans who wouldn't know rock and roll if it hit them in the face.
So it sounds like he considers it an honor.
Steve Harris had told Metal Hammer, I've never been bothered with it. He said this in 2023. We've never done music to be in some Hall of Fame or whatever. And also, if it was a thing that was voted by fans, that'd be okay. But the way it works, it doesn't matter how the fans vote. It only counts as one vote. So it doesn't really represent anything. I don't know how I'd feel about it if we actually did get in. So it's not higher on their priority list.
Nah.
A lot of bands have that attitude for sure, and they are certainly allowed to. And then sometimes they come around and go, wow, okay.
Yeah.
This is pretty cool. So we'll accept it.
And you kind of wish you would have been there.
I know that when Rush was inducted, Neil made a speech. And he's like, I know we've been saying it's not a big deal, not a big deal, not a big deal. And he goes, turns out, pretty big deal. So the Revivalists unveiled their lead single, Heart Stop. They also shared news that their 6th studio album, Get It Honest, arrives on July 24th via Concord Records.
Concord.
Mm-hmm. This 12-track record represents first complete album from the New Orleans band in 3 years. Producer Rich Costi joined the group at Guilford Sound in Vermont. Costi and the 8 musicians had worked together at this same studio on the 2023 release, Pour It Out Into the Night. 7 members are now fathers. The record examines maturity, looking ahead, and restraint as growth. Also, frontman David Shaw said, to me, this album's about understanding this point and learning to work with it like a potter works with clay. Our flaws and imperfections are what ultimately make us human and beautiful.
It's beautiful, man.
The group performs at the New Orleans Jazz Festival on April 25th. The schedule includes shows opening for the Red Clay Strays at Madison Square Garden on April 9th and Red Rocks Amphitheater on September 25th.
I thought they were opening for the Muff Huffers.
I don't know about that.
You don't have that in your...
I don't have the Muff Huffers. Muff...
I'll look that up.
Hummers. What was it?
Muff Huffers.
Muff Huffers. I don't have their itinerary right now.
They were...
look for that.
Conquered.
And then I want to mention this. Sarah Parker, here of WMMR, had a chance to sit down with guitarist Mark Morton from Lamb of God.
I watched this.
Came by the studio to talk about things right before Lamb of God's mega sold-out show at the TLA last month. And they get into things like Philly being their second home because Lamb of God is from Richmond, Virginia, so not crazy far away from here. Playing the TLA versus playing a Back to the Beginning, playing the Back to the Beginning Ozzy's final show. New Lamb of God album, Into Oblivion, the band's logo controversy. New solo album, Without the Pain, which is not at all metal or anything like that, and a whole bunch of other stuff. The Sphere in Vegas, Gratitude, and Staying in the Present Moment. These are all things that Sarah covered in that, and you can see it all at WMMR.com.
He's very conversive, and there is apparently was a big reaction to changing the Lamb of God logo.
Yeah.
You know, we talk about, refusing to adopt the new names of places. People get very precious if they're a fan base. They want what they want.
Yeah. All right, and that is the last item I have in music news. That means we have one final break to take, which we're going to do now. We'll come back and get the letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize, and Matt Cord comes in next. We'll be right back. When you sit down, you'll get charged for it.
Yeah.
That does happen. Yes, I have heard of that.
Yeah, and when
so if it seems like it's complimentary because it's sitting out, you need to be aware that you might have.
And as they point out with this place that started this place at Mykonos, they actually there is a menu online with the prices that are nothing like what this mother and daughter were charged for 2 crab's legs and 2 mojitos.
Yeah. Hang on, I want to go to John. Hey, John. Good morning.
Hey guys, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, what's up, buddy?
So quick story, similar to Casey, just being, not sure of something. My wife, it was her birthday. She's also about to give birth to our second boy. This was about 4 years ago. So I'm just like, you know what? I'm going to take you out to a jewelry store. You pick anything you want. Mm-hmm. And I am a man of modest means. My wife is a person of modest means.
Right.
And so we go to the jewelry store. The lady was super nice. She's like, oh, let's look at this, look at this. And my wife was like, I would like earrings. So she takes us to display case. I'm wearing like mesh shorts and a t-shirt. So, she takes us to the case. My wife puts it on. She looks great. My wife then goes, you know what? I really don't. I asked the lady. I was like, how much is it going to be? She was like 3 to 5. I was like, oh, okay. And then my wife's like, oh, I really don't feel too good. Let's just leave. So we walk out of the store and I go, Ray, are you okay? And she's like, you know those earrings she showed you? And I was like, yes. She was like, that was $3,000 to $5,000.
Yeah.
And she knows, my wife knows, and it's a similar thing that you guys are talking about, being embarrassed. She knows that I would have been so embarrassed, I would have paid it. I would have been like, here you go. Yep.
That's the worst when you listen and you're a hardworking person and you're there and you want to and then when you have to really, and they do that on purpose a lot of times. They really hide the price and they make it small. So I'm just very over it. I want to see look at the price tag and say, this is what I'm looking for. You won't waste your time and you won't waste their time. But it is a little weird when you're like, whoa.
Oh, yeah, dude. And I remember in my earlier years of wandering into a higher fashion store
Oh,
or
my
higher
God.
end jeweler, like a big name like Cartier or Tiffany, and starting to, shop for something Rochelle, and then they get to the price, and I'm like,
yeah,
and
you're
then-
like Steve Martin. The head turns.
Yeah, you have to try to play off the
wait, that's Gene Wilder.
Stir crazy.
Yeah.
$1,000.
But it tests.
I gotta find that.
It tests your composure.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to be embarrassed.
Oh my God!
You know what I
When I bought Claire's the engagement ring, and there's a place in New York called Fortunoff's, and I'm like,
this was pre-Steven Singer days.
Pre-Steven Singer.
Wait, Fortunoff's sold diamonds? I thought it was like
It was actually
costume jewelry.
in Long Island. It was known as the jewelry store. This is if only I had Steven Singer at the time.
Wait, no, wait. No, sit.
I was sweating bullets because you're just getting started and you want to make sure that you also want to do something that she's going to like and at least be able to show her friends.
Yeah.
And I remember going in there and fortunately the person was very kind. Again, and we're not saying it just because it's, he's an advertiser, but it's the truth. It's the Steven Singer experience is a lot better. And they get this. They get that you're going to work within your budget, and that means all the difference in the world.
I remember asking a dentist because I had to get some sort. It had to have been a root canal or something like that. And I was like, well, so I was presented with options, and I was like, well, how much does a root canal cost?
It's going to be some money.
He wouldn't tell me.
What?
Wait, no, wait.
Somebody in that office knows how much a root canal costs. Can somebody please tell me how much this is going to cost so I know?
Honestly, and it's the truth, and I implore you, you are the customer. Do not feel bad. Whatever your means,
ask.
you're in there to give business to these people.
Yeah, you're entitled to that information.
You're entitled to that information.
Yep.
And if they seem secretive about it, leave.
Let me go to Chris. He wants to comment on the dental thing. Hey, Chris, good morning.
Yoo-hoo.
He just knew he prompted.
It's too early. I couldn't do it.
What's up, Chris?
First of all, I thought when I was on the phone I was dying because I heard an angel speaking to me, and I was like, "Oh, it's Marissa." I love Marissa. When she's on, it's an A+ show all the time.
Oh, there you go. We'll let Bill Weston know that.
Yeah.
All right, well, quit hitting on her and tell us your story, please.
Casey was saying about the dental. Yeah, be careful because these smaller offices are being bought out by larger ones, and they're pushing stuff out. My friend went to one, and they tried pushing all this stuff on her, and she's like, I don't even need it. Like
Zoom whitening and stuff like that, or
tongue whitening.
And then years ago, somebody went in for a procedure, and they came out. They got 10 teeth taken out, and none of them were needed because they're like,
that's not a good
they make
dentist.
money.
Yeah,
Sorry,
dentist.
Bottom line, you go into the dentist and they remove 10 teeth that they don't have to take out. That's not a good
Listen,
dentist.
while you're here for the cleaning, what about I remove all your teeth?
Yeah.
It's
We have
easy to-
audio of a guy who just got that done.
Wait, no, wait.
Well, they're going to make the case that cleaning them is easier when you can take them out and put them in a washing machine.
Anybody think about that?
My friend had a medical procedure done, and they were telling her your insurance is likely not going to cover all of it. And she was like, okay, well, we're not going in. Like, you're not putting me under. We're
Right.
going in for this until I know around
How
much. And she said they could not, or they wouldn't give her a price. And she was like, we're not doing this till you give me a price.
Yeah. All right. Let me go to Mike. He had an interesting situation one time. Hey, Mike. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
I was in Lauderdale with my wife
on vacation, and we were at a resort that had a golf course attached to it. I wanted a cigar. So I go into the pro shop, and they have this nice selection of cigars. I go, oh, let me grab this one. It was like a Davidoff Robusto. I clip the end, walk to the register, and the woman says, that'll be $65. My wife looks at me and goes, you better enjoy that cigar, man.
And you were committed. You had to buy it. You had no choice.
I was so committed, man. I had all but lit it. I mean, the end was clipped, and I'm just looking at it like.
Look, once you've done that, you bought it.
Mike was going to ask for a roach clip for that thing. He can smoke it all the way down.
I my cheek and gum to get it all.
Dude.
Thanks, Mike.
That's crazy.
Oh, my God. All right.
My sister-in-law is from Greece, and so she texted me, and she said, I still will never understand why Americans go to that side of Greece. She said, it's all like this.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, so, there needs to be like an insider tourist information hub to tell you to avoid that type of thing. Wow. It's a big-time scam. All right. Well, listen, thanks for your calls. We appreciate it. We do need to take a break. I would like to, because we've got Tony Danza coming up, I would like to give away, do me a favor, Chris on line one, have him hang on. Chris is on hold for a long time. I didn't get to go to him and see if he wants some tickets to go to see the Bob's Burgers movie. And I'll take two other callers as well. It's a screening tomorrow night at UA King of Prussia, 7 o'clock, 215-263. WMMR from 20th Century Pictures, the Bob's Burgers movie hits theaters May 27th. So we'll give away the last of our passes now. We're going to take a break, come back in a second. Don't forget Tattoos Day today, so text word tattoo 39333. Might win a Preston and Steve themed tattoo from Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.
Hey, on 93.3 WMMR, learning to fly here as we're coming in for a landing on this Monday morning. The Preston and Steve Show. It's 10:40, and we'll get the letter of the day in a moment and let you know what we got for Word of the Week to give away this week.
I get the feeling that we redefined what broadcast radio could be today.
Today alone?
Yeah.
You think we did that?
I just have a feeling.
All right. Well, I know we did do something right because we've got Joe or Joseph on the line. Do you like Joe or Joseph?
Joe, it doesn't really matter.
Joe, Joey, Joseph, or we could also say winner too. What'd you just win, brother?
I just won $1,000.
How about that?
What a Monday.
No sad dough. It's a sweet thing. How was your weekend, Joey?
It wasn't too bad. One of my closest friends got married this weekend, so went to a nice wedding and had a great time.
Dude, nice. Now you can buy yourself a wife.
Yeah, it continues on. Buy yourself a new wife.
Yeah.
Are you married, by the way?
No, but I do have a girlfriend.
All right.
Okay. All right. Well, you don't have to tell her about this if you don't want to.
No. We won't clue her in.
Keep the money. Where are you from, Joe?
I currently live in Philadelphia, so South Philadelphia.
Excellent,
Nice.
brother. Well, listen, we love that you listen to the radio station and our program, and we love the fact that we can now say, Joseph Marinelli, you just won $1,000. Congratulations, brother, and thank you for everything, all right?
Thank you.
All right, there you go. And that's how you do it, people. It's that simple. Joe just texted in, won $1,000.
I think he's brushing his teeth this morning. I'm going to have $1,000 extra by the end of the day. No, but it happened.
It's beautiful. I would like to thank our one and only guest for like a minute. Art Alexakis of Everclear was on, and unfortunately, he was on the tour bus, and it sounded terrible, and we had to pull out on the call, unfortunately. But
And at the moment we're trying to do that, he's really kind of relaying a heartfelt moment of revelation in his life, and you just feel like an idiot, but you just want to do right by him. So he is a great interview.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get him on again. Matt, you ever talked to Art before?
Yeah, he's a great interview.
Yeah.
I remember I was talking to him once, and he's like, "Is Jim McGuinn here? He's your PD, right?" Like he knew right away. Like, he knows the business.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm interested to see what he says, and I'm sure we'll talk to him during the barbecue.
Yeah, we hope so.
Definitely.
Unless he sounds like that in person.
I like your thing, not ever clear.
Clearly not ever clear.
You guys are talking about. Did you mention Delaware Avenue?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
That was okay. Columbus Boulevard.
Yeah, we were talking about places that we continue to call by their old name, even though the name has changed ages ago. But yeah, Delaware Avenue was one of the first ones that came up. Columbus
still Delaware
Boulevard.
Avenue.
It's still Delaware Ave to you?
Delaware Ave.
Yeah.
And then the cabaret. So there are 3 cabarets. There's Chestnut Cabaret, there's a 23 East Cabaret, and the Ambler Cabaret. I think Steve Mountain owned all of them. But I still call Ardmore 23 East Cabaret.
23 East. Okay, yeah.
Because Dave Matthews played there, and Fish played there. And Chestnut Cabaret, I saw Bare Naked Ladies and Cracker with Counting Crows.
Wow.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's pretty wild.
That was 38th and Chestnut.
Bare Naked Ladies, Counting Crows, and who?
No, so I saw Bare Naked Ladies there by themselves.
Oh,
But I remember
okay.
going to see Cracker, and the new band opening was Counting Crows.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's wild to see footage of and there's a whole bunch now that is available,
Yeah.
just people pulling it out of their own personal archives of these places. There was I think I sent one to you. Is it Pulsations? I sent
Pulsations is another great one. As far as using old places for reference, because we grew up behind Pulsations. So when I tell people I'm from Glen Mills, Fox Valley, you know where that? Yeah. You remember Pulsations? Oh yeah, right.
Pulsations.
Yeah, I used to work at Pulsations.
Yeah,
I worked at the revolving bar.
It's a point on the compass.
Yeah, I used to walk to work.
The revolving.
Yeah, they had a revolving bar.
Yep.
And then the Lagoon.
Yeah.
I got that gig from Steve.
I remember,
Because you didn't want it was Thursday nights, $10 all you could drink. And you were at Rock Lobster every Friday, and I think I was there every Saturday.
Wow.
That was a cool club.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
I liked it. Right there on the water.
Yeah. And it was we got cash. It wasn't
Yes,
the
we
patient.
did.
there you go.
Yeah.
Got cash
Yeah.
and like half
That was-
off on the food
Yeah.
and stuff like that.
I remember when Joey Merlino would come there.
Oh, my God.
They would clean out you couldn't go to the bathroom because he they like cleared out the whole bathroom. And,
Really?
Yeah, I'd be going to the bathroom. No, you can't go in yet. Oh, who's in there? Oh,
All right.
I'm good.
Hey, you, number 1 or number 2?
What's in that look? I just don't get down to the riverfront anymore. What's there?
So
Where's
Rock
the
Lobster, it's a place called Morgan's Pier.
Okay.
And it is like the vibes of Rock Lobster in that like there's a line all the way down to the bridge every Saturday night.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a hot spot to go.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's a good menu too.
Yeah,
Yeah. But that's about it, right? Like Kathmandu, is that still there?
No, but
that's-
like I said, Baja is reopening.
Baja Beach Club?
Yes.
God, for years,
Where I had
Baja
my
Beach.
bachelor party.
And where was that? Where was Baja Beach?
That was it was the place that used to have the dragon.
Was it
Yeah.
kind of connected to Yards?
Yeah,
which is now
yeah.
Mainstay?
And they had a pool. You've been there.
How close to
They had a
where
pool
the
outside.
sunken Hooters was?
Wait a second. Was it on Delaware Ave? Was it on the
Yes.
waterfront? It
Yeah.
was. Okay.
Well, it wasn't on the water. It was more on the road.
Yeah.
And so, like, Rivers Casino is behind it. It's connected to what was Yards is now Mainstay Brewery.
I used to do a Friday night appearance at the Baja Beach Club, and then we had my bachelor party there during one of my appearances. And everybody was there, and I remember walking out like hammered.
Yeah.
And the guy's like, "Ma'am, what?" He goes, "Here's your money." I'm like, "Oh yeah." Got paid
for your bachelor party.
But it used to have a dragon before it was called Baja Beach Club, and that was one of the gimmicks.
Okay.
Some will know.
Yeah.
Anyway.
There used to be clubs down there that had gimmicks. There was one called Saturn too. I remember. way
Yeah.
back when.
Remember the cave?
The
Was
cave,
strippers?
yes. Those are male strippers, right?
Strippers.
Yeah.
And the
And what-
8th floor.
What was the place that collapsed into the river?
Eli's Pier, which was down near Dockside.
Yeah.
Fahrenheit.
Fahrenheit.
Yeah, the one that went into the water. Yeah, and people died.
Polyesters.
Polyesters was in Chinatown.
Yeah.
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 Where was
Polyesters
Egypt?
and the Culture Club.
Okay.
Yeah. Egypt was right on the corner of Delaware Avenue and
Spring Garden.
There we go.
That's where I met Preston.
Yep, that's right.
It's
Yep,
now
my
called
first-
Spring Garden Hall.
Spring Garden Hall.
But it'll always be Egypt to me.
What is it? Is it a?
It's a concert venue. I've seen a couple DJs there. A lot of EDM and DJs
Yeah.
and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. A lot of EDM. Gabby goes there a lot.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Well, we took
Memories,
this
right?
little stroll here. How about it? We're old.
Yeah.
All right, let's do the letter, Matt.
Yes.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter.
And as in no FX.
No effects. All right, Marissa was talking about that
Yeah.
this morning. All right, we're going to give away a monster bundle to the NASCAR All-Star Race 2026, Sunday, May 17th, Dover Motor Speedway. And the monster bundle includes 4 tickets to the race, the turns, and 4 pre-race track passes that provide you with access to the track before at the start of the race. Tickets are on sale now via DoverMotorspeedway.com, and it's a price. The prize is worth like over $600.
Nice.
So it's a good prize. We'll give it away on Friday. What's happening on this Monday morning?
All right, 11:40, Lame Ass Trivia. The prize all this week is tickets to see Shinedown at the Xfinity Mobile Arena. We'll be doing a block of REM because on this date they played the Spectrum with Drivin' and Crying. A block of NXS and a block of 420 songs. If you got any ideas.
All right.
I just found a Family Guy doing a Bag of Weed. Ever hear that song?
No.
Yeah, it's Stewie singing Bag of Weed.
I love that.
And then our vinyl cut today, why not, since it's 420 Day, Bob Marley. Uprising.
Oh, you have to.
Redemption songs on this. Could You Be Loved?
And you're wearing the shirt.
I'm wearing the shirt.
Yeah.
420. Marcos was just here giving me all these other 420 ideas.
Do you know it was so warming to the heart to go to Jamaica when you eventually go and you realize, yeah, they do play Bob Marley there.
Yeah.
I have a request, and you can play it if you want or not, but from Rush, Passage to Bangkok.
Okay.
It's all about weed.
Is it? Okay.
Loads, yeah, absolutely.
Passage to Bangkok.
Passage to Bangkok. It's on 2112.
Okay.
It's a great song.
How about One Night in Bangkok?
That's a good one, too. Murray Head.
Murray Head.
Yeah.
Full air.
I love it. All right, well, let me thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by Dunkin'. And the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin', which is great on 420. Go get you some Dunkin'. Tomorrow on our program, we will have in our studio Michael Jack Schmidt.
Yeah.
Mike Schmidt is stopping by. It's going to be pretty cool. And Casey wrote this down. I have no idea if we'll observe this or not. But tomorrow is Talk Like Bill Weston Day.
Oh, my God.
How could you not have?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Wait, is that,
do not know.
what's the date for that?
421.
Oh, is that a thing every year?
We've done it. I don't know if we did it last year or not, but since Bill left.
Yeah, it really seems no reason to do it.
But I don't know.
Now you're just beating up on a civilian.
We'll see tomorrow. Who knows? All right, that is it. We are done. Rage on. Have a great day in the morning. And we'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.